posto e entraremos. the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the quarterfinals here at the Thunderpick World Championship. We had a bit of a strange spot. We were waiting for Passion Way to finish a game that they had. They have been able to finish things, but boys, we don't have a huge amount of time to talk about the pre-show, so I think let's just jump into things instantly with the roster. I want to instantly talk about Passion Way. Look, we know the faces, we know who you two are. I don't even need to do any introductions. I think you're going to do enough of that when you're on the mic. We did just watch Passion Way get 4 rounds against Big, though.
Yeah, no, that's a crime. I don't know how. I've not rated Big for the longest time. I don't know how Passion do not manage to get more than 4 rounds. It is insanity. I think one of the most shocking results I've seen in ever.
I mean,
one of the worst games I've seen ever.
Look, I mean, I think it has to be said for a team of the players of the caliber of Passion Way, you have to expect more. And this team really confusing me right now. We saw them actually play CCT Series 4 about a week or so ago. They bombed out there, getting eliminated to Monty. They didn't even make it through the Swiss stage. I always looked at Passion Way at a minimum being a playoff team, failing there. Ended up losing in the series to Batera, but then they get a map off Spirit, and you're like, okay, maybe Passion Way are back. Maybe they've had a bit of rough form, but then they go back to losing these strange series. I don't really know where this team's at right now. They confuse me pretty massively, but something that I am slightly more positive with, 500. They've had a couple of recent changes, and Teo, I don't know if you've got to have a look at this new team now with Hampers in Vault. Form's actually been really good for this side. I don't believe they've lost a single... Actually, no, they did lose their first series with this new 5 just yesterday to Apogee. But other than that, some sort of smooth sailings for this new 5.
I haven't had the chance to watch them yet, but I'm excited to see. Like I said, the new era is also bringing international rosters across the board to most teams. Teams that were previously wholly one country, aka in this case 500 Bulgarian, now Hampus and Volt, Romania and Sweden joined the call. And honestly, I'm not sure what to expect. 500, they've had their ups and downs, and it's never really been anything more. They haven't broken through anything in the last 2 years since Rainwaker and Cirque have joined. Maybe a year with Cirque.
Yeah, I mean, it's only been a while for 500 before we've really got to see any great results. It felt like the team did stagnate quite a bit, and there's necessary changes that need to be made, but there's not a huge amount of talent pool you can pick from one region, so I think it's understandable that they've gone international. I'm actually, for the first time in a long time, actually positive about this 500 team, so hopefully for your first game you get to watch these guys, they are going to be able to deliver some of the stuff that I've previously got to watch, but vetoes have been done. We have seen Passion Way play things out on a different map than they played against Big, and I think understandably so. Mentally, these guys didn't look in a great spot in that series, so maybe trying things on Dust 2 might be a bit better for them, as that is going to be the first map of this series. We've got Overpass selected by 500 and Ancient as that third and final. Overpass is a bit of an interesting one, don't you think, Nexus? We've only actually seen 500 pick this once. They did actually look very, very good at it when they did pick it. Not a huge map where we've seen a great level of sample size from Passion Way either, though.
I mean, even on when you look at the historic iterations or in previous versions of 500 with full Bulgarians, even 2-3 years ago, Overpass has been like one of the staples they've had. Of course, now we've changed the roster a lot. I don't think you have anybody really remaining from that, apart from maybe every now and then standing in some of them, but it's been a map they've liked a lot in the past. I'm not really surprised we see it. Same as well when it comes to now this new iteration of it. They're testing things out. Overpass would very much slot into that sort of a thing where they can figure things out. Because for Hampus especially, it's been a map that he's been pretty damn good on. He's loved playing it in the past. So To me, it makes a lot of sense.
Don't forget, Overpass used to be the go-to map for Bulgarian squads, 500 included, in the good old days.
That and Inferno really was the 500
Yep.
Scotty map, but we're not seeing that here. But yeah, both kind of fall into that same category, Overpass specifically.
Yeah, and I mean, instantly it feels like they've taken to this new one as well. Like I said, they've only played one game of it, but evidently done a lot of work. Seemingly very early on, it's wanting to be one of their maps that they actually look to pick going forward with this new 5. And I think it's always a nice idea when you see teams sort of instantly introduce a map that a lot of teams sort of shy away from when it's first been introduced to the pool. Sure, there's not as drastic changes as a map like Train, for example, but still a lot of teams aren't massively willing to play it just yet. So it feels like it always gives you a bit of a leg up in a series anyway. But I think, look, the form that we've just seen Pashue play, considering they did just get 4 rounds in total against Big, maybe this is a very good opportunity now for 500 to sort of pile on the pain, I suppose, and see if they can be the ones to advance to the semi-finals instead of Pashue. But Taya, how much do you think Pashue are going to be coming into this game now after just sort of absolutely getting humiliated by Big and sort of saying, look, this is our chance to sort of right those wrongs?
I could easily go, yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. You know, they're going to ruffle, stomp, dust, and they're going to pick apart Overpass. Or I could go, well, they just got clapped by Big, who have been, for the last year, absolutely terrible. Like, I'm not even joking. Big have been on the bottom of most teams at the very top. And even at the very top, I don't think they can scratch that surface hard. In CCT, they've been down on the, down and out, basically. And I say Passion right now, they don't look like themselves. I think they might actually lose this and quickly.
Well, we'll see if that is the case, as Dust 2, Passione's map selection has been selected and is going to be the first map that we get to have a look at here. So, boys, take things away on Dust 2, and let's see if we can pick apart any interesting stuff from Passion there.
Let's take a look, shall we? Find out where we go from here on out. What the road looks like. It's going to be a 2-man setup down below. Wolves and Hampers quickly dispose of player number 1. That's going to be Waro 2K gone, while Passion, they'll take long the rest of them. Big reaction. Flashes in. Red Star does get blinded by it. And getting closer and closer to T side. Make their way in.
And, well, hello there, Passion. They've made their way to side, but they haven't brought the bomb over yet, which can only mean one thing. By the time they plant, everybody else from 500 will have made their way onto the site. Hampus finds Jacasmo. Demka has been spotted on long. Good night to Quem, and it is Passion to lose round 1 on their own map pick of Dust, which is historically a horrible map for 500. Well, horrible. Okay, I'll rephrase that. Not horrible. Don't get me wrong. It's not a horrible map by no means, but it's a map that they just haven't played enough and probably don't want to play a lot of, because Train and Overpass have joined, and now they kind of have to make that decision. Okay, I guess we'll have to get by with one Dust here or there.
Yeah, all of 2025 they played it 6 times. And almost every single one of those, or actually 5 of those have been after May. They played it once in April. Before that they didn't Dust touch.
Yeah.
Didn't touch Dust. There we go. So it's a tough one, and even so, most recently like I said, they played it 24th of April, all of May, and since then not a single time.
Yep.
So
exactly.
They're making some changes, but I mean, if we look at it in a different way, we can say that they're not going into this one as a brand new map to the pool with some experience there for the core, maybe you could say. But nonetheless, it ain't gonna be the cleanest of fights by any means here as well. There is already bloodbath on both sides. Plenty of damage been done here. Imka's on short. Waiting for the man at the smoke to make his move. Von will drop down instead and take a different sort of duel for which he'll get 1.
Oh,
Rainmaker joins. They're back to a 2-on-2 here. Both team players low. They need help, some sort of assistance from each other to play this one out. in the most efficient way possible. And Waro, he's even afraid of looking down toward ramp. He'll drop a smoke. But Red Star approaches. Now, smoke is their only concern at the moment.
Oh, spots Waro.
Need a miss. Kopa's on site, now dead, and in the smoke. Also relieved of his duties with the kit as well. Plenty of time, extra to spare. And they'll collect an AK-47.
Good retake. A little bit wonky. We had a few moments where things could have certainly gone a lot a lot worse. With Rainwaker especially having that refrag to make it a 2v2, it's what kind of makes this possible in the first place. But it's 500 again. A slow start. We're going to be looking at another force buy for Passion. And like I said, and I don't want to be an asshole about it, but what the hell were they thinking against Big, you know?
I've been thinking about it. Like, it just... How the hell do you lose against Big is my question.
And on Nuke, on map 1 on Nuke, it was what, 13-1?
Yeah.
Or was it Nuke? I think it was Nuke.
I don't remember what maps were anymore.
But yeah, 13-1, like, brother. What the hell?
Mirage and Train, yeah.
Oh, Mirage and Train, okay, still, you know.
Doesn't matter. How do you lose against Big is my question. Who loses against Big?
Nuke was the map we were on previously, that's why I had it in mind, my bad. But yes, like, how do you lose against Big? Period.
Period.
End of story. Like, that's it. How the you know?
Makes no sense.
It really doesn't. So I think there's something wrong
Tilted.
at the
I mean,
core.
okay. I'll say they have played up, I think, like 4 best of 3s today and yesterday alone.
So what?
They had like the CAC qualifier thingies. They played a couple of those yesterday. So it's a lot of stress and a lot of work in just these last 2 days, but it shouldn't still affect things that badly in my eyes.
I'm gonna be honest here. If this was going on for 6 months, for every day, or let's say for 5 days a week, 4 best of 3s a day, then I'd say yeah, you're gonna be exhausted. But brother, come on, you're playing a tournament. You gotta put it all. You gotta put your all into it. That's what I mean, right? No half-assing it is what we want, or what we don't want here. Rainwaker,
Straight
beautiful.
ass instead.
Yeah, straight up fire. But yeah, I kind of tangled myself up there. What I'm trying to say is, look, it's hard. Yes, it's hard, but
Lamau.
we're living the dream, people. We can't, we can't take that as an excuse. End of story.
Nonetheless, yeah, we'll move on. We'll let Big catch a rest here from the strays we're throwing their way.
Big is just getting strays all over. I swear, and I think with good reason, with the way they've.
And,
you know.
This is not even a game where Big is that relevant,
Involved.
but I don't mind talking about how
I
poor I
know.
think the management and leadership has been for the last 4 years, probably.
Yeah, but let's leave it be. 500. They are the leaders right now in this game. At 3-0, looking like a 4-0, looking like a 5-0. Somebody call the police, because there's going to be a lot of slow singing and flower bringing when the burglar alarm starts ringing.
Burger alarm? What is that?
Burger alarm! Oh no! Call Americans! Call
It's
the
the
Americans.
Hamburglar.
The
I mean,
hamburger.
they're trying to get themselves to the
Yes.
speed side, trying to
Yes.
steal it away. You've got a decent hold out in
Oh.
mid. A perfect flash as well from Alphas.
Oof. Massive repeak. Bit dangerous, but still 2 on B. Very good team play from 500, by the way. I am visually impressed right now. My 2 co-casters, or rather my 2 colleagues, can see me, but I am visually impressed.
He's also in the dark like a real gamer. He's a gremlin, a goblin. He had enough time out of his basement during this break we had, which, you know what, wasn't even that long, just about 2 hours. You know, nothing crazy. Or something along those lines. No, an hour. Hour it was.
2 hours.
Red
but
Star
yes.
here. I don't remember. Was it 2-0 the last game or not?
2
I don't
hours.
remember.
It was
Okay,
2-0
2
last
hours.
game. We ended at 12, and we had an hour till 1, and then 1 more hour till now. And
Yeah, my sense of time is gone.
I know you're finished. That's normal. It's just, side
It's the
effects.
sun.
I was about to say, do you know why I'm the dark? Because didn't you know the older you get, the more sun damage kind of ages you? So avoid the sun, people, if you want to look young. Why do you think they believe in vampires? But yeah, I mean, round 5, 500 have a lead. They continue to deepen it. As I said, passion. Either it's passion with a vengeance, or it's passion with a bag of big old nothing. I don't want to be a, you know.
Alright, I thought we were going back to Mountain Dew and Doritos for a second.
Bag of Doritos, exactly. Although I don't eat Doritos, they're disgusting, by the way. I don't know how people like them. I tried them. Ugh. Here's a question to you both, you two that can respond at least. I know chat can respond, but chat doesn't count right now.
Wow.
Have you tried Dr. Pepper or Mountain Dew before?
Yes.
They're disgusting, aren't they?
No. My favorite two
No.
drinks.
Mountain Dew was it's been something I haven't drank in a long time. Dr. Pepper, that's pretty good still, but it's not a go-to by any means.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I find it to be absolutely repulsive. Mountain Dew does feel like I'm eating battery acid.
You know what else is repulsive?
Yes.
500 and the CT side.
Well, not to me. I love this good of a CT side.
New passion.
To passion, it certainly is. To the fans of
Mm.
passion, even more so.
Yeah, no, things ain't going all too well. You maybe said your piece a little bit too early last round, looking like 4-0-5-0, and well, here we are, 5-0. The Popo, they're in.
You know
And
what?
Dust 2, Dust 2, good CZ side. This one only goes one way.
Okay, I think we all can go into this discussion. Charlie seemed included here, but do you believe me,
Chucky.
or rather, would you agree with me when I say that there has to be a deeper problem at play in Passion's core talent, core team? Like,
No.
I don't know what, it can be anything, you know, from
No.
A to B, but do you think that is true? Like
No.
I do.
No.
Okay. Charlie?
I think they've just had a tough time these last few days. It's been very active, and that's taken a lot out of them. Right, whether or not that should be the case or not, that's debatable, and you already mentioned you disagree with that. But I'm saying this just... Passion don't have any troubles. We talk about them, they're a fantastic team. Like, they make semis in a lot of these tier 2
Yes.
tournaments. Even ending up winning a couple of things. They're good.
Yes, they are. But yesterday, let's not forget, it was thanks to none other, or not yesterday, but I don't know how many days ago now, yesterday or the day before. Quem, Topa, I believe Jacasmo. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't be seeing Passion, you know, getting to where they are today. So I believe in them. I've always believed in them, always been a fan of them. It just feels like right now something is definitely off. And look at the timing. Look at the position! Red Star, what? How do you get all three? That is illegal!
That ain't
That's
it,
what
Chief.
I'm telling you. Tell me something's not wrong. Tell
Oh
me
yeah, no,
something
today
is not
there's
wrong.
something wrong. Today is something that's absolutely wrong.
Ah.
If I had lost against Big, I'd be tilted too. And currently, at 500, they're just making use of the 4-game
See,
patch
but
maybe
I-
had.
like-
It doesn't matter if they're on a map like Dust to you. And then we say it's kind of mid. They played 6 times this year. They're only the last game they ended up winning. But besides that, they just don't play this map. But seemingly they've put in a little bit of practice now with Volt and Hampus here. And they're shooting hard. I mean, was that ever a question? I don't think so. You have a Rainmaker who's been really damn solid for the entire year. Multi-frags out of him almost every single game. He is... Okay, he's got 85 ADR for the last few months. Yeah, like, that alone is great. You've got Quim on the other side who does eclipse that to a degree. Yeah, sure. But we're getting a lot of the... I guess, promise for 500 in the individuals they've had for a long, long time in these first few rounds, which doesn't prove a consistency, but it does tell us what sort of peak they might still get to.
Sure. I don't disagree. Absolutely. They have a very high peak. They have a very high ceiling. The problem is, like, it seems like something's either holding them back or they're holding themselves back. But either way, 500 right now, they're abusing perhaps that state of mind, perhaps that, I don't know, opportunity, whatever you may call it.
Also, to just for anybody wondering, I see a CT side on Dust 2 like this. I'm calling it quits already. I'm saying this is going to be Passion losing on map number 1. There's just so much that is already going on to the 500. Right?
Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
have a
yeah, yeah.
strong CT side and you don't lose Academy, and in fact they're building it up, they're looking for a 7th round here as well. Like, this is maybe the best situation you've got so far. The Casmo's delivering something, okay. You've got a round out of Passion here. Red Star's out of the equation for the moment. They don't have infinite money, but they've got plenty of it, so they can still try. But a 6-1, this is a good enough of a CT side, honestly. Like, you don't come back from these. Unless Passion take every round in a row here. The symptom of Dust 2 is B side needs momentum, CTs need to save. As soon as you get to that, it's the normal stuff every time, over and over again. But if you don't manage to do that, and they haven't done any damage to the CT economy so far, as said, it's not infinite, but they've got plenty. Passion just aren't in a winning position by any means. Like, this one round, I look at it as a stray more than anything. They get a shot through the smoke into me. It's not good enough.
All of that just to say, Passion is still 6-1 down. They need a massive clutch right now, a massive dub. Otherwise, they are going to be losing this map. It's as simple as. And Water 2K, I've mentioned him in the pregame. We've mentioned a lot about him yesterday. He's missing a lot of shots. That's facts. You know, he's not been present on every single map. Yes, we can give him exceptions, but a lot of times he's just missing altogether. Vault. Like, the fact that he's allowed to get 2 is absurd here. Again, Passion's map control here. They have their own map on mid setup, and yet they still lose 2 against the player of 1, or against the 1. Yes, they traded off better, but it's just the trades, the way they play, the way it goes. It feels like something is off. And like I said, I love them. I really do. I've been watching them ever since they first started. You and I, we literally, you know, we're the ones that were shouting at the top of the rooftops for them. And would still do to this day. It's just clearly, if you're not feeling okay, if things are not going exactly as planned, it's better to take a break. Hell, it's freaking summer, you know?
What is this round?
Look,
Why do you have Woro lurking B?
Like,
and
what is
like, short
like,
and just
that's what I'm
into
saying.
This stack. What is this round?
This is what I'm saying. Like, why would you have both on short whilst Woro walks all the way through B with the WAP, with it up?
The
like,
wop.
with the WAP pop, and it's
He's
gonna
about to be whopped.
He's about to be whooped, maybe, as
All right.
This is
Theo, I've
Yes.
got an idea here for you.
hit me.
What if we don't care as much about the passion side of things? We look at 500,
Focus on
see what they're
500.
doing
Yes.
good.
That's
500
what.
doing good, and we just chillax because we know passion's not doing great right now.
No, I know.
We
I
can
know,
complain
I know.
all we want. We kind of went into this one a bit upset because they just get smacked around by big of all
I'm
teams.
just so sad for that. Yeah, but you know, let's.
I'm tilted, and I'm not even
tilted
playing.
for them. Yeah, for real. But
No,
let's get
we
back
need
to reality.
relax.
Right? 500. Yes, they've been. This is a great outlook. Like, I really like what I'm seeing. As I said at the start of the game, I don't know what to expect because I haven't seen them with Hampus and Volt. But up to this point, Rainwaker's giving me, you know, those good old sentiments back. He's feeling like himself again. Cirque has been a little bit of a hit and miss, and he's about to be very much a hit. As Toppa doesn't get a second. Volt there for the refrag. The Romanian comes in big, comes in clutch. It's going to be a 2 versus 3. Make it 2 versus 2, but the nade! Hampus's nade is perfect. And remind me, but Hampus is now IGLing as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course he is.
I
that
think
makes sense. And
yeah, sorry, I'll hijack here for a moment. One thing we can say is that every team that Ambus kind of joined has at the start looked really good because he brings in a lot of firepower and a decent enough way to enable his players, so everybody looks good. But there's this sort of problem in my eyes that I've seen, and I think has been shown as well with the lack of some results, is that eventually it feels like those tricks, they run dry, and you will need more. You need another layer to it, because initially after the first month or two, the honeymoon we call it usually, after it usually ends, you'll start to see these teams kind of somewhat stagnate a little bit, so it would be nice to see more levels to it.
I think there's a certain plateau most teams can reach.
Yeah.
And then there's just a question, can they stay on that plateau and eventually, evolve onwards? Or is that the plateau they will reach with the current lineup and then have to switch it up before they can continue? And we saw that with Sinners. I've been speaking for this about this for a month since they got Kiserek and Stressaran. And I feel like for 500, this has been an amazing choice. It feels like new energy in the team. Jacasmo, meanwhile, finally a little bit of energy from the man himself, who's been yesterday a mantle of success. Today, little less so.
Yeah, I'll add another sort of, I guess, team in that conversation or leader. Way back now, like 4 years ago, I say way back, 4 or 5 years ago, you had a Copenhagen Flames and a Cillian as the IGL. Like, many of the teams you joined instantly had that sort of early success. Then they just plateaued, fell off slowly, right? Like, this is not just isolated incident. You have a lot of teams that kind of fall into these sort of things, right? Even if right now we'll say 500, yeah, they're looking almost infallible. We don't know the case in 2 months. So it's on to Hampus, on to Volt and the rest of the team. Got to prove us wrong, that they will be able to bounce back from that and deliver differently from the past. Here, you got a second round. Gigasmo gets a couple of nice headshots. But as I say, I do not feel this in any of my bones that Passion are going to put up a CT side worthy of what 500 are giving us now. It's just too difficult. It is too difficult, the fact that 500 have got away with it. I mean, it should just be another one in the bag.
All 207 bones in your body?
I'm not a nerd.
I think so. Well, perhaps some of them have already fused, given how you broke your arm. And
Oh, yeah, that was fun.
stinges. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've got a nice little, nice scar to show on both sides.
Yeah.
I can...
You look like a child of the 90s, I'll tell you that much. As round 11 is starting off pretty strong here. I mean, we see Passion is kind of exploring short. They're exploring their options. They have gotten nobody long, which is a bit awkward, especially if they decide to end up on A. And the C4, what is it, going to go long solo? Surely that's not the play to be made here. Searching is Toppa. And they still have presence mid and lower. But they haven't really decided fully yet. Now, if I'd be a betting man, I'd say they're going to split long, or split A. But surely they put another player long, right? Yes, there we go. No? Okay, yeah.
They are gonna, yeah. They're gonna make a 3-man approach?
It's a fake A into A. That's fair. But the thing is, I don't know. It's like the early,
Oh, Red Star, here's the steps. He'll call a rotation from B. Somebody's got to make that rotation, and here he's got a chance for second. The ding might be good enough, but Kvem, he's ripped the head off of Vault. Hampus in Goose, he's cooking to them. Passion UA, your Goose is cooked here, and Hampus gets a chance to show what his individual level looks
USB.
like. M4's run out of bullets. USB still should be good enough, but he doesn't get a chance to pull the trigger. HE, rip Waro, rip Bomb Plant, rip the round. That's 500, they've ripped Passion a new one here.
Yeah, they certainly did, and it's going to hurt. It's going to bleed for a while, as it is last round of the first half, and I think if you're Passion, you're kind of thinking to yourself, well, damn, did we really have to choose Dust, did we? And the answer seemingly yes, as Overpass is next, and I worry what that means for Passion. Like, not gonna lie, some of these guys might not have played Overpass to any bigger extent.
Yeah, sure.
Then
they are younger on the Passion side, so
That's
you
what
have
I
a
mean.
chance that Topa and
That's what I mean.
Wem and Jacasmo maybe haven't played it on the same level. Like, maybe, I feel like Wem was there around, like, his Ikola time and such, but the level of the game, definitely different compared to what they were probably playing against then and their opposing side today.
Last year, April, was Overpass removed, right? Or May, something like that, right?
I don't remember.
2024.
I'm trying to think back to when did I lose my will to live. That would be Dust 2 coming back. I don't remember, sadly.
So, in any case, 500 on the verge of a potential 10-2 halftime, looking absolutely glorious. Red Star, Rainwaker, the good old legends of, well, even not so much legends, but just, you know, Bulgarian players that have been around now for quite a while and have been making a name for themselves in many different tournaments. And it's funny how many Bulgarian players we've switched out of both Bulgarian lineups and international ones. I mean, Cirque at one point had big aspirations, and I hope he still has. I'm so sad for what happened in his previous team. That was one of the worst things that can probably happen to anybody, but, you know, welcome to reality. Not reality, because that's not the reality of everybody, but it's just... It sucks. It sucks balls. Nothing else to say. As 50 seconds, Passion, well, they'll have to make some balls drop here. They gotta hit this hard, and they have to have no mercy. Otherwise, this is gonna be a loss of many a player. Jacasmo, good entry. Rainwaker repositioning.
Rotations here. Oh my god.
That's Sir. That's round, maybe. Yeah, that's round. Well done. The retake will have 0 chance of success. Topa gets a free kill, and it's a clean round. Wow.
Damn. Okay, that entry looks way too easy on this Zerg. I'm a bit upset we don't get to see what happened, but he just got instantly domed. He's on, oh, by the way, 3 kills. His team is on 9 rounds. He has not had to do much. We had Rainwaker going like 12 and 1. He ends the half 14 and 3 as well. Red Star went nuclear to kind of cement this lead as well. You had the round he just walks out long doors, finds 3 or whatever.
How many ops did we see from him? Did he even have like more than once or twice the AWP?
I don't think it really mattered here. It was just too dominant.
No, that's what I mean. It didn't even matter. But like, even when he could have gotten kills, you know, how many times did he actually get them with the op, etc. In any case, it doesn't matter. It is 9-3. Passion. They'll need a glorious pistol, and then a glorious 6 rounds in a row, or 7, I guess.
Honestly,
5
just make
rounds.
it to full 10 at this point.
Yeah, just make full 10 in a row happen, and then we can talk about maybe winning Overpass.
I'm sticking to it. I talk shit about this map because it's not great. It's terrible.
Yeah.
This is the one in apparently 10 sort of CT half that we end up getting nowadays. You should never lose from the situation 500 is in, pretty much. Even if you lose this pistol and Passion get the first gun round, that just do not last.
No, absolutely shouldn't.
I don't want to dealing absolutes, right? All of that Sith dealing absolutes. I'm not there. But
okay.
this is unlosable.
You just cursed them, so it's good for you that you did that. I'm happy to you confirm your magical powers still. Dude, the reload on the USP now is absolutely garbage.
I'll say this much, and then I'll stop for a moment. If Passion win this, I'm gonna cease my hatred of Dust 2 for the next month, Tail.
If Passion win Dust...
I'm putting my bet of the hatred of the map fundamentally on the line here if Passion win this one.
Wow, that's actually... Guys, you don't realize, but that's worth more than 2 houses. Like, that's worth a lifetime.
Maybe 3.
That's almost immeasurable in value, actually, honestly. Especially to my mental health and sanity. As Passion, take the pistol. Let's go, Passion! Take this fast. Bring us back 10 in a row. Make me get my sanity back, or rather make Nexus stop hating this map so I get my sanity back. Let's see how it goes.
I'm not stopping. I'm ceasing activities for a month.
Yeah, but a month is enough. Do you know how long a month is of just not hearing the hate about Dust? Wow. I'll take that any time of the day.
Hey, don't worry. I'll pivot to Inferno. I'll still attack your favorites.
I mean, you still do,
From
yes.
a common ground of a dislike of Dust 2 to me versus you, Inferno, love and hate.
Love it.
Either way, let's continue. We got a Force Bite of 500 here. They're putting a lot of their eggs into this Force Bite basket. They'll manage to get themselves out of lower. It'll be at the cost of a lot of HP. There's 1 life being given away. Waiting to set up. And as they do that, here's Waro. And this round is turning to 5, and so far very clean at that. Should be keeping it as well. Waro, do not overextend here. You can play with your teammate together, yes. As long as it's not a 1 versus 1. everything is a-okay. For Cirque. Unlucky. Is there? Wait, there's a bomb plant here.
Yeah,
He's gonna run to me.
maybe.
Oh my god.
If he makes it fast.
That's already quite the result here. Hold on.
No. He took too long. He shouldn't have smoked. He should have just ran for the bomb plant.
Bomb
Maybe
on the
then,
bomb
but-
site, maybe, but doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That was a force fight, though. That does let the door open for Passion UA here. 6 should be coming out with the force at a loss. No bomb plant either. You got a fairly good situation on the Passion side. Now, I said, even if they win the pistol at the first gun round, it should not last. As long as 500, at one point into this entire half, break the CT economy, force them to a save, that's where the entire game flips.
Yeah. Keep reassuring
reality.
yourself. Keep reassuring yourself. You're gonna lose your hatred of this
Okay,
map for a
but
month.
Hey, Unk. You need some meds. You need meds. Calm down. Stop coping.
No. I'm good. I'm ready.
Okay.
Bills hit hard, as Passion is gonna hit harder. Number 6 is around the corner. The Seco is easy to handle. I'm hoping that Passion in the next few rounds might show same aggression towards middle. I mean, it's pretty successful when you do it, right?
Bada bing, bada boom, boom, boom. The deagle shots don't go. There you go. That's a round. That's clean. That is fantastic, actually, for Passion and their money.
Very good. Establish dominance, get a little bit of bank, and work from there onward. 9-6, round 16. 500 on a full buy, no up for Cirque. And he, I think, should be avoiding it given he's missing quite a few shots.
Oh, here's my...
Yeah.
Here's an argument as well for why 500's got on this run with this one. A CT side of Red Star and Rainwaker, they just shot hard.
Yeah.
They just took aim duels the way this map is played.
Yeah.
They won those out. Now with the AKs as well, with the confidence that we've already seen how this enabled them on the CT side. Yeah, I got some bad juju out of this one. And look at this, shifting out B. They'll catch the defense. Rotation coming through. Trying to find this man on site. Jagasmo stands, now he doesn't. He's lying 6 feet under.
Good
Out
molly.
to the B site as well. Utility is in. Kvem also for 2.
What?
And making it a third. He has woken up here to play.
Let's go. Passion have arrived on the scene, ready to rumble, and Quem especially. What a masterful move. Pushes through the molly just as it was flying into window. Takes 3 shots and 3 kills. That's going to be number 7 on the board. Passion now closing the gap, and the hatred is flowing away, slowly but surely. 500, tactical timeout.
Alright, Passion believers such as yourself can now feel something out of this game. They can feel happiness. And Jagasmo's on 17 as well. He's having a fairly good time despite
Voro
majority
15.
of his team being a very... oh my god, being a very slow to start here. Still as well, we wait for Demko's kind of the secondary start of this team. It's usually him and Kvem who've got the big numbers here. That as well, if you wake up that beast, well, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble, it feels, but we'll see if we get there. For now, hero rifle out of the T side. I'm on board, I love it. Especially on this map. Again, we talk about the economy, any financial damage is worth it, worth its weight in gold, pretty much. But they try to look for that. Not settling for second, they want first, they want that gold medal. And there's Demka. I said you don't want to wake up this beast, you'll find it in the opening. Make the double.
Good nade. Dazzles
How
them a
about-
little bit further.
A third. Okay, that's pretty good. AK got nothing done and nobody's even able to pick it up. Rainwaker, he's just far away, but with an M4 in his hands. Looking for him, it seems like they have him dead to rights at the moment. He'll pop his head up, they saw the barrel. Down he goes, and that is going to be 9-8. The comeback is 1 away here, and it's been a very fast second half so far. 9-3, 9-8, by the way. Passion. They've woken up here, finally. But the game is not done here. All it takes, one mistake, to let 500 find a round, get something going. Can't hold him down for long, but let's see. What about now? Waro, he's going aggressive.
Very
Once
aggro.
these fights, for the moment, there will be nobody there, but he'll control all of long by himself. Shirley as well should be enough for one. If not, then a tag, fall back. Everybody else on his team, they'll be focusing on the rest of the map. Having confidence in Waro.
Top bar. Dealing with one. That's Hampus, the IGL on IGL action. Yesterday, Toppa showcased great prowess, great skill. Gaining quite a few kills in the last two maps of the series. Today, hopefully again will be shown the same quality. B-split, is it? Into a full commitment, or are they still looking to revert A? Oh, this is a nice catch. Oh, Volt, come on, what? He just catches one off that easily. Water 2K misses the shot, top mid. Oh, no.
Gosh, golly,
They know there's only one on A. They know there's only one on A.
Blunder.
Second one from long. A catch of under.
Oh.
They know B is empty. They know B is empty.
Just going back.
Oh,
They
my
can
God.
fight. There's the kills. They'll stumble to the right answer. It takes them all across the map, and it's a wipeout of the defense tail.
Well, luckily for Passion, they got the money. So it's not the end of the world, but it is the end of that leadership score. You know, closing in, hoping to get to that number 9, close it in with one. So close yet so far, and it seems like the stairway to heaven is yet to open. Let's find out, 500, what do you have in store? You need to win furthermore, especially if you want to solidify this. And it's going to take them a while before they break Passion. In fact, it's going to take them at least another round or two.
Let's go. Let's go, Theo. Let's go. What do we get here? Are we gonna win this game? Who's gonna win? Are you a believer of Passion UA?
I believe in Passion, yes. I do believe in them. I always have. It sucks
Mamma mia.
watching... Yeah, it sucks watching players like Wodo having a tough time. Today, not the case. Yesterday, that was the case.
Yeah,
Quem's been
he-
a little bit quieter lately as well.
Yeah, we're at a tough time yesterday when it came to just being on the
General
server. Like, in the
performance, yeah.
last map, he put up the numbers, but a lot of those weren't really anything all too impactful. It was just supporting stuff, pretty much. But even that's important. He did put up those numbers. Last round, a bit of a big whiff. Costly mistake. And now he's waiting. There's 3 on the other side. We see there's a little bit of utility to be lined up as well. I'm not sure who that is. Red Star with a Molotov. On the car. Waro. Double shots.
Waro.
And both miss. That's a
Oh.
fat fumble of the defense. Molly's going out towards site. He's blowing up the smoke as the cross still goes through. Bomb site to 500. The time is a little bit low here. If one more kill goes 500's way, without a trade, we might have been forced to save. But now they've got a Red Star. 1 kill back. 4 more to go. Round is on.
That deep lurk from Hampus is going to cause them to
How much
lose it
time?
all. Like, look at how much they're wasting. Quem, he doesn't
Oh.
even far check it. He knows that he has no choice but to be a bit quicker. Demka finds Volt. That's the entry you need. But now there's
be
that deep
speeding up.
lurk on short. They got to speed it up. They've got 2 players down below still. That's a problem. Rainwaker finds the first. And there's the... Oh, one jumping kill by Toppa. What? What the fuck?
On the defuse! On the defuse! Just find the head! It's Zerk to collect it. It's close! But a 1v2. He's been quiet, but not without his impact now. Final timeout for Passion gets drawn out as well. And again, man, you gotta imagine. What if Waro hits even one of those shots? What if?
Did
What
Toppa...
if Vem checks mid?
Toppa just hit a jumping headshot with an M4A4 from side to short.
I honestly don't think so.
Or was it somebody else that killed Hampus? Whoever killed Hampus, like it looked like it was Topa on site. I could have been mistaken. I don't know. Maybe Charlie saw it. Maybe production saw it. But holy scheisse, that was insane. 11-8. Money's kind of running dry a little bit, but not there yet. And 500, they've set themselves up to take this 13-8 and keep your hatred to yourself. 500. Let's find out if you have that energy or not. Do you have what it takes to bring it through a 13-8 and close this out to go to Overpass?
Things are getting tough here, man. Especially now. 500, they're at that point. They're about to break the economy. So for Passion UA, this round is more than about winning it. It's about surviving if things go bad. I'm telling you, T side, you just need to stumble to the right answer. You pick up one, you pick up two, now they're about to break them. Passion have to stand here no matter what. They're going ego plays straight to B, they'll test it. Two players will show themselves on the defense. You should not chase this, but they're doing damage. Both tagged down to 60 and below. That's just the start. The first 25, 30 seconds of the round. Now they're going to spread back to a default. We do have a slight problem if anybody on Passion had gone aggressive lower. Vault might have been called, but you at least kind of make that sort of calculation. You had two plays on B. You're not going to have a third one under in the tunnels almost any circumstance. Now we're focusing. Next spot of the round. Passion, they'll take mid control, and that's what the CTs are setting up here.
Split into B. Both outside of B. 500 have displayed walk into sites before, so it wouldn't be the first time if they decide to really just walk through here. But with the smoke up and 35 seconds and some change left, here comes the real push. They're going to be walking straight through that smoke and rather running through it. As they enter and spill onto the site, there's a single defender, Jacasmo. Two double doors mid, there's the engagement. Jacasmo 2, no triple. There's the denial as well. Through middle, Quem with a 2. And that's enough.
Good enough.
That's enough.
Has to be. But Red Star is tasked to pull off a massive clutch here. He'll just about to get the bomb and make it to the side. He will not. Jacasmo's been the lifeline for his team in so many situations, and again, he'll deliver. Sticking to 20 kills now. That is still this game alive. Just barely tell. 500 as well. I would not mind a timeout here. They've got a bit of a pickle here. You can see as well, yeah, Rainwaker buys a hero, aka searches to a single scout. They're looking for damage. Not really looking for the entire force buy or half buy in this case. Just something a little bit more simple. It's nades. Circus down. 4 more to go, and you've got double digits.
Rainwaker. That is a beautiful entry. That's a single AK you have to make the work possible. Topa, good return. Counter flash. There's the molly. Hampus with a deagle. Scout doesn't connect. Vault finds one. It's a 2v2. Nexus. A Passion once again failed to hold on to a site against an eco. Oh, this is gonna hurt.
This is gonna hurt. They've got the AWP on Vem, Jacasmo as well, both from long. They'll get a chance on the Red Star, playing Goose at the moment, away back, and he's looking for this. Spotted it. You can see the AWP take the angle. Vem to fight at the first. What it through the box. Flash in, and Vault down to spawn. Able to recover. The heads is what he's looking for, but it's his to be removed. They've just about got time, I think. There you go. Just get on the defuse. No G2s here, please. Passion UA, double digits and a bit of a scare, but they will get by. Not easy. It is not easy. But even better for 500, they get the bomb down. They already had money to buy, now they have a bit of extra as well. If funds were to run out, if we are indeed going to a 24-round game, it's gonna be still a bit more they can give. But there's that timeout I would have liked last round. Now they're using it. Set up for this one. They need to cook something. But Theo, the later the game goes on, the more and more expensive this entire game gets. The more reserved you'll have to be, the more cautious of every single thing you'll ever do.
Yeah, double up, by the way. I don't know if I'm a big fan. Voto's missing some shots. He's been on 15 kills for the whole second half almost. I don't want to be an ass, but that's a fact. I think he ended the half with like 14, 15 kills, didn't he? Maybe one less or two. Here we go. Round 22, ladies and gents. It's double up in play. Circ with the up. Rainwaker's trying to just jump spot short.
I like it. Kvem's going to very aggressive with the second dub. That's going to be a surprise for sure.
Oh, miss shot.
And another miss shot. We can't
Kvem, miss shot.
this.
No!
Kvem, gotta save yourself, buddy. They're pushing. A no-scope with a second. Deagle is not going to connect the kills, but he's still done here more than he's supposed to.
They know the op was on short as well, so they know where Water was. Question is, do they predict somebody being close to double doors? Surely they know somebody has to be CTB somewhere.
Is it circling the doors?
If they
you
want to
wanna
go out
give
mid,
away?
yes. If they want to go out mid, absolutely. If they want to just walk back A, no.
Here's the group up. Still waiting for the CT reaction. You can see Rainmaker as well. He's more or less expecting it. You do see a lot of CTs push upper B at times like this for information. They choose not to. They're playing very passive. With the fact that you have Waro and the AWP on B. Can't really afford a push with this one. Instead, he can't afford to miss, as he's done in the last 3 or so rounds.
Oh my god, what are you doing,
Not
brother?
like this, surely. No,
Waro.
you need a kill here, Waro.
King
You
Voro.
can't give away these freebies again and again. When is it enough?
How many more
Never
do
is the answer.
How many more will you miss, Voro, my boy? How
I
many
don't think
more?
he's gonna get a chance to miss much more. That is just such a poor CT half out of him.
Why would you buy the op? If you're missing, look again.
Wem's
All-
got more off kills than the Waro this half.
That's what I'm saying, but also understandably, okay, fair. If you feel like the op, feel it, play it, whatever the hell you want. But I think at some point, Topa's gonna have to say, okay, boys, just chill the hell down. Take a rifle, take an SMG, take a FAMAS, take a scout.
Do
Just get
literally
your
anything.
feelings back. Anything but the op. You're missing shots. You're missing shots you shouldn't be missing. You're missing shots that make us lose rounds. That's it. It's as factual as it gets. If he hadn't missed the first shot on short previous round, they wouldn't have lost mid. If he had not missed the first shot in B tunnels, they wouldn't have lost the round most likely.
Long as well, you can throw in the same pile.
Long as well. That's 3 rounds I've just counted basically, or 3 separate occasions, 2 of which are on the same round.
Yeah.
So that's how bad it is right now. Water, what's happening, King? You gotta chill, brother. I gotta chill. I'm a big fan of Passion, as I said. I'm sad to see them be...
This is Waro taking James
Like
AWPing,
this.
saving it to a next map, to a different level. James saves for the next round. Waro saves for the next map here. And out toward the A site. Opening found. Kvem again to keep things alive on the other side. Going aggressive. 8 HP remains. A team kill from the Cirque. Hello. That might still be a little bit of a gift to keep Passion alive here. You got stuff happening on both sides. Everybody's whiffing. The stinkers from Waro. Cirque at least has had a 1v2 to go his name. Now a team kill. He's dipped below 10 again.
Poor guy.
Life is not great.
And they're gonna go B again. I don't know if it's gonna work. I don't think it
Honestly,
is.
I don't know. I'm
Although
trying
it is
not to
Quem with 8,
think
so
about any of
at
this.
this point, A nade might kill him. Imagine if they just throw an nade here into the box. Because that's something
Gasmo's
you
making his
do.
way in. There's the spray! Them
Well done.
double kill. Gasmo makes noise, and they are not done here. Passion just about living. Like I said, the nade could have done it. They threw it all the way back to Lassio there. Imagine he gets it a little bit, or he's a little bit short. Grim's dead man. Maybe he still gets one of them, but he did his job. He picked up those doubles. We talked about him as well. He's been having a bit of a quiet time. His impact has been limited, but here he is, almost matching Jacasmo so far. In 24 rounds or above. I called this unlosable 500. I hold myself as a professional Dust 2 hater. Committed to my word, and we're gonna see if they can still take this one. In this one, overtime might be required. 9-3 CT half, by the way. You're not supposed to lose those, no matter how bad it gets. And so many options, and so many opportunities to give it away by these shots missed by Waro specifically.
How do we
It feels like it should have been a done deal ages ago, but here we are. Round 24, Ben's gonna die to CT. He's taking shots when he doesn't need to. Gonna have a teammate join him. Demka from top mid. Now they've got him trapped.
They don't know. They don't know if they're both
They
here,
should have
but
heard the
surely they
second. They heard the
suspect.
second. They heard
Okay.
the second.
What are they
They don't
doing?
expect it.
Why would 500 stop themselves on mid so poorly?
What?
But I guess you're still eating your words, aren't you? You're gonna eat the hate on dust, because Passion's gonna make a comeback.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not. I'm factual
No,
here.
I'm talking more about the sense of
Yeah, I know,
reality
I know.
we currently have. We're not done here. We continue.
We're not done.
Overtime.
Let's go. 6 more
Woo!
rounds at the maximum, at least minimum of 4. First to 16 wins the map. As overtime is here. You said ain't no chance, no, not a single bone in my body that I feel this comeback coming. Well, son, I can tell you, you've got no bone in your body. You've just got a big old mess in there.
Yeah, no, I am aware. That's not news to me.
12, bro.
But
what
how,
the
okay,
hell?
even you cannot say
No,
you're
I
expecting
can't.
that.
No,
Never.
never.
No,
I
as much as
would
you
have.
were coping.
No, I know. I was just messing with you. I just wanted to mess
I
with you.
know.
I didn't even.
I just want you to you to admit as much that that should have been unlosable.
Yeah, it should have been unlosable. But hey, I guess today is opposite day. When things are unlosable, they're actually winnable. So let's go. Well, unlosable, they're actually losable. That would make more sense. But
Hey!
what a first kill since like the start of the second half. Bravissimo, Voro. Maybe some more will come.
Maybe he was saving until overtime.
Maybe he was saving himself for overtime. You know, he knew they were going to get
Exactly.
to it, so he just wanted to conserve energy to make sure he delivers when they need him. And I mean, I'd say that's factual here. Can't
That's a
argue
good
with
one.
that. Oh, what a nade, brother! 100 damage in the nade alone, even more actually. 120.
Here's the USL war is going to be smoked off. He'll be limited to what he can do. Utility's going out. Topa is getting cooked here. Burned. 41 HP. He'll wait for a flash from his teammates, perhaps, but there is none really available. Has to put one out himself. That is a struggled spray. One is all he's good for this time. Nade goes out toward the side, and Rainwaker almost gets caught by it. Not far from connecting, but he's waiting with his teammates now. Got shot
What a
control
round.
exerted by Cirque. Long retake from Demka and a 2 from CT. Ability is not perfect. Demka has the Molotov. That might be very useful here. Flash at least has been deployed. There's one. Rainwaker. Double headshots. And you got 500 on the 13. Rainwaker collects, by the way, a quad kill. We've been talking about him as well throughout this map, but the second half, it was all about passion to come back. And how the hell does that even ever happen? I don't know. Here, he's popped off. Don't forget about him. 27 kills now. Such a
certainly-
one-sided first half that we just kind of forgot about him afterwards.
I mean, both Red Star and Rainmaker had 15 kills at the start of the second half.
16-13.
15 to 13, yeah, it's somewhere there. But I don't know. I'm just confused. I'm as confused probably as most of our viewers as to how the hell did we get to overtime in the first place. Passion, though, I mean, you made it this far. Surely you don't disappoint here when you've already gotten to the final sprint. Quem still keeping that second up. Waro still on 16 kills. Not gonna lie, he needs to step it up. Toppa's on 13. Toppa is looking to surpass Waro. When Waro was on 15 at one point and Toppa was on, I think, like 5 kills. Yeah.
5 for Topa and Demka both at some point.
That's
And
what
I
I'm
think
saying.
Wara was around 13, 14,
13,
15
14,
the
15,
entire time.
doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Like, he was up there.
we've harped on him for a while now. He got one to kill that last shot. It didn't transfer to a round. But either way, we'll let everybody continue on their way and see if Passion can cook up a couple more rounds here. For now, we'll break. Everybody's going to be readying themselves, making sure their mental game is good and ready to go. Now it's a very small timeout out of 500 here. Might be something with Hampus. That might be the case here. We never know, actually, but nonetheless. Continuing shortly. Let us catch our breath here for a moment as well, Theo.
Breathe a little bit. Honestly, I need to get myself some water, so I'll take this moment for myself to bring me
All right,
some
you should
water.
leave. You should leave. Can I have Charlie instead of you here? Charlie, are you anyway? Have you been watching?
I mean, I hope I've been watching.
How you doing?
I don't know if I can be heard on the stream, but look, I'm certainly here. I've been enjoying the game.
Nice. I believe you should be audible. If not, well, I'm gonna sound very crazy. Not either way. Hey, any check up here? Anything you feel like we've been missing massively when watching this?
Not majorly. I mean, look, I think all of us at home want to see a bit more from Moro. I think that goes without saying. It's probably been a couple of times. You imagine if he was on top form, Passion UA probably could have walked away with this map and actually completed this comeback. I honestly think it's still in a decent spot for 500, even considering they kind of let themselves down, considering they were like 6-0 up, 8-1 up. I still think if they can manage to take things on Dust 2, I do have full confidence they'll be able to take the series in 2-0 fashion. I'm very convinced by their overpass, to be honest. Look,
right.
maybe just a bit of a delusion, but I do think they can do it there. Well, there's Moro.
All right, hey Charlie, I think I'm gonna have to turn you back into a Slovenian man now. Well, we'll see you back in a bit.
Okay, I'm
You'll
back.
get a more chance to
Yes,
talk
yes.
a little bit. Yeah, there you go. You heard the morphing sound as well. There are two people that are the same person.
I just split myself, you know. I'm an amoeba that can split itself and it sells once you need 2 people on camera, so it's fine, people. It's actually all the same. I'm all one, you know. I've just been fooling everybody, taking
Collective
triple paychecks.
consciousness. Here we go. Demka's on site. You've got an advantage. With them and both Waro finding the openings to work with. Only Toba can trade it out so far. Circuit's locked in for that kill.
Another miss.
Tag him down. They're worried about long now. Kvem's got to find the right timing. Getting shot from both sides. And this one has been turned from a 3 out of 4 to a 3 out of 2. Make it just a 1. And if there was ever a time for Waro to perform, it's now. It's not. First opportunity missed, and he won't get a second. This time, Red Star pops his head back up as well. And it's taken us until overtime to get these back-to-back rounds out of 500 again, but
If
they're
that's
getting
what
there.
It takes. If that's what it takes. Passion. Sad to say that it's looking pretty grim. CT side has been a bit disastrous. T side perhaps might be even worse as the double up now. Or actually triple up. Wow, I've just noticed now. They had triple up set up. Okay. They really like to aggro there. Like to peek. Voro finds one for free on long. That's Red Star. Offers himself up for free. Jacasmo goes wide. Gets one. Again, trades off are not good, but Woro gets killed by a nade.
Eyes on Kvem. Fast lurk might be red. Hampus might just arrive at the right
Hampus,
time.
hold your weapon in hand, Hampus. Hold your
Waiting.
weapon in hand, Hampus! Oh my goodness, doesn't think about it, gets caught, and that's Volt 1v3. Almost no chance.
Time to show what the Kings got here. 13 kills. 3 available. 1 tunnels. That's the first. Make it a second? No. Turn is there, but it won't find the shots. Instead, Topa swings right back in. They'll take 1 at this halftime. And the race to 16 continues here in the second half in a moment. Both teams want to get there. Now, both teams already proved they've got, apparently, better CT size, which is the craziest thing I've ever witnessed in my life. And now that 500 are moving back to theirs, well, you gotta get something out of that one for Fashion. One thing,
You would hope to.
the rest of the team is now online. Jacasmo's not playing 1v9. Has help. Eventually. Finally.
Hopefully.
Hopefully that kind of carries over here.
Here we go. Second half of overtime. First to 16, remember? With 500 getting 2 here. First 2 in a row after a long time. Seems like we're going to be having potentially a one-sided ending, but let's find out for sure. Passion T side wasn't looking too hot previously. 500, meanwhile, they'll be playing the single op on Cirque. Pretty default here from 500. 2-1-2. Kind of passive towards mid, just keeping a player on short. That's Hampus, the IGL, kind of making the shot calls. A very solid setup here for 500 overall. Hard to break open, especially if you're considering taking mid. This is just posturing on short. They're just trying to make noise. They're gonna go B. Most likely, I would
Command and
assume.
conquer most of the map here.
Yeah, there we go.
But like you said, it's not an easy setup to dismantle out of what is the hold of Vault, and I think the Rainwaker at B doors. You expect it. It's a fairly standard setup, but you're still gonna beat those kills. Waro,
Back
important
short?
shots.
Oh, they're gonna go short. Oh, this is... They're kind of...
Yeah,
like...
they're cooking.
They're cooking.
This round is
the problem is, they're about to be cooked by Hampus if they are too quick on their feet. Hampus is in a
There's a
bad
jump.
spot, though. Yeah,
Oh.
bad spot for Hampus. Wide open. Not sure what he thought was going to happen. They lost A control. That's number 14 for Passion.
Oh, that's so
The
poor.
shadow, yeah.
Derek, you should know this. And Waro creeps in as easy as just
Heard him an
edging the
upper.
corner. Next shot, it'll be red star. Yeah, you keep it at 2-on-3. It's not impossible. But we're looking at 14 here. A retake required. Red star. He's going back long here. This is where his world will revolve around. But they're not really committing to this. Is super slow.
I don't know why they're trying this. I mean...
There you go. They clean it up. Super slow out of Rainwaker there. I feel like he should have been peeking with his teammate, but worried much more about a shot than what Passion were really offering up there. We've got 14-14. We are not done with this map just yet. I put a lot on the line for this entire map out of 500. They were supposed to win this one ages ago. We were supposed to be now with a map 2.5 way done.
We should be done by now, almost. As,
If the big game didn't go by, then yeah, we should have been done.
yeah. Ooh.
At the start of this one as well. 9-3, man. Passion, they
telling
found
you.
their strength.
They did, but it really took them a very long time before they got
my.
situated. This
What?
is a 15-14 scenario.
Wait,
500 is about
what?
to lose the round.
What happened
Yeah.
to Rainwaker?
He
He's
just
just playing
died.
in the smoke, or ahead of
Yeah.
the smoke.
Yeah.
What?
That's round.
I don't know if we can see what happened with Rainwaker. Was he shooting? Did he blow up the smoke? Or
I
how
don't
did he
know.
just get taken down?
I think they blew up the smoke and he was right there and just got killed.
Why
I
is
think
he
that's
playing there?
yeah. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It's
to anybody who can't exactly see, he had a smoke B tunnels,
yeah,
and he was playing right behind it, in the middle,
yeah.
and not even a corner, nothing of the sort. He was just taking a challenge and opened up the B side for free.
Oh, if they get rid of the op here, 500 are in deep shit.
Oh yeah, it's gone.
Like they're in deep poo poo. Like they don't got they do not have money for more than okay, they can go for the op if they really want to, but they'll be lacking a lot of util. And yeah, it's gonna be Rainwaker buying the op and going for FAMAS instead. And look at the utility he has. Okay, still a smoke and a nade, better than nothing. Cirque meanwhile has to buy a kit. Please buy. Okay, they've got 4 kits. Never mind, you don't need that many perhaps. All is well. It's better than perhaps I'd assumed, but nonetheless, it's not great either. It's going to be 15-14, 500 now, 1 away from going to second OT, or losing the map choice of Passion, going to Overpass, and then possibly to Ancient. Likely to Ancient, given what we're seeing here.
Countdown of round 30. Passion UA. We're never supposed to get this far. But perseverance from Jacasmo until the help arrives. Kvem has now overtaken that position. 1 round away. For a shot.
What?
Twirl.
How is that not a...
One too many misses, and Kvem is the one who to get tagged here. Don't know how any of this has happened. You'll get trades, wallbangs to go both ways.
Oh, you heard him.
Kvem to Cirque.
Jacasmo's
And
dead.
Hampus to his death? Not yet. There it is.
No. The timing.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
3 more to go, and Rainmaker's already low. They don't know this. But Passion about to rock this dust too.
Yeah, there we go. This is it. It's down to Rainwaker. 7 HP will die. That is going to be Passion. 16-14 final score of Dustu, their own map pick. We go to Overpass next, but beforehand, it is going to be CMD 64, aka Charlie, that's going to break it down here for us.
Yeah, there's a lot to break down here. I did say I wasn't too worried for 500. They were leading 2 rounds heading into overtime. Still thought they would have enough in the tank to bring it over the line. Apparently not. Look, you got to praise Passion UA, considering they had a pretty abysmal series just before this one. Things looked like they were continuing that way. We had an 8-1 scoreline for 500. It felt like things were going pretty swimmingly for them, but Passion UA, they hit their second win. They were able to come back. And for all the criticism I think Moro had for this game, probably rightfully so as well, there's a lot of rounds where he sort of had pretty certain shots that he made look impossible. I think considering all of that, he still did a great job of finding a lot of opening kills for Passion UA. He was the lead man on the server for that, was able to find a lot of the early successes and to give a lot of the leeway for Passion UA, although he didn't do as much as we would have liked to see probably in the later round. War in general was a massively instrumental piece to Passion UA in terms of how this comeback came through, but I think Kvem had some massive rounds. The boys highlighted Jacasmo, and rightfully so, on so many occasions. I think Kvem had a couple of rounds, though, towards B. In particular, we saw so many multi-kills. We saw that 3K from Kvem before he got taken down. We saw Jacasmo get 2 on this bomb site. He did get traded, but as Kvem rotated in once again, able to get 2 kills, set his team up in a really promising situation. These are rounds, if 500 won, they walk away with this game in regulation. They probably win it there. But they really sort of fumbled the bag on a number of occasions and allowed Passion UA just to make this comeback even possible. We had some nice individuals stepping up. Rainwaker in particular, he had a great start to this game for 500. But look, they did feel like they just ran out of steam slightly towards the end. And maybe this is some of sort of the... maybe just a bit of the experience that this team has properly playing together as this 5. This is the first time that this full roster now has actually been able to play Dust 2 in general. So maybe this is just something that these guys haven't worked a huge amount on this map. Look, we know they've done a lot of work on their Overpass. We've seen them play a lot of other maps, but Dust hasn't really featured whatsoever here. So maybe this is their first official playing with this full 5. And maybe some of those teething issues coming through here on this game. But a bit of a surprise to see them actually fail to convert it after having such a strong start. But what this is going to mean is 500 are moving over to Overpass. I've sort of praised this 500 team previously. I've got to watch them play a couple of times with this new roster. I'm a big fan of it. Their Overpass in general looks very, very good. Passion Away, we've only seen them play it once since it's being brought back into the pool. Obviously, with Nuke being their ban majority of the time, they have to work on their Overpass. So you imagine they would have done at least a bit of work on it. The question is, how much are they going to be prepared for 500's Overpass? And I think unless Passion Away actually have a good start to this map, unlike what they just could not produce on Dust 2, I do see this one, similar to Teo, I do see this one heading to the 3 mapper. I do think this one's going to go the distance. Unless Passion Away can sort of show us a level to Overpass that I don't think anyone's expected from them, considering the only map that they have played, they lost it 13-5 in a pretty dominant fashion a couple of days ago. Sure, that was the Heroic. Heroic are probably in a better spot than Passion Away are right now, so understandably that they lost that game. I just think it was how one-sided it is concerns me slightly. But look, I'm still feeling positive for Passion Away. Hopefully they are able to make this one work. I think for a team that has had a bit of a sort of mixed bag of results recently, a win here is going to be really important. I think this event for them in general is going to be really, really important going forward. Look, they're on a side of the bracket where they'll be playing against HOTU or Sinners. I do think this team's got enough to be able to get over the mark and potentially make it to the grand finals. But equally, I still think there's a lot of challenges ahead. We are going to be jumping into a short break before we even start to break things down on map number 2 of Overpass. So we're going to be throwing to about a 10-minute break before we see you back here with map number 2. So don't go anywhere.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke.
Hello everyone, we are back for map number 2 here between Passion UA and 500. Big resurgence in there from Passion UA on a map where, yeah, 500 kind of had a dead to rights, it felt like. I mean, Nexus, you even were highlighting, you felt like it's nearly an unlosable situation when you're 9-3 up on dust.
Not just nearly.
Yeah, and I mean, look, 500, they're going to feel pretty rough about not being able to convert things now, but I suppose one positive for them, they are moving on to their map of Overpass. I have given them a lot of praise, but it does also need to be said, they have only played one official on this map. And as good as that one official has looked, it can always be difficult to get huge levels of consistency on a map that you've only just brought into your pool, for a map that's been out of the map pool for a little while now. You can't necessarily expect them to be flawless at this map just yet. Is there an opportunity for Passion UA to come back on this? We're going to have to let you boys ponder on that one as we are jumping into Overpass now. Take things away, boys, on map number 2.
Thank you for that one, CMD. And yes, it's Overpass. It's our second map. Passion, I think they have a chance. I think they have a definitely opportunity, but 500, the way they played, the way they opened up on our first and the first half especially, I think you and I, Nexus, said it perfectly. You know, it should have been done there and then. So Passion, the fact that the comeback is real is absurd, and it still happens in the end. Vora 2K, he's gonna have to show up again, glow up even, as he is catching strays and about to be caught out. That was something. This pistol round, I mean, it's literally almost done. Unless Jacasmo goes like massive 4K ace, even Quem alongside him. Like, what is that from Woro? He takes a peek from balloons. He stays on balloons. Even reloads. And then Demka just pushes longs and dies. I don't know. I know. It's catching me a bit too much. Quem, 1, 2, 3. What? Quem! There you go! That's what you're looking for! Absurd!
The word unlosable was thrown around once or twice on map 1. This round was following a very similar script. Bem's left in a 1 versus 1, where all he has to do is hit a single bullet. Rainwick is making his way down. He's got 15 seconds to A, get the bomb, B, plant the bomb, or C, kill Quem, who's got every single sound key available, and he can start to let these puppies loose for an ace on the pistol to seal the deal, to steal the round away. But we're saying it's done. That's a round. We lose all hope. Quem never wavers.
You know, I was hypothetically saying don't need an ace or something crazy like that. I was just kind of pointing out the absurdity of how difficult of a round it would be. And then Quinn says, I got you, fam. I got you for a real. It's a double with the dualies as Passion UA take the pistol and absolutely tear a new hole on 500. Guys, all I can say is this is the craziest series so far, like, of the day. I did not expect this, and it's Overpass of all the maps possible. It's Overpass, a map where the craziest shit can happen. Charlie, join the train. Join the train, buddy.
Charlie's letting us know we should become mega Passion UA fans. Now, I cannot. Any other day than today, sure, but with what has happened today,
Bro.
I just cannot. Matt, I got nothing right now except just the confusion and spite on how the hell you lose that first map. First of all, how these games and rounds were played out, and then the fact that we delayed an hour. That's also adding just a bit more to it. It's like, sure, okay, it looks great then. We come back to it. Passion, okay, the fact that you're losing it's big, that's still tilting me. Because you're never supposed to lose that. Ever, in whatever world you play. Just to get more strays on, or throw more strays Big's way. Passion take the fattest L. Look like they're about to do it so again. And here we are. On map number 2 after they came back from the biggest the biggest loss of all time. I don't know.
The only thing I can tell you right now is the Anakin and Obi-Wan scene from Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith.
Star Trek?
Sure, buddy. Where the final scenes on Mustafar happen, and you've become the very thing you swore to destroy, Nexus. You absolutely have. As
It's just today. If it's any other day, I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm hyped. Today, I've got nothing.
You're empty on the inside. Perhaps that's what's going to happen for 500. They might be empty once they're cracked open. Right now, it's looking good. Passion, they've got the blade lodged. They haven't really set it in fully, but 500 are perhaps not ready to take the fatal blow. This is going to be a full B send. I like the idea. They'll have minimal utility, though. 2 smokes, 2 mollies, and a flashbang. The nade, almost no damage compared to what it could have done. And still they delay further. Oh, there's the boost.
That's the way in. Second one as well out of Monster. Now they know they should be second 2 towards water somewhere. Unless they move super speed, they'll be cleared out by Red Star. They leave it to a single man to do anything. And anything, according to Merriam-Webster, is also synonymous with saving. That's all he can do. Any kills here, obviously, in the or on the other side of the coin, would not be unadvised because he can still deal damage here, force 500 to play next round, reinvesting a lot back into it. I do imagine Passion are going to buy back as well. So, them finding 2 kills here, save the M4, right? That's a fantastic result if possible, but we see that's not the case. He'll chill in heaven. He'll wait out this round. M4 carried over. He'll drop Chikasmo, maybe buy himself back up another M4 as well. They're going to be all equipped. But 500, they survived this without a single scratch. As per Cirque and Rainwaker, the entries. And then, of course, this 2K from Red Star. It's all easy.
I really do like, by the way, on topic of Overpass, the changes they made down to B water below balcony. I think it's much more visible. It's easier to recognize targets. So, good changes so far that I've been spotting. Just, minor changes, which I don't know why it took them this long to make, but sure. Better something than nothing.
You know what I miss?
Yeah?
I miss my splash sounds out in water in short.
Hey, look, the bug with the water, you know how you could hear them walking through water in CT?
Yeah.
Like,
we lost the technology to make that thing, work again.
Yeah, like, look, it's easier to just remove the issue than to fix the issue, right? That's the logic here. And instead of just perplexing it further, they get rid of it.
By the way.
Yeah, this is a massive
play. There's no other idea here, 500. Just brute force your way in.
I don't know why Passion's waiting this long, though. They got 3 on A, no action, no contact.
What is Hampus doing? There you go. In they go. Send them out. A bait and switch across 5 at Hope and Demka, of which the IGL claims 3. And as said, they're waiting a long time on both sides, in fact. And when 500 eventually go through, they'll find the entry, and that's it. Overpass saves the round. 3 kills. Great stuff.
And good news is they did not recognize that there was a flank coming in through T-base. So that leaves the action of a long push here still perhaps a little bit of an unknown to 500. They only saw the player push them from connector and from heaven, which in essence would give them the info that they would already usually presume to have, which is, okay, CTs have gone. But we see right here, again, it's going to be a rebuy. 500 will try to keep this competitive, try to keep it at low numbers for Passion. This time, Quem. Oh, Vora, you just go out on a limb, don't you? Quem as well is caught. He did get the entry, but it's still a man down here situation for Passion, and they'll have to recuperate somehow. rotating both off of B.
Zerk coming out here in this one. It's not the greatest for Passion. Zerk will be allowed to live for a moment. Campus. He's gonna chase. And Jopa cannot get far. Wasn't even ready for anybody nearby. He's looking towards Toilets. Thinking they've already gone past him. He just lost sight of them in that round and how much control they actually had. The 500 is a very slow round coming out. And currently, 4v2 to work with. And guess what? They've got about a bazillion amount of utility.
Yeah, there's quite a little bit. Should be easy execute A. And they've walked B already, so they have the info. Okay, B's empty, lads. You know, nobody's here, nobody's defending. Maybe somebody's Heaven, maybe somebody's CT, but maybe somebody's graffiti. Regardless, it's... One with two.
Ooh.
Oh no, they're still gonna commit to Casmo if he stays alive. Never mind. Never mind.
Thick out of Zerk. Good attempt as well from them. I gotta give him a little bit of credit there. But not good enough in this case. He still needed more for the ending. Didn't stick the landing, and as the situation was for 500 4v2, you're not supposed to lose those. As long as your trade is efficient enough, all is fine. And here we go. It's round number 6 with the CT side in one of the weirdest rounds of all time. What is this? Why is Topaz on the Deagle forcing FAMAS MP9M for USP for Jacasmo? Eh? Sorry, as the mythical Finnish language said, mitä vittua? What is the buy? Why is it working? Why is this one working, Tel?
As in the magical language of Slovenia, we would say, koi kurac je to. And absolutely, right now it's a 3v3, make it a 3v2. Topa just gets himself walked behind the shed. Good night, Mr. Jacasmo. Although he's still fightful. The volley's too shallow.
Bad.
The volley is bad. No way. Rainwaker even burns to it. 1v2 now. It's Zerk against Clemen Voro. This round.
Zerk again left to clutch up here. He's not got the bomb, by the way. He's looking to make a play into CT to find either one of these stragglers on Passion side. The fact that nobody drove anything down hell. Coming from Heaven or Monster, 1 over the 2, and he is not ready for World 2K. Passion, in the weirdest buy I've seen in about 70 years, has succeeded. They keep themselves in the lead.
Oof, this is...
Yo, what is this game? What is reality? What is this alternate Twilight Zone we have stumbled on into?
Yeah, I'm just trying to kind of think on this right now, honestly. It's wonky. It's weird, but I'm welcoming it. Passion, I guess they were saving themselves up. You know, they said, screw big, screw Star Ladder. We'll take it all here at the Thunderpick European Series. It's the quarterfinals after all. I can't blame them. Certainly more VRS points they would have gotten otherwise, but where is it? I'm not sure. Regardless, I think they like it. They found their new pleasure. Perhaps it is Overpass. Perhaps something else to be done here. And you know what? I love it. If they've made the active choice of, okay, let's switch up our veto. Let's play Overpass. Let's play Train. Yeah, I'm right here for it, all of it.
Higher power calls this round at the 500 here as well. The Rainwaker is not expecting this. There's one in connector, will leave him to be a dead man. War 2K still hasn't heard much about mid. While some utility goes in, there's a smoke going down. Lets him get close, but the truck is still left open. If a Topa to find an opening. War has been taken care of in the back. And this one down to the last man. On the side of Passion. Higher power called it. And it's on to Demka to deny 20 seconds, and he's already crept up with the USP. We go back to back with these force buys. I'm telling you, man, this is not a reality. I refuse whatever state of being we're currently in, because this is the weirdest time I've had in ages. The entire first map, this one, the setup we had of Passion getting themselves rocked by Big Lamau, and then into a 9-3 comeback on the CT side of Dust 2. That was unlosable, and then the pistol where and then 4 spies back to back. I need help. I need help. My mind cannot fathom this entire endeavor we've been through here.
This game is crazy.
It's been a journey. It's like been a movie today.
Brother, I don't think real life can get more exciting than this, actually, as, yeah, it is 3-4 Passion. We've got a 4 spy again. Of course, why wouldn't we? It's Overpass. And we're going to be seeing 500 with a bit of a default. It's a 1-1-3, or a 3-1-1, if you will. AKA 3A, 1-con, 1 monster. Usually the 1-con stays passive, but he's already out. Never mind the con player, he's already out. It seems like the meta's completely shifting these days. Passion, meanwhile, stacking B. I guess they're realizing that perhaps, in fact, 500 might want to run up A. Not a lot of info available to Passion in general, but they're trying and poking and seeing what they can find and dig up. Few hidden secrets here and there. 50 seconds and counting, and we're preparing ourselves for a round that kind of 500, I think, have to win. It's going to be a tough one still, though. The pistols, you shouldn't underestimate them. You don't allow this to happen! When walks the smoke gets 2!
Are we seriously going 3 in a row? Ben has just made this possible. Waro, if he goes overlooked, you can say goodbye to this round. 20 seconds. Rainmaker, check your corners. He's gone down. The bomb is next. Redstone with the all-important kill to live, to survive. Hampus, keep the scythe going. No, you can't. Instead, just the tag. 10 seconds. It's 3 force buys in a row we're getting.
That's it. There's no time. Red Star dies after time, maybe? Like, if I'm Jacasm, I'm hunting here. I've got a 5-7, bro. I'm like, I want that AK out of his cold dead hands. And 5-3, Passion win a force buy with a single rifle, was it? I think a single rifle on water.
It's messed up, man. It's messed up.
Yeah, it is.
This, how is neither one ready? They're not even. Oh my
What I'm
God.
surprised about is nobody's watching the smoke, and this is not the first time we've seen this today. Something like a miss by a team that they would completely ignore a position and subsequently lose the round because of it.
You know, we usually have this thing called the teams trying to win, playing to see who's better. Right now, we've got a game for who's actually losing harder, who's worse in these rounds, which is an experience to be sure.
Yeah.
I did not imagine we were ever going to be getting here.
You and I both.
I clocked
think you
into
and I
them
both.
saying, yeah, I'm feeling good, baby. A little bit tired, maybe. That's fine. I've had about 4 cups of coffee and an energy drink. I am buzzing with energy. I'm ready to go. Then we have our smack 2-0. Then we have this first game, and I don't even know what's happening anymore. My Saturday's far gone. And we have been experiencing the craziest of things. And
Counter force buy.
look at this
that
one.
Has a bomb
Again,
plant,
and
a
again.
5v4 that should succeed.
They've got a couple
Force
of
buy
flashbangs. Rainmaker
after
holds his
force buy.
position. And we see Passion disengaging.
Yeah, they're gonna save. Like, they don't have the capacity to retake this. Force buy after force buy.
One thing we can say, surely, unless Hampus decides to take, like, 1 more 2 here, maybe, is that we're not seeing another force bite of Passion.
Oh yeah,
Instead,
we
it's
are.
just going to be
Guaranteed.
saving
No,
weapons
I
and
think they're
buy
gonna
still.
force buy. I think they're gonna force buy.
Yeah.
I think they're
I don't know.
like they got 3 rifles. They're gonna force buy like maybe a scout, maybe a SMG.
Oh yeah, no, they're buying 100%. They've got nothing.
Yeah, there's
Lost
enough
budget
for a FAMAS, enough for
1400.
a
Oh my
scout.
God.
Yeah.
Sorry, I misread the loss bonus there. Yeah, I managed they at least had 1900, but
No,
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 1400.
Yeah, it's 1400. It's a
they'll
buy
be
for
buying
sure.
back up
Yeah.
into this one. Waro probably drops an MP9 or FAMAS. I don't know if he really hates his teammates.
Finally, TC calls the timeout. I don't know if it was TC, but
We had all
finally-
3 on Dust 2.
yeah, we did. Something we did mention yesterday as well. It was a bit of an issue. Timeouts weren't really present for Passion. They were losing hard, and they still wouldn't take timeouts.
Yeah.
It's something that we mentioned, a few times in a row. They would lose like 7-8 rounds in a row, and then they would take the timeout instead of breaking it in between. But today it's a little bit different. It seems like they're a bit more on the clock and a bit more attentive to that. I like that. 5-4 though, and a counter buy for sure. Or is it? Yes, there we go. It is.
Not even.
What I was gonna say for
Okay.
the op? No, what I
Yeah,
was
no
saying for the op.
FAMAS,
That makes sense.
no MP9 dropped.
I mean, you
Sure,
trust the
that's
Deagles,
fine.
right? Or the 5-7.
I mean, I guess you have
Yeah.
to at this point.
Yeah, you have to.
Campus.
Oh.
Opening foul. That is a quick turn for him. It's time to end the tomfoolery we've experienced here in these last. Honestly, I just want to say 9 rounds. Yeah, the entire map so far.
Yeah, 10 rounds.
I was gonna say like last 3 or so, but no, it's the entire map that's been.
It's been the whole game long. Yeah, it's been crazy.
Yeah. It's time to end it here. That opening kill helps them do so, but it's still 4 more to go, and they've got these rifles saved up. The only thing they've lost so far is one of those pistols with the eagle on them. They've dealt some damage back. Rainmaker's tagged up, so it's Hampus. Plenty, in his case. 55 seconds remained. They start to explore the A site. They still leave, I think that is Red Star bottom of connector. So if any rotates coming through for Passion UA, he'll look to punish those. Maybe he's going to scale up together with his teammates out in mid. Most likely will, or not. Take that space and allow them movement. Freedom of said movement to perhaps go down a beat. That was the plan I thought they might be going with, but instead it's a full contact, shift walking towards A. 25 of the clock. CTs are running out of utility. That does make the approach a lot easier. There's nothing except the flashbangs to hold it anymore. Swing to long reveals nothing. Here's the play. Topaz just about missed every cue, and they're already up on site. Bolt down. Waro cannot double down. Red Star, you'll find that trade. Quick rotation. Bomb. If he gets dropped, that's round. They're looking for it. Try to walk through the smoke. Topa punished. And a tomfoolery tale. Is it over? That'll be the news.
Yes, it is. It is. You're lucky. You're in luck. You and I are both in luck.
Yes!
That
We
was
are free.
that came from the heart. Honestly, that came down from below. Like, can't lie. That was
from my soul.
Yeah, that came from the soul. Though one more thing that comes from your soul is your hate for Dust, and you do specifically remember making a
Oh,
deal
yeah.
with the devil of forgoing that hate for the next month, starting tomorrow.
I wasn't gonna go starting with today, but you do
No.
realize that there is this sort of clause to it as well. I'm not gonna bring it up. If you bring it up, and I will then latch onto it, and I will mention it, yes. But I'm not gonna bring up any of that
No,
Dust 2 hatred
you
myself.
cannot. No. You cannot talk about it. If I say
I will
anything
not,
about it,
I will not be the one to start. but
No,
I
no,
will
no,
mention
no.
it. I
We
will
need-
agree with the.
you
with the
cannot
hatred
agree.
if
You
you
cannot
are the
agree.
one to bring it up.
You cannot agree. You have to deny it. In fact, you have to
No.
love it. That's the new clause right there. As we love this one, it's an eco. Finally, full
But ladies and
actual
gents,
full
I regret
eco.
to inform you, I am gone for the next month. No, I am. If you bring it up, I will attach or latch onto it. I'm not going to bring it up
yes.
myself.
Fair. I'll respect the terms of that agreement. I won't make it too hard for you, but I will make it hard for you.
I don't know the exact terminology as to what that would be called, because I'm not that smart. But I will. I don't remember what it is, but that's how it is. I try to remember. I try to remember what that would
no
be
clue
called.
what you're trying to say in the first place, but Passion have no clue it's
Either
about
one
to
of us
be
are
a
smart.
B hit as well. So, you know, we're kind of equal in that department, and it will be an easy number 6 for 500 here.
This is, I think, the second eco we've seen this entire half. Or is it the first? I
No, the
genuinely
first.
don't know.
It's the first eco. It's the
I
first
feel like
eco.
we had
No,
one
it's the
more,
first
but-
eco. No, it's the first eco.
Sure.
We saw force buy since round 2 onward.
Sure. No. We had it around number 2. That was an eco.
Was it
But
an
yeah.
eco?
Yeah,
Wasn't
I
it
think
the
so.
force buy?
Round 3. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Does
Okay,
not matter at
does
all.
not matter. It's fine. Nobody
We
cares.
finally
It's
had
6.
yeah. We finally have a clean round. Period. The most normal anything we've had since the start of this game or series. Welcome back to the baseline.
Welcome back to normalcy. Welcome back to a game that might actually make a little bit of sense for a change.
Why?
I can imagine our viewers are spinning in their chairs, possibly getting a little bit of vertigo.
Whee! From the roller coaster of this game.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, the soundtrack. I don't know where that sound is from, but the Wii sound, it's so iconic. Sometimes I hear it on memes, you know, when you scroll by something and you hear the Wii.
Oh my god, Theo, you're doom scrolling? You're beyond that.
No, I'm not doom scrolling, you know, it's just I've got a very
Oh, man.
curated reel, I'll tell you that.
Oh man. Dimka, he's dead. Zerk combat upping will be traded quickly by Jacasmo. Now fighting to stay alive. The Flash assisting. It's not easy. Redstone, what are you doing? Left his teammate out to dry. Out of connector. This trade will be given up here. But why is Redstone going that? Didn't think it was in the corner. They lost track of him. We're back to tomfoolery.
It's back to having a little bit of a laugh, I guess. A 3v3, the op in the hands of Water 2K could still deal
Cinema.
some massive damage. Absolute cinema, in fact, as Toppa gonna hold up in graffiti and just keep himself alive. That's his core principal role right now. As an anchor of B, stay alive. He gets the first even. That's better. The second, it's a crossfire. Jacasmo's there through entry of tunnels. And now in connector, Mr. Red Star, well, he's about to have a red star on his back. It's a laser pointer from the AWP of Water 2K as he hits its mark. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be 6-6. Passion UA, whilst Overpass might not be to their best liking recently, they are not only making this a tight first half, but are giving it a fairly solid try. I just hope that it's going to be equally as good on the T side.
You think this was good? That was a game of who's losing harder. That is neither team really cementing anything except uncertainty, and it just plays more and more into this map being added back. Nobody knows what you're doing!
I love it. I love it. Give me a little bit of this chaos. I revel in it. And I definitely am a big enjoyer of chaos itself. So, you know, there's that. Funny, in Warhammer, I'm always going for the Imperium, you know, never chaos. But in general, in real life, I'm very chaotic myself. I love it. Having a good laugh.
Edgelord.
Ooh! As the second half is about to go live, ladies and gentlemen, it's the pistol. It's about to begin. As well, Passion, what is the plan? I hope you have one. I hope you're not just ballparking it.
Alrighty then, under the B site we go. Hampers not alone. Short take it for 500, and here comes the pistols. Is a 4-man stack waiting for them. 2 from CT. Everybody's fighting for this control. Rainmaker still finds more impact. He's got 3, in fact. With this round resulting in a big fat 1 kill for the T side. No bomb plant in sight. You got 7 to 500. No bomb plant. Surely an eco. We're not going to continue with the craziness. Now you have to at least level out here a little bit. Dip it.
I
Dip
love
it,
it.
Theo.
I love the pistol there. I love the corners they choose, the agility they display. 500, play off of one another, use the crossfires, just play it perfectly there. Give zero chance to Passion, and do not give them any sort of ground to take control in this second half. A full eco for Passion as well, kind of, I believe, just further puts it into perspective how much of a chaotic first half it was, and how much they perhaps themselves do not wish to be running that madness again.
Do anything that balances the universe that is listening. May we please keep the second half somewhat normal.
I think you just cursed it. I think you've just cursed it, brother.
We're gonna find out.
Things are about to get very messy. As,
We've had 3 normal rounds so far. Actually, 4.
well,
First and second
5
pistol,
if
and
you
then
count the pistols.
yeah, no, 4 rounds. You had both pistols and both follow-up rounds. That's all the normal stuff we've had so
yeah,
far.
that's
And
actually
no, added the one
right,
eco.
yeah.
Added the one eco toward the end of the half. So 5.
Yes. Yeah. But
Here comes number 15. Getting
Dun,
ready
dun,
to
dun,
overtake
dun,
the
dun, dun, dun,
cloud circus and we've got going on here on Overpass. And we're starting things off with Passion UA. Weapons are out, utility running dry and not very high, I'm sorry to say. You know, waiting around to see what 500 get up to. All you have to do is really, in these rounds, you have no util. It doesn't matter, just wait it out, see if you can get an entry that balances things out very quickly. At the moment, none of that for the CT side. They've instead got a long setup they're hoping Passion to walk into. Well, mid is being sought after. You're going to have one in toilets. This is a somewhat unorthodox setup out of 500, especially to start these gun rounds. As Dot or Overpass really normally is, you've got 2B, or 2A, 3B.
you don't
They've gone
expect
for
the
something
third.
a little bit more of a commitment here. And as you see, Kvem is looking towards the other side along here. Rainwaker will have the drop, for sure. Maybe not.
Oh, he spotted
That looks
him.
locked in. No, he doesn't. Locked out. Logged
Still,
off.
got the
Left
info.
trades. And game is afoot.
Volt, he's gonna have to go for high amperage here. Unfortunately. Gets caught in the back. It's a 1v3, Red Star, you save. It's saving time as number 7 for Passion is here. Good gun round overall. Very passive approach early on. Passion don't risk much. We don't see a counter aggro play from 500 at the start, so they put 2 on long and 1 in toilets. As you said, a bit unorthodox, and just to explain why is because the meta, the old meta of Overpass, even before the changes and everything, you know, connector, toilets, and B short. Those were the 3 positions you would always fight for intermittently between them, you know, 1 or the other or 2 at a time. You know, sometimes you feel lucky all 3, but usually those would be the spots. A long was kind of the black sheep of the family. Nobody wanted to approach it. Everybody just kind of had mixed feelings about it. You would go there on ecos, you would post an op there, you would maybe put 1 aggro player there to try and push behind them, but it was such an expected play because Tees would usually leave everybody lurking at least at playground somewhere around balloons at all times, so it'd be near impossible to do much there. Here we see 2 players but not going aggro. That's interesting. That's very interesting.
Besides, this is the perfect setup out of 500 here. All they have to do is make sure they're not flashed to all hell. There's the opening. Balls delivers and then some. MP9 snapping away. Demcat Topa. There's a nade, and that's gonna hurt her, the CT side a lot.
And is this going to be another trade of rounds? Like, this is a force buy again. Another nade. More damage. Kvem in trouble. He's about to die. I think we might see a trade here. 500. Have they done it? There goes Kvem. I think they might. It just feels it's a little bit too far off now. 1 or 2K with 2, but it's down to Jacasmo. 1v2, not expecting the close. Still wins the duel. What? And now 1v1, but goes wide. Circus ready, and it is a circus indeed. 500 win it.
The horses keep spinning, Tail. The carousel keeps going. Passion, another time out cold. This is going to be a real interesting and real important round. But after that, Dust, dude, it's too early to say anything at this point. But they'll have to consider exactly how much they want to put into this round. You see Topa, he's bought up here. He's got all the utility he would need. The rest of his team might still have to consider this one. You've got an AK drop to them. Purely just a hero AK and a little bit to support that. And does seem to be what they're going for. Warro's getting a little... I'm a bit unsure about this one. He had enough money to where he saves this round. Warro buys an AWP next time, or next round, but this is going to be one of these rounds yet again, Till. They're buying, half buying, not buying. And there you go. Okay, Warro, a little bit more in the bank. Gigasmo does buy in the end. They are just forcing into this one. Early lean toward the B site, but doesn't really tell us anything, especially not now. Builds the Demka from Hampus' M4. Out in connector. Quick snap from Kvem. And find it the next one. Coming from the M4. They'll continue to put pressure on this. We said and talked about it. Usually you do pressure short a lot. Connector as well. Those got the big points of overpass out of the CT side if you want to have map control. That's what they've got. That's what they've gained. And suddenly, it's left to just a few T-side players remaining. A second man on long. The trap waiting. And Cirque will clean up toward the A site. This force buy will not be entertained. You're not going to have anything out of Passion UA. And forced to play a normal game in the second half. 500. They're looking to take this to 11. But we're still seeing commitments. Another half buy. Okay. Okay, sure. Not a normal game. I take that back. Sorry, Warro. I thought the money was for the AWP. No, it's for Hero AK and things go south.
I mean, I guess that's the plan. Hero AK, hope it works, or send us to a third. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking towards Ancient, the pinnacle of the competitive scene. Everybody loves it. Everybody is molded by it. And right now, well, 500 are molding us to get ready for it. Passion, they've already lost this round. They just don't know it yet, have they?
Certainly leans that way. Them guessing connector. This kill, though, we're still looking at it. Paul is thinking, what if? He's tempted. Warro, one of his own. We don't say this round is done just yet. Demka will retain his position, with Warro known to be somewhere in Monster. Afraid to reload the M4, it seems. Looking at Warro, he's making a solo play. Demka does have the util to support this, but he just slips right in. With the Cirque spotted, that's the clear sign to go A. And the Cirque as well, he knows if he can just find the timing to split between these T's. As soon as he finds information about the bomb on A, he should be fast on this rotation. He's still shifting all the way up. And Demka, he's going to slow down. Wait for his teammate. And Cirque will get into position towards the toilets by the time they make their way towards site.
Question is, do they plant for toilets or for bank?
If Cirque isn't already up, bank or truck or anywhere nearby, surely he's got to be making that toilet rotation. Yeah, you play the numbers, you play the odds. Oro covers as well. And here comes Cirque.
They see him. And Cirque 1v2. This is the clutch that you need to perform with. The one that saves you a lot of trouble down the line. It's going to be Cirque with one. That's Demka without Kevlar. But Mr. Warro 2K goes for 3. And it is going to be a very important W here, because not only does it preserve Passion's economy and gives them a chance to continue fighting, but it breaks 500 again. And it forces them to either A, go for force buy, or B, go for an eco, where they are kind of mixed bag of potatoes anyway for the next round. So yeah, it's a force buy, and we're back, baby. We're so back. Force buys galore all day, every day. Let's go.
Ooh. I mean, there's maybe just about enough for this force buy. Now they've lost a little bit. Now they lost a little bit of that.
Bit of that
There's
magic,
4 more. There's a
4 on
cheeky
B.
angle.
Dude, there's 4 players on B. if Passion don't chase, at least get some info A, they're gonna walk into this and die. That's what's gonna happen, guaranteed.
You also have smokes on both Vault and Red Star. They can just drop them below them. If there's any sort of sign, Vault's gonna drop that smoke here. They just walk in. He's taking duels. There's the util. You're still not throwing anything down.
I told you.
Doesn't need to. With Red Star's MP9, swing for 2. Advantage gets taken away. Sure, you Passion. You still got the time here, but you're running out of HP and manpower. They
Like,
make
what are you doing?
sloppy play out of it.
It's the sloppiest of jobs. It's like you don't even look to find any info elsewhere. I don't know why. You have the time and all the time in the world. What, a minute and 10 seconds before they start walking up into B? And they don't even entertain the idea that there could be more on A and connector or toilets.
Hold. Oh, what's death sound? That's not supposed to happen, unfortunately. I don't know, Tail. This is and has been a game by all definitions.
Forced by...
No, not this time.
Just water.
Okay, this I
Just
can
water.
respect.
Quem has had enough of the shenanigans. A little longer, and he's gonna right plus left or plus right into the console. Have a bit of a fun time as we go into a plus 12 probably here. 500. Yeah, Quem has had enough. Like, he's losing it. Quem is visibly frustrated with the current game. That is a fact. When a play, okay, now let's go into the psychologicals. When a player does something like that,
Bee hopping, having fun.
yeah, you know, just kind of ignoring the normalcy, you know, just kind of going out of the zone as if, you know, no longer caring a little bit. That's what I'm getting at. That's fact. That's what, look, he's still doing it. He's still trying to bait. Obviously, he's trying to bait them in with all the jumping, but the fact he was jumping up until toilets from long tells you he's had enough. He's had enough of this. He just wants to be done. And I think...
I'm gonna interject here, provide you with a counter argument of, I think you're reading too much into it. I think it's just that boring round. He's not expecting much from. And they've got to one of the site here. I mean, that's not the absolute worst of scenarios. They can't even try to put the bomb down here.
They don't have the bomb.
They don't have the bomb. I lied. It's on long. Wow. Okay. Never mind.
Finish.
A game of Counter-Strike has been brought forth today.
I heard
12-8, the scoreline. We are looking at Ancient. Was it always Ancient the designer? Right, well, I'm making that up. Did I think it was something else? What did I think that? I don't know. Ancient indeed, but I don't know why I thought it was something else. That's what we're looking towards here. With 500. Flash Rainwaker to mid, nothing is seen. I do appreciate the fact that we've seen a lot more normal half here. We can relax and get back down to
Earth from the moon.
Earth,
yes.
yeah. I feel like we were listening to Rocket Matt getting ready to go toward the next planet entirely here. Bags are packed and ready to go. Jacasmo, he has already been sent to said next place. He's of the view the need architecture, supposedly, perhaps somewhere in the Yucatan Peninsula. Perhaps, nonetheless. 50 seconds separate 500 from map number 3 along 4 kills. Shadow for Rainwaker. Quem doesn't check the corner. And this is why you should always check your lefts and rights when you cross the street. Even if it is just a corner like this. In Counter-Strike, that goes a long way. And with Cirque as well. He's got 17 kills, by the way. On Dust 2, he wasn't really a factor. Here, he's having a great time. And it's been good to see Cirque as well being or getting this sort of activation in recent games, I think. He's been missing for a long time. Hasn't had the best of numbers. Here, it's got a good game. Out of 500, they solidified the second half. But we're not done with the series. We head to Charles, to talk us through what happened here.
Look, I think there's a lot to talk about, and not really a lot to talk about in the same sense of things. Passion Your Way, I mean, they made things competitive. I don't think they actually showed us anything great on Overpass in terms of they worked on a lot. I think they were able to win rounds off of individuals and individual moments. But when it came to actually sort of showing what they've done on this map, there wasn't a lot to it. An interesting fact, actually, is Passion Your Way, the only rounds they were able to string together, so this is more than one in isolation, was off the pistol and the conversion. Other than that, there was nothing. It was all rounds in isolation. It was all sort of clutch moments, individual plays. And I think this was a bit of a deeper issue for what Passion Your Way actually have shown us on this map, to the point where there's plenty of rounds where they could have gone on a streak. There was plenty of opportunities where they could have. I mean, you look at that initial sort of back and forth on the sort of this third round onto probably about the 8th or something. We saw constant both teams back and forth against one another. And it doesn't matter how good Passion Your Way's bio was or how weak 500s were, they were just never able to actually show us anything solid to a decent CT side on Overpass. And as soon as we moved over to the T side, when it became a bit more of a close affair, 500 stabilized. They looked solid enough on their CT side today. And honestly, it felt like they were the better team 90% of the way throughout. And it just felt like a couple of individual moments dug Passion Your Way out of some trouble. I was going to sort of touch on round number, I want to say 16? It was not round number 16. Maybe 18, something along the lines of that. We saw Warren go for the Hero AK, with the boys on the castle questioning, was he saving money for this AWP? I think there's certainly the possibility he was going to bring out this AWP, but realizing the scoreline, realizing how important it was, maybe opted against it, going for the Hero AK. Ends up getting a 3K in that round. Passion Your Way, win it. They sort of break the money of 500, who end up going for a force buy. And on paper, you look at it and say, wow, this is Passion Your Way's chance to get straight back into this game. And again, we see another fumble. And it just felt like, how many mistakes could we see from both sides? And it kind of was just a bit of a culmination of all of that. But when you're 500 and you're on the T side, you're on the weaker side, it doesn't really matter as much, because you keep on making this game competitive. You keep on getting rounds on the board out of nowhere. And as long as you give yourself enough of a chance on your CT side, 500 should be able to take it. And that's exactly what they did. Able just to keep on battling back. Rainwaker, again, another very good game individually for him. For now, he feels like he could be my MVP of this series. If 500 going to win it, he's looked very sharp throughout. And the guys on the desk were also, or the guys on the cast were also touching on Cirque a little bit. I think there's one thing that everyone should probably keep in mind going forward. Cirque's form right now actually has been pretty good these last couple of months. Probably some of the best form I've actually seen Cirque play in a good few years, to be fair. But I think a real test for Hampus now is, look, you're an experienced in-game leader. You've been bounced around in a lot of these sort of tier 2 teams. This is a project I can actually really get behind, and I really do like. A real test for Hampus now could be, how much can you get out of Cirque? Is this going to be something you can consistently see him provide? Because if you can bring Cirque sort of anywhere near that 2019 level of form, I think Hampus would deserve so much credit, as Cirque has had plenty of chances, but it just hasn't quite worked out for him here. On this occasion, though, most importantly, 500 do take down Passion Your Way on Overpass. I think most of us were expecting this on the desk. I think we were all looking at this and saying this is probably the way it's going to go. Question is map number 3. This one feels a little bit more open-ended. Passion Your Way, they've had some tough games today. I feel like we do know this team can suffer from tilt at times. And the question is always, in between these maps, in between maps particularly that they've lost, how quickly can these guys bounce back? Because you can occasionally see them kind of get demolished on one map and be a bit slow to start the next. I'm hoping these guys can bounce back, give us a competitive time on Ancient, because look, there's still a semi-final spot up for grabs, and one of these two teams has to take it. But before we find that out, we are going to be jumping into a short break. We'll be back in about 10 or so minutes with Ancient, so don't go anywhere, and we catch you very shortly.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right through the smoke. Look at him
Boys, this best of three has had a lot of what I don't really know. It's been ups and downs. There's been positives, there's been negatives for both teams. But at the end of the day, we're here on Ancient. This one maybe will have a bit more normality than map number 2 did. Exus, are there any initial expectations that are screaming out to you?
No. I have very little to imagine in my head for this entire series, unfortunately. We have to somehow come back down to Earth. We did get back somewhat there toward the end of map 2. And now we'll see if an Ancient is what puts us back on track to a normal game of Counter-Strike for one. But my expectations are all over the place at the moment. I've got nothing.
Yeah, I think probably everyone at home, us as well, are probably all in a similar boat. I still do have any expectations. I'm going to actually press you even more, Teo. Who do you think's going to take it? After what we've seen on map number 1, look, there's been nothing necessarily concrete from either of these teams, but does Ancient give you any sort of hint?
I think it gives me more hope for Passion, if nothing else. I feel like they've grasped at what we were kind of missing in that series against Big. And, you know, even on the first map, we saw them at the second half really kind of get together and wake up. So I feel like Ancient should be the real showcase of the Passion we expected today. 500, they did a great job. I think the new roster is looking very strong. I'm not going to lie. Like, I think with Hampus now leading, it seems like they found their new stride. But overall, it just feels like Passion are currently in, you know, overdrive mode. And whilst, yes, the second map might have been lost, sure, I feel like Ancient is their home turf where they showcase everything they know.
Yeah, I suppose one thing on the flip side for 500 as well, we have got to see them play Ancient a little bit with this new 5. They played it on 2 different occasions, one of which being really solid. We actually saw them play it here at Thunderpick. They ended up playing against TPU. Won that one with 31. They absolutely smashed them there. A bit of a closer game against BetClick yesterday. They ended up just losing that one out in overtime. But look, these guys aren't necessarily any strangers to this map, so hopefully we are going to actually get to see something decent between these two. I might be right in saying, did I hear that we're heading into the game, or did I hear we're going into break? We're not heading into the game just yet, sadly. Gonna have to tease you all at home for a little bit longer, as we are going to be jumping into a short break before we do actually get into the action with Ancient. So don't go anywhere, we'll be back very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We return to action. It is going to be our third and final map of this confrontation between 500 and Passion UA. Yes, today is the day. It's the quarterfinals day. It's the end of the line for one of these two teams, but nonetheless, it is a lot on the line. Let's see how it goes.
Do I say the line is Mario? Do we go for the Mr. Super
No,
Mario Marios?
let's not mess about. I've said Passion, I think, will win. That's my expectation. They've showcased good resilience.
Oh.
500, meanwhile, have showcased good team play and understanding of the necessities needed to be done. Topa with the refrags, Topa with 2. It's still going to be a 3 versus 3. It's Topa 4-3, 4-4. Topa! Is it another ace? Is it Quem all over again? No, Demka from the back, from ramp. The flank is there, yes, but it's Passion regardless. On Topa's behalf, what a round!
He's feeling it. He's feeling it for the pistol. 4 headshots, round 4 Passion. And nothing to show for 500. They're still going for the force buy. There's an age-old saying we've been talking about here on this map. If you want a bomb plant, go A. 500, go B. I guess they don't want it.
I don't want it. What are they? Jon Snow? Round 2. Yeah, you don't
Elaborate
know,
on Jon Snow here. Okay, hold on. And maybe in a bit.
Give me a
Think
sec.
about what you said. Jagasmo, he's got B on the lock and key. Okay, Jon Snow doesn't want it. What do you mean?
In the series, they destroyed the character Jon Snow, where they made him all girly-like, we could say, and just like, oh, I don't want the crown, I don't want to be the king, you know, that.
Okay, sure.
Yes,
I feel
Game
like
of
that
Thrones,
was.
you don't know?
I do. I just feel like that
Yes.
was not really the most relevant part, and nobody really cares about.
Well,
the last season
Bran
or two.
became king. That's dumb.
know,
It
I
should have been
know.
Jon.
Okay,
it.
we're not talking about that. I feel like when you talk about Game of Thrones and Jon Snow, it's the fact that he knows nothing. You go for the fact that, oh, he doesn't want to be king. That's just weird, man.
What? No, he's clearly the main guy. He's the protagonist. In any case,
that's not the
it
point
doesn't matter.
here, buddy.
It's fine.
That's not the point. We're gonna settle this once and
no,
for all.
no. Not now. Not now. We can't do it now, man. This is not the setting, not the right place or time. 500. Luckily, they have an eco, so we're not going to miss anything big. But you ain't settling anything with me, man. I got the books at home. I've read them 10 times over.
Yeah, well, too bad. Mr. R.R. Martin has yet to write the last one.
Last 2. That's the more
it's
worst
2?
part.
Oh my
There's
God, I
2
thought it
of
was just
them,
1.
yes.
All
It's
right. Either
horrible.
way, here's round 3. And I mean, as we kind of said before our Game of Thrones argument
Yes.
started,
Yeah.
we said if you want to get a bomb plant, go A. They went B, no bomb plant. Big shock, big surprise. That's 3-0 for Passion UA. Good CT start. Here come the weapons. Here comes the storm. That is 500. They are rapidly approaching your location.
Here we go. The storm is brewing, that's for sure. 500. Currently not looking towards mid-control. They're just kind of handling elbow with a bit of a passive stare. There's a bit of presence towards... yeah, never mind. Plateau. Volt gets the nade down in his face. And it's going to be down to a 4v4. A lot of damage on Rainwaker. And a big flank
what a
back
push.
ram. He's been spotted, though. His position compromised. He's dead. Rainwaker, good reaction. Well done. And 500 regain control of the situation. We have to say Passion, bonus moment, bonus round, really.
Treating it as such, seeing what they can get away with. As for Kvem, he could not get away with a single thing. But we are not seeing 500 really in a position to capitalize off the kill either. They go away. They'll slow it down with the 50 seconds still on the clock to decide how they want to approach this. And only now will they group up, head toward the A side. They're going to have nobody there. On the Passion side, making a play out of mid. They want to clear out as much of this position as they can. Here's contact. Hampers in a lot of trouble. Will come out victorious in his fight, but Jagasmo still makes the rotation, and he's going to have Topa join him. This 1-2 punch could be deadly if he buys a little bit of time. If he's the one to bait for his teammate, that's the first. Let Topa get into the action for one of his own as well, but now to do the last few.
Oh, out of bullets! No way!
Never reloaded. Still swings in. We're not done with this round. It's just so close. My God.
We're cutting it close here. Somebody almost cutting the onions as well. 500. Luck on their side. Hampa's there with a quick reload, quick re-snap, and he secures the round. It doesn't go 1v1. It doesn't go 2v1. And 500, number 1, is on the board. Meanwhile, Passion... Here's the rebuy. As we said, previous was a bonus. They didn't really have to rebuy much at all, so they've still got some bank even now. And mid-control will be contested fully. No counter argument from Passion by the looks of it. Volt through the smoke on Voro. That's the AWP out of commission. Good peek by Topa. The pop flash support is there from Jagasmo. And it seems like they're going to continuously engage this. They want to go B. Topa re-engages himself, though. He finds another. That's Red Star. Left hanging by his teammate. Hampus didn't help, and they're just losing players left and right. Passion is currently making positive trades, even if the players are low HP. They're in a much better state, though. Hampus, through the smoke, it's a free kill.
Everybody's locked in here for 500 as well. You've got the play in mid. Demka's got that covered, and Nate the throw exposes him to the open. Where Rainwaker is unable to land the shots necessary, and a single point of HP for Gigasmo to live with. Present Passion 4-1, as you say. It doesn't matter how those trades go, as long as they're live. They can play with the mana power, and then Gigasmo, the same sort of game he had on Dust 2. He was the one keeping things afloat, but right now they're more than in the lead, and he has that help. Passion, start confirmed. 4-1, looking like 5, but 500. Force buys here. This is like the way Passion ended their T-side of Overpass. They force and half-bought, or Euro rifled and such. Here, with the loss bonus, everyone's good. There's not going to be any lack in the next round. But mid has become a stalemate. That's the initial part of this round, and 500 out to A.
As
They won a
expected.
1 plant this time.
They might get it, actually. Topa is going to try and counter. If he dies, they've got no quick support bar for Donuts, so this is a very dangerous endeavor. Demka is the one to catch him, though. Prevents the bomb plant. Peeks again, finds the second, and now Topa can go into action. Demka with 3, it's too easy. Passion make it look simply quite a calculated play here. No issue. No questions asked. No quarter given. No bomb plant. Big ups from Passion. Quem started off a bit funny, not gonna lie. I mean, he's looking really good at 5-3, but nades himself, gives himself a bit of concussion, like loses almost half his HP, then obviously getting found, but recovery on point, and Demka does a great job. 5-1, tactical timeout. 500, having to discuss for a moment what the hell will they do, and the answer is quite simple. Buy up and perhaps speed up. I think it's time to ramp up the aggression. Slow play won't work because Passion have gotten ingrained into their positions.
Let's see the plan here for 500. Things have gone a long way from the start of Dust 2. We've had just about everything. What the hell is Cirque doing? That looks like he's DC'd, but genuinely no clue.
Spotted.
Red Start, looking for the headshot, opening things toward the B side. He's playing aggressively, but won't be punished.
He has to pick
Walk
up
away.
C4.
Has to get it. Everyone else on his team out towards A. Slowly, eventually. Dimka still has this round in the palm of his hands. Drop the bomb. His teammates rotate in. And there is trouble, perhaps, of Ruin. That's 1 and 2! Oh, above and beyond. Above and beyond. Another nade on himself. Flash on Quem, now Demka. Hampus brings 1 back. Still problems in the fact that Demka holds and retains his position with Quem finding water through the smoke. Requiring a round out of Vault! And he's supercharged for this one. 30 seconds and the bomb. 1v3 to the last man in just mere seconds. And one last one! He'll spray away a quick burst of the dome. They're not giving up that easy.
Masterfully by Volt. They just perform he performs an electrifying play, a hat trick there that gives them the win in the end. A 4 versus 2 situation for Passion that should never be really, there should never really have been a chance for 500 to let alone allow it to go to Volt in a 1v3, and then it's all on him and it's enough. Now that stirs Passion for sure, both in 500 and both in the team of Passion, as they will rebuy, but mind you, that is a shakeup where Water surely does not aggro mid as much as he did previously. We can't forget, He finds Cirque, and afterwards, he keeps on running onward to find the second player to try and re-engage. Getting himself killed a little bit early, and afterwards, Passion obviously on the back leg. But
here's the nades. Good damage. And what do we got here? Out toward the site. Flashbang's not good to set things up here. Gasmo and the Topa openings found. Evolves with a trade again. Want something more. There goes more util in the site. They're trying to force these fights, and Evolve is going to be put into the open. You still got Gasmo waiting for his own chance to activate. And that's what he's gone for. Slowly, they get in. But it is only a temporary relief they get on the site, and nothing actually taken for. Just one kill, no bomb plant. They got 5 hundo, still stuck on this too. Passion putting up a great CT defense here. And now everybody's active. Bar 4, well, one of the LVP we're still waiting for, but at the moment, it doesn't seem like anybody's really all too keen on challenging Waro in these earlier rounds either, so it's not like he's been given all too many opportunities. Out towards the B-side yet again. And for Spray is decent. The full commitment. Topa, that is crazy.
pulls out the P2000.
No help! No help! What?
That's awkward. Leaves you stranded. Passion right now. Man down, but they've got still a player on site, so they're looking to defend this actively. In corner, Jacasmo is going to be found, and that's going to be the easy kill for Rainwaker's Tech 9. 4 versus 3. The speed take is looking more and more unlikely, especially if the flank doesn't work. It's going to be Demka from Jag into Cave, and first contact has to go his way. It's Hampus waiting. This is an eco round that seemingly works for potentially 500. The bomb plan, the 2 kills, it's enough already to make it work on paper.
God, again, we can't go back. We can't go back to Overpass. We can't go back to what was trading back and forth. We need something stable, but that's being rocked here by Red Star on the Tech 9. He's been put down low, and he'll swing for another. On the pistols, the force is what we got here. That as well, my God. They're getting away with an absolute robbery here.
That was insane. Red Star, well played. What a showcase. Testament as well to everything we've been saying so far. How long these guys have been playing, how long they've been grinding, and I truly think with Hampus leading the squad, it might just pull it all together to something more than it ever was before. Cirque, great entry. It's Demka to fall, and it's going to leave again Passion with limited options. I mean, what? They have very aggressive set. Waro again, he's looking to maybe keep on pushing. If he dies, that's A-side compromised. The challenge from Quem, likewise, it's a one-and-done spot. If you can't get multis, it's B-side lost, and it looks like it could go to 4. There goes Waro. Do 500 change their mind? They were planning on going through mid. They do.
They've got just about the ways to make this one work, but you'll have Topa to challenge. Smoke deployed to Donut, and yikes, he's not ready. He was feeling more of the mid approach. Wasn't ready for them to rock up that quickly through a main. Timing betrays him, and as soon as he's down, a 5-on-2 is what awaits Passion UA. We already know how this is going. We see it. No attempt at tail all of this. Now they take 4 rounds from the pistols. Red Star's 4K. And suddenly 500 to match said round amount, and keeping this one more than alive as well. They have not wasted the opportunity given to them by Red Star. Here as well, they want to hunt them down. Looking for at least one of these players, and perhaps both, but they do just seem to want to respect a little bit here. Smoke deployed, and nobody's going crazy enough to go through. Remember, these saved weapons can still make the difference. But will they? How are they going to be set up?
aggro A main. I think that's what you do here.
Let's
Either
do it.
you go aggro mid or A main. One or the other. If you go mid, you probably go through donuts, or would you rather... I
to
think
A main,
donut would be
baby.
better, but it is going to be main, yeah.
One of these extremities where the teams that are most likely
Yeah.
to leave just one player, perhaps. We've seen as well, right? Kvem tried to push this earlier on, there were two waiting for him. Couldn't get either one. Now they want to have a bait and switch. Oh, and he just goes aggressive. He's the first to get contact. That is
Good bait.
crazy. Worrell gets taken down. The trade to be forced from Cirque. That is a crazy push. Still after the first. You have the advantage. You could have made rotations, but now it's slipping by. A very minute chance was given to Passion. Tried to press their luck, see if anybody else was going to be there, but it shuts it down. Round 11, it is leaning heavily one way more than the other.
See, that's exactly what I was afraid of. I get you want to push more in A main, but it feels like you're really overstretching your boundaries. And
Oh my god.
Jacasmo, I mean, he gets one. That's great. More than that, we can't really expect. This 500,
Wait a minute,
they're
wait a
just
minute,
too
wait a
good
minute.
to be stopped. Yeah, don't worry about it. I don't think there would ever be any crazy shenanigans beyond that. But 500, the storm is truly brewing for them as well. They've opened up a can of worms that seemingly Passion cannot close, they cannot deal with. They are understanding, you know, they seem to understand the aggression quite well, are prepared for it at every single point. I like how they're cognizant of that being possible everywhere, so they're just keeping an eye out. Always keeping somebody towards A main. Keeping an eye out on elbow, and of course double doors B if they don't have Speedway or Shelf. And right here, they're going to fight for mid. Let's see if they can strong arm Passion into submission.
Damage to Red Star. He's been put down to 8 HP. That's the early sprays and early possibility that PC's side on putting on the pressure here, whether it be nades, wallbangs, or maybe even both. The Gasmo gets contact. You've still got plenty of time. For now, you just have to respect all this utility that does go back and forth.
Not the first time 500 have slowed their approach. It seems to be working well for them when they do. Campus takes time to set up the play, and we do see it's going to be a big execution, of course. Nothing else is really possible. Topa, excuse me, is just waiting for that pixel angle, making sure he gets the info of somebody's cave or not. Water 2K has been smoked off, but they re-engage ramp. They take it aggressively. They are not completely committed. That's a mistake. Topa now isolated. The mistake on the side of Passion for not committing ramp is costing them the round. And in the end, well played by 500. Although Quem, is he expected? He is. He's checked. And checked out. Demka saving the weapon.
Cannot. Last round has to
I
go for
know.
it. Has to push
That's the
forward, and
scary.
guess what? Even worse, he doesn't have a kit. Might be the case one of his teammates had, but there's still 3 T-side players to fight, and time ticks so far. All they have to do is swing together or just hide all together. It does not matter. They choose to swing. That's a fantastic round on 500, just due to sheer timing. You saw there as well when it came to the defense out of Topa and I want to say Jacasmo on site. It doesn't matter who the second one was. But how it went, they wanted to pressure Cave together. They wanted to double swing it. Molotov comes at the exact time. Topa then makes a quick turn, says, yeah, you know what? Let's go ramp. Boom. Dead. It's an awkward position where they have to be incredibly fast to respond to it. And they were a step behind. It's still a decent idea and a decent round for the defense there to be wide awake and make that fast reaction. But the actual kills, they favored 500 there. They'll take this to 6-6. Is a pretty damn strong T-half, all in all considered. This as well being ancient. The storm is brewing. It is approaching on the 500 side, but the second half doesn't level the playing field completely.
Honestly, I think Demko obviously wishes he could have kept that weapon alive. If he only could. If only.
Going with it in the pistol. Break the game.
Break the game, break the rules. That's what they were meant to
God,
do.
I loved buying back
Breaking
10
full.
pistol rounds.
Oh, that was so crazy for a time. That was really something. And well, something has to be this second half. Passion towards A. Meanwhile, 500 expecting more trouble on B side. Cirque is ready with dualies. He's going to engage, but he locks on a bit too quickly. Volt there to rectify the mistake, yet Red Star is alone on A. I mean, they do have Hampus and CT, who's kind of wiggling about towards Red. As Red Star is given a free kill, not spotted by Demka, mistake made. 500, they've got the way in. Or rather, they will leave the bomb plant? I'm genuinely shook. They don't try to even break the bomb plant. Water 2K from the back. Passion. Whilst it might have looked grim or grimly, it's Water to try and save them. Double from the side of Water, but it's Volt Bill and so quick.
He's had 2 massive rounds already, and this is just the start of Ancient still. I think so far as well, when you do look at the numbers, right, they haven't had the absolute most amount of games played. His numbers, yeah, pretty mid so far, but we know he can be great. It's just getting into this team. But overall, when you do look at 500, the firepower they have is pretty damn strong. Which is the fun part of the team as well. And then the question as well we posed way back when we still had our sanity on dust here was, what about the longevity of this 500 team? And after this honeymoon period ends, that's kind of made some correlations. A lot of the teams where Hampus joins, they make a quick surge in form. They get into a really good position, and then slowly they kind of plateau and stagnate. That's been the case for a few times already. It's just about getting past that. A better position, and that's the question of longevity. Beautiful. If they can answer to that. Here in mid, you've got a great shutdown of Passion UA. Nobody's lost their lives, even though damage dealt. And everybody's fighting together.
Love
All
this.
of 500. They look to take down this one last man. Bully poor old Kvem.
Bully, they really do, as they react like a team should. They get control of C4 towards Donut. They establish mid control, they got the entries, and they just send in reinforcements to make sure nobody can die without retribution. 8-6, Passion are left with a bit of a weird choice. Well, it's not really a weird choice, it's an eco, but the weird choice is, damn boys, we're about to be down 9-6, we have another buy, but then that buy is kind of mid. Well, Passion, you better make something happen, perhaps a bomb plant if nothing else, and they're running A already. They're trying to surprise 500, but there seems to be a star in the making. It's going to be Red Star. It's going to be Cirque and Red Star, double for the man already, and it's enough. It's number 9.
Back-to-back rounds, and not a single soul lost for that 500 side since their early start. Be quite the strong one, and tough to crack here, a tough nut. We'll get there. And we'll get to see exactly now how Passion UA want to respond to the first timeout to be used here. And we'll figure out what they're cooking. It has been a bit of stagnation as well for the Passion side. They all started pretty damn well. But 500, they've picked up the pace, and they have left them in the dust here. So far, haven't really cared to look behind them either. It's been, what, 4 or 5 rounds in a row? 6-3, so... Sorry, 6 rounds in a row, yeah.
Yep, 6 rounds
And
in a row.
all that from Tech 9 of Red Star. Pistol is what started it, forced by, half by. And blink and yell, miss, the game has gone by.
Pretty much, 500 running with the storm now. They are in the eye of it. It seems like Passion wants to counter this by a bit of a more passive approach. Not looking to sacrifice numbers on mid, not looking to fight it off for ultimate glory, but rather just take it slow, tactical, take elbow, you know, slowly creep up towards Jagan's shelf, look to take Cave eventually, and force the CTs into a bit of a defensive spot on site, then having their arms out and kind of feeling everywhere around them.
Let's say, yeah, you've got 4 plays on to be. Surely you can make an aggressive play out of this on 500.
They're gonna do that.
To.
Yeah, they will. They're pushing down ramp. There we go.
Ampus with the flashbang as well, throws it out. They'll find one for their troubles. Wara will be traded out. Seemingly not going to be pushing all too far beyond that. They'll respect it. Doubling down in Cave instead, and Passion also making their own decisions on where to go here. It's going to be A. Cirque will be the first to rotate over, but Red Star, for the moment, needs to get something out of this initial engagement from which he'll be running away from. Cirque's got a flashbang, and that's the only thing to set up Red Star here. Damn kind of main. You know, he's been good. He's been sharp. He's had his moments. He won't be getting anything as of yet. 4v4 for the retake, and at 1 through main. This could be the kill that decides how this one goes. You got 3 trapped in Donut here. Smoke on Rainwaker, and now gone. Now this retake becomes that much more difficult. With no real utility to blow off everybody else on this one. They can find a Gasmo, that's 1. 3 more to go. You know one's A main. Where about the other 2? Demka.
Oh, Demka
Slips right in before the bomb or smoke goes up. In 10 seconds, you gotta defuse the bomb. Cannot do so, but they're trying their absolute best. It's just Demka delivering through the smoke, and even the second diffuser and Kvem through the back line. The Zakir Passion number 7. They are alive. Withstanding here for the second half, and they are starting things off now.
7, man. They got 7. Let's see if they get 8 and 9. 500 will be trying to stop this. They've got a bit of bank, not much left, so this is one of those final tries of a round. Fail, and it's likely a tie. First contact, not a great one. Volt, he died previously the first as well, but it's Rainwaker to make a bit of energy out of it, or rather a little bit of space. Free kill as he peeks out wide, slips back into shadows, and that is an easy entry for 500. That will be very difficult to repeat. Ooh, good angle.
Remember when this game could have been a 2-0?
Yeah.
If only 500 didn't lose the unlosable Dust 2.
9-3, man. Never forget Quem.
GT side, that's the reason we're here. Passion made the comeback of a lifetime on Dust 2.
They really did.
And 500, they fumbled the bag.
Big time.
Really bad. Really, really bad. And they were given so many chances as well. That was when Wara was still sleeping. He still hasn't had that big map, big moment, really. But the game is different. We go through Overpass. That's a circus, a show in its own right. Getting into one of the site, you've got to play, and Circus playing around this default. He's trying to find himself any chance to get an opening to work with, and Red Star's showing up a double of his own. 15 seconds, he can molly this default. And Kvem will be forced into the open as well here. Picks up the bomb. The Molotov. Wait for the contact. There it is.
Good molly. Oh, nice body block.
There's no time. Is there time? Is there time?
There is time. Oh! Milli! Less than a millisecond. A pixel even. Oh my goodness. Wow.
You gotta be kidding.
That is 500. A massive, massive clutch. I mean, big ups there to Red Star for staying alive for as long as he did, for avoiding any sort of contact. The Molotov bought him the extra second that he needed, the extra millisecond even. It took enough time from the fact that he, you know, the T player Quem had to pull out a smoke to then defuse the molly, or rather extinguish it, to then pulling out the C4, and it all left him with just a pixel too late of an image there to plant the bomb just as the timer hits 0. And that's the 3.2 seconds bomb plant that we see there. And I think that's that's really less than 0.1 second, honestly.
That's how you get double digits. That's the way they get here. Slowing down Passion UA as well. You can see they're scraping the bottom here. A couple of Tech 9s mixed in this buy. You start off. Mid control is where they want to go. Red Star, yet again, he plays the same angle he has a few times. Here's the flash from Topa. They're gonna try to make a fast play out of this one. Not a smoke, but a nade instead. It'll chip away just about.
Love the smoke here.
Turk as well, missed shots. He's gonna tempt them in, but that smoke still takes them away. Push to red instead. Hampus awaits, and he's gonna have a little bit of support from Red Star. It's gonna be Raid Waker. And here's the push! Topa looks to punish. Stuck in a corner. Traded out. 2 or 3 out of Demka and Pajikasmo required. Now, they're fighting, and they're just not succeeding at the moment. Bomb gets dropped as well. And that's mid-clear.
Not just that. That's the round gone for Passion. That's a big, big problem. They're out of money. It's about to be 11-7. If Jacasmo does not clutch this somehow, he's got 37 seconds close range against the M4. Not a great position, but he's the Red Star on the other side that's slow likewise. Jacasmo just plays into the smoke. He didn't pick up the C4. He missed it. Missed it by a little bit.
Wait, they've let it go? They didn't realize he doesn't have the bomb.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't even have the time
It doesn't
anymore to
matter.
go B.
Wherever he goes, he dies, because there's both players on each side, and...
And... Oh, hold on.
What the...
No way.
Oh, come on.
No way. Red Star waits. Jacasmo. He's never going to expect this to be the position of Red Star, especially not this advanced, but around the box, Jacasmo, he stays his ground, waits in the smoke, hopes for a slip-up from 500. But besides the kill and at the bomb plant, there is no more slip-up. That's still a fantastic round out of him. But for 500, that's going to be 11-7, as you mentioned. So much closer to securing the deal here and finishing off this series. It has been a wild ride so far.
A grueling one, I would say, for Passion, given that they had to jump straight from big to this. They had less than about 10 minutes for the game, because they less than 5 minutes, really, because you know, they were running out of time for map 1 to be forfeited. Whew, what a day this is really coming out to be. And I think Passion realized with that bomb plan, they have to do everything they can to stop 12 from getting up there, from stopping 500. And hope, you know, preventing them from winning this series, eliminating them in the quarterfinals, taking the semis for their own, and perhaps having an easy way to the finals themselves. 500, this would be a glorious start to the new roster. Honestly, a deep run in the Thunderpick series is a good show of what you've built, at least to test a little bit the waters. As Passion on the other side, they've already been here many times in different iterations. Obviously, they want to succeed again, but today is not that day, perhaps. This is their final chance. Minimal utility, Galils and AKs, and a spray from Red Star from the Beyond.
The winner of this one goes against the winner of HOTU versus Sinners as well. That's the closing match of today, coming out way later. Now this one still to be decided. Demka, and over to the side up. The trade, nowhere near. Bolt gets deleted, Passion led toward the side. Hampus the rotation, not the first time we see him not ready for a fight. Lapped across the face. We are seeing them back away.
Okay, Passion, they've done what they've been hoping to achieve, which is denial of 12, denial of overtime, denial of series point. Now grind it back yourself. It only takes you a good 6 rounds in a row. It wouldn't be the first time we see it. Cirque and Red Star saving their weapons. They'll buy the next, obviously. That's the least we can expect here. Or can we? Because low loss bonus, 1.4. Yeah, actually, the smart choice would be to not buy. Because then you have a proper investment on the next where you have everything available to you. And we're not speaking just about the weapons, but the utility, which is more important than ever right now. Every round going, down to last 20, 30 seconds. Passion taking their sweet time and approaching them. But they will buy regardless. They don't want to obey the laws of nature. They'll obey the only laws they know. It's their own. And right now, the laws say they have to win. Well, fair. Hampus, he will fall. Does not look good to start. Volt gets caught in the back. There's no support. It's a disheveled round from 500. And that shall be another one easy for Passion, which means we're going up to 10 for Passion. Nearly guaranteed.
This one's going the distance, and it's not the first time. This force buy, sadly, hasn't gone the way of 500 at all. Barely even any damage. So for them, there's not much to look at. Boys, we did well. Unless, of course, this 1-2 punch will work their way. Cirque missed it first. And there, the 5-7's only good for one. You needed the first shot for the Cirque to connect. Would have given the 5-7 a chance to multi-frag and the Cirque to swing back. They'd both get wiped out, and Passion UA did go into this with a feeling so damn good, knowing, boys, they're broke as hell. They got nothing.
Yes, they are. They've got absolutely nothing here.
Also, shout out. We're finally getting them kind of series.
Hey, welcome back. I mean, not that he was ever gone. Yeah, but it's been a moment since we've seen him on the top fragger list.
Yeah, I mean, bottom of the server, bottom of the series so far. Only Volts below him. 22 and 24 kills to the two of them in this series. And then you compare to Rainbreaker at 50 and Kvem at 44. You know, you're missing quite a bit. So, it's nice. It's nice you don't go in the entire series without it, at least. Here's Kvem, looking for more. Only one. And... ouch. Seems like it won't be too costly. Might have spoken too soon, let's see. Have I spoken too soon? Surely not. Surely you're not going to lose more than one here. Red Star and the AK is so far out of any single duel, although, why is... Okay, World likes hunting for these exit kills, and I don't like it. I'm not a fan.
I don't think Veto is either now.
Oh, no.
That's a pretty chunk of damage, by the way. Honestly.
Yes, it is.
It's not going to matter in a little time, but that little time that is left, well, there are a few rounds that need to be played, and all three of them have to have a lot of money for the CTs or the Ts available. So right now, 500, another opportunity to shut this down, put Passion out of their misery almost, and take this series for their own. Or is the Ukrainian side going to reassemble, shall we say, and regroup to find renewed energy and finishing this series with a win instead of a loss? It would go a long way, given their start of the day. I can understand their frustration. I can understand their, let's say, negative outlook on the day, or at least feelings. But this is a chance to make it a little bit better, right? To improve your day and play for tomorrow. As we kick off round 22, we're looking at Passion to get 11 and 500 to prevent any sort of insurgency into their potential win.
Openings is what Passion are after at the moment. It's come at the cost already of War and Quem being tagged up here. Boost above the smoke. On the other side, Rainwaker lost. Jump in as well for information. Don't see anybody close. And Evolved, he'll be put toward a fight. As for how that goes, to be determined, or actually, there is a conclusion. Nothing happened. Here, however, Demka finding one, and up close, you got a chance for Cirque to multi-kill, and that has not gone his way. And Quem out A, he's found the space to work with his teammates rotating in through mid through Donut, and for 500, well, we're talking about the damage they dealt to Passion UA's finances. Inconsequential, yes, but here for them, they've got nothing left for them. Just a save. We're going to tie things up here, 11 all. And Waro, again, he's on these exits. Like, that. This is where he seems to get so much done. This was the case in, was it yesterday, the day before already? He was looking for a lot of these. Still is. We were talking about the AWP out of the lurk and all he's been doing. Even today. It's just a very weird style to go for. I mean, right in this round, he doesn't get punished. Last round, he did. It's just crazy to think that's what keeps happening. Very small part of the game as of this moment. The big scoop of the game is 11-11. We've tied up the game, and we are entering the last few rounds. Or the beginning of the end, Tail. Which one is it?
I don't know. I guess we're about to find out. Ladies and gents, round 23, 500. They have to play with, well, what we can see. Pistols and not much else. It's oatmeal for dinner if they don't get this win. And it's going to be a bit of a push towards A as well. Passion is clearly determined. They're going to continue here. Going to crash onto two players, and I think they've got them by the neck. Exactly. Red Star and Cirque are gone. It's Volt. Of course, his teammate Hampus right there with him. They will stop two. That is absurd. That is getting absurd. 500.
That's too much.
Hey,
Too
hold
much
up.
done. They're gonna push as the smoke fades. Demka's on 28. Hampus is close. They're looking for this. He's gone in the smoke into CT Sport, and Demka's just managed to disengage by planting the bomb, faking it, able to escape because Hampus pushed through. Now they've gone through A to B. Passion have ran around the map the hardest way imaginable to get the bomb down. Warlord's caught the rotation of Hampus. This one has so much going on here. And we're still keeping this one alive. With a kill from Walt, he's delivered a third. He started on the 5-7. He's the reason this one's doable. Demka still low. Now finds the kill on the Rainwaker and Volt's the last man alive. But he's so far removed from the situation. And without the kit, he'll have to forfeit this. Despite his best efforts. That round, so many ways it goes wrong. If Demka gets even a single bullet onto him while he's planting that bomb, it's a done deal.
This round is one of the craziest ones I've seen today, and we've seen some crazy stuff. Let's be honest. We've seen some good shit, and I gotta give it to both teams. They've given their heart out here in this series. Honestly, they've tried what they could. You know, Passion, I respect what they gave today. It's not easy for 500. It's unfortunate that now at the final sprint, it's the last 100 meters, the yard dash, or however the English call it, and they're faced with the reality. It's either overtime or they are out of the quarterfinals.
Let's see it. Out towards A, you've got contact and utility. Force the rotation out of 500. Cirque keeps keeping a war a bay in mid. And we go back. 4v5 Basher to close out of this series. They put Dust 2 back onto the map. They looked so down and out of it. They came back. They got it. Then they got smacked. As Overpass came back around, and now, against the odds one last time, they're looking to keep this one going their way. But the team kills involved don't make it any easier. Gasburtopa left as this round is entering its final moments. Bomb goes down on B. 4v2 for 500. 3 of them making their way through spawn, 1 away from mid. That's going to be Hampus soon arriving. And there's no utility to make this easier for Passion. No flash to give Topa an advantage. A straight duel is what he's doing. And a shadow advantage is what the opponents are working with. He'll deliver on the first, and Chikasmo left. 3 to find, 2 are low, and he is a dead man.
Welcome to overtime, everybody. We know the drill. It's first to 16, 4 rounds to be gotten, and then we see who takes the win afterwards. Could be double OT, could be triple OT, could go into quintuple OT. Either way, we're about to see it regardless. And yeah, 500. They recover in the end. It is a weird round from Passion towards B. That run-up ramp certainly didn't look too good, and we see what happens afterwards. It's a 2 versus 4. They've got no numbers. They've got no position. Topa without utility, and it's a near impossibility. And in fact, it is. 12-12. We are ready for overtime. Each team gets an additional timeout. One thing I have to say, I don't think Passion used all of their timeouts, did they?
I think there's maybe 1 remaining. But at least now in overtime, both teams do get 1 back at least, so they've still got those available. As we go, now we're back to familiar territory from Dust 2. OT, it's first to 16. This game still goes, still continues. We count down. If there's nothing else, both teams able to relax perhaps for a moment. A lot of stress taken off their shoulders. Now it's not 1 round to rule them all. Now it's not just 1 mistake. They've got a little bit more to play with here. 500. Forcing it here. Stress relieved, I'm sure.
Definitely letting go at least a little bit of the steam that has been building up. And we can see right here, 500 playing it quite comfortably, quite passively. Just taking their little time. Nobody wants to be the first one to screw up. That's the feeling that we're getting right now. And that's kind of the feeling we were getting today overall, even in the first series. Like, everybody wants to avoid being the guy that messes up and kind of loses either the round or the map almost. And obviously, given that this is the 3rd and final, it's the quarterfinals, you know, nobody wants to be the first. And Chikasmo, unfortunately, has to take it on the face. Out B. Walked one of the players, I believe Heard. That's going to be Topa. Surely expected. He seems to be at least. The angle for Red Star is good for 2. And it's 500 looking to win again.
Ooh. A freebie right here. Something going back the way of Passion here. And Kvem as well, he's got good position. Problem is, they're more than wary of this.
Yep.
Oh. Slow on the reaction. Unlike Red Star, his 3rd. He's having one of these highlight rounds again. Wanting the quad. He'll be denied. Demka, a slow start to this one, but a quick end here in the clutch. Walt taking a challenge is going to be what secures 513. But we keep going, man. We keep going. 1 round at a time here.
One round at a time.
In sight.
Not yet. I'm sure Passion will cook up a round on the T side here. Give us at least 1. Give us some hope to bear. To themselves especially. And in the end, we could see Red Star, as he said, with another amazing hat-trick. The performance out of this man today has been exceptional. More than you'd ever expect, really. He's looking to continue that pressure. Cirque in red team already ready, prepared. Vora 2K heard and perhaps expected even.
Plenty of noise. They got rid of him, and suddenly that's going to be mid freed up as well. If 500 look for any more information, they'll recognize nobody else is going to be here. A small timing to work with for Kvem. He brings it back. Exact worst timing to go for the close. Cirque is overcommitted. Give Kvem a triple, a way toward the B site. And again, individuals and Red Star is tasked to give us one hell of a performance, but he's down to 4 HP. There's a knife, wild swing in the smoke.
Wow.
I mean, they knew he was there. They heard his hags, and gotta respect the hustle at least. They'll still, surely, not be put in too bad of a situation, but Hampus hand-cook these up. Not this time.
Today.
Not today.
There it is.
Tied up. Yet again.
Whoop. There it is. Passion. Number 13. They tie it up. As I said, they're sure to get one. They're sure to cook one. And that's, I think, really good for them, given how well they played the previous half. I feel like, you know, getting 2 rounds T-side, maybe even, is going to be exceptional. Though 500 doing everything they can to prevent that, as we can see. Volt on 21 kills. He's quieted down a bit. Hampus, meanwhile, pushing mid, catching Quem for free. And meanwhile, it's a full commitment to B. 500. They got 2 players holding. Is it enough? Well, we're about to find out. Rainwaker alongside Volt.
What? Rainwaker? Hello? That's a poor performance.
Yeah. Good nade. Hampus
So that a
expected.
man. Ooh, now make it down to 2. Gigasmos picked up the AWP for the clutch. That's crazy. Ambitious. And an L handed to him. With 14 on 500 here, they've got the advantage in half-time. Still not going to say much here, because this was the same situation we had on Dust 2. 500 had the lead in overtime.
Yep.
And then it was gone.
Yeah,
and they lost
absolutely. Ooh,
Lost the game
500.
twice, you could say.
Crazy day.
Crazy day. But the day, still, as we say, it is just starting. We've got 2 more best of 3s here, potentially, to go. We've got
Good
some
luck.
stuff.
Good luck to our second crew today. They are going to be in for the long haul.
They've been waiting for a while, and sadly they'll have to wait a little bit longer. Hayes, JRT, and V-Dog are waiting. That'll be your second shift for today. Now, for the moment, you're still stuck with us here, as this game has been taking everything out of us. An hour's delay, 9-3, a comeback to overtime. Overpass at least was, the second half was normal, that's fine. And now on Ancient, another overtime. We are going the entire way and then some. Timeout, 500. They want to use it. They want to make sure everybody knows what to do. As you might imagine, they will have some practice. Not the absolute most. They're not going to be the absolute most prepared out of every team. They've had about 2-3 weeks of practice with Hampus and Volt so far.
By the way, I just want to mention, you know, with all the delays, ENCE has another game starting soon.
Yes, I don't want to comment on that because we don't know exactly what's happening
what's going to happen
yet.
Yeah. In
Well,
any
let the
case,
time tell the story of how that goes in our second
and the
shift,
admins.
perhaps.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
But now, here's what we got. Round 28. Looking for 16, the magic number. Red Star, walking in.
Oh, he
Quick
just
shot.
walks in
Red
freely.
takes a nap.
A little bit too easy. Good nade to at least get some info, but he didn't spot the cross to the right side. Demka still safe at the time. Passion seems to be reverting their attention back to mid and A. They realize that this could all be a bluff, right? We've seen A pushes before. They worked wonderfully for 500. I don't think you risk it if you're Passion. You put at least one there at the bare minimum, a secondary close by. Smoke towards CT elbow. Good timing on the molly. Spreads well likewise. And I think this nade confirms it. Passion. They think it's a double fake. Oh, this could really burn them.
One thing
I'm
they
not
have is the fact
sure.
that 500, they have about 0 pieces of util between all 5 of them, so the retake here should be fairly easy, especially if Demka could deliver more than one. The damage is still done here. And looking for the next one. Top of the boost, Chigasmo missed his one opportunity. Smoked out, that's wacky. It was up into the air for a moment there, but still gives him a bit of room to work with. But he needs these kills. Topa's been taken down, and through mid, you're gonna have the last remaining survivor on the side of Passion. Dirk able to escape. Waro's got nothing here to give, and it's got to be 500 on map point. Series point.
Series point.
That is the AWP out of his hands. Huge chances to close things out here for the newly international side of 500.
Two rounds in a row. Passion. Can you do it? Can you clutch in two? Give us a second overtime. Push it into potential chance of their own. As we said, this would be quite a redemption arc for them. Their day would be a much better one. Water 2K starts off strong, at least finds Red Star, gets rid of one of the stronger competitors for this final two few chances. Cirque trade off with the HP, just a tag on him. Such a slow round as well. 500 really taking their sweet time. Every single one has been the same, really.
They're making them sweat here.
Oh, what
Waro.
You're in trouble,
This
buddy.
is where he would shine, if ever.
Oh.
If ever. Today is not his day. Dopa, he's had his moment. He started off this map with a quad kill on the pistol. He looked to get something. And while Volt is flash, he'll be given time to turn around. You're looking at the end here. Utility goes in. It's not good enough. You try to flush this out, but Demka too early, unable to put them into a tough position.
It's on Quem.
And this is where it all comes down to. Kvem, you need to pull through for your teammate. Give Demka space to activate. Folks, well, you've got one hiding. Cirque's taking the pot shots already. He's trying to add confusion to this one. Up close. It's Kvem alone. 5 seconds to defuse. But it's not gonna go his way. It's 500. And it's this series done.
Yes, it is. Finally, after all that time. And I'm not even sure that we shoot it straight to our co-caster or co-analyst, CMD64.
Our savior.
Break it down, please.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a long breakdown, boys. We're already quite heavily behind schedule, and we've obviously got 2 more games left to follow up, but a massive result for 500. Look, I definitely don't think they played the best Counter-Strike for themselves to sort of look back on and really appreciate in terms of the unbelievable work they've done, but what they have done is taking down a really important team here, Passion UA, who are a really solid roster, but look, it's still very early doors of 500. It's still very early on in this team's tenure. We're still waiting to see what they can fully produce as a full side. The fact that they're able to overcome a lot of difficulties and hardships in this game is one thing that you've got to give credit to this team for. Look, they probably could have closed this game out 2-0 when you consider how heavily they were in the lead of Dust 2. But a couple of overtimes in this game. The only map that was a bit more one-sided was Overpass. But I do think this is a really good step in the right direction here for 500. But I'm not going to spend all too much time talking about this series as a whole, as I think everyone at home has had enough of seeing us three and hearing from us three, as we are going to be throwing over to what will be a very short break, as we do, like I said, have 2 more quarterfinals coming up, in particular Ents versus Partisan. So make sure you do stay tuned, because even more quarterfinal action here at Thunderpick, but we'll see you all very shortly.
force the kill on the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go. He's going to force the kill on the last second. Mirage right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championships Europe Series number 2. I'm going to be JRT. We're taking over for the previous crew. Hayes and B-Dog joining me. How are you guys feeling going to this next matchup?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm going to be horrible to both of you to kick things off. I'm sorry, but the way that we're arranged, just like the 3 stages are balled in.
Okay, I mean,
Sorry.
Oh
I
my
just got a
God.
haircut. There's no balding going on here, mate. Let's just take a second to
No.
clarify right now. Should we compare hairlines, Brandon? Do you want to play that game or? Pretty
Oh,
good.
okay.
Pretty good. Okay. All right. Fair enough. My girlfriend tells me that mine's starting to recede, but I don't.
Hold on, let me
I don't
compare
really
my
pay much attention.
attention.
Yeah, I think John wins. John wins.
Yeah, fair.
All right. Well, who's gonna win here, guys? We got Ents up against Partisan, and of course we got those changes coming for Ents, right? You know, Glaive is out, Rygon is in. We got Miltsy added for X Kaspersky, who was moved over on loan over to NIP. How are you guys generally feeling about this?
To be honest, pretty good. Obviously, losing Kaspersky is a big miss, I think, for Ents. But with that being said, the SDY in-game lead-in, I'm a really big fan of it, even though it's early days. You give it a little bit of time, but I really think this is going to be like Monte 2.0. I think Rigon, Nachu, they've really started to evolve into their roles, and this was always something I was a little bit worried about with Glaive's leadership. It really felt like he was trying to play perfect Counter-Strike, and he wasn't really utilizing his players to the best of their abilities.
And let's move on to Partisan now and talk about this squad that has been doing pretty well for themselves, honestly. If you look at their latest results, it's been kind of like they can do no wrong, at least up against, Nexus Tricked, and then you have Arc Red. I mean, that said, up against tougher competition, maybe Paravision, if you consider them tougher competition, did have a loss there, but beat big before that. It's been a pretty good ride for Partisan. Who do you feel is the best, the one to highlight here, Hayes?
I'd just be inclined to go for Vladden because he's the guy who has got the most experience and can pack a hell of a punch. He's not always in the star player roles, but generally I reckon he is the guy to watch. I think the most important talking point for Partisan right now is they released that statement like 2 weeks ago saying that after deep reflection, they've decided to place their CS2 roster on the transfer list. They're still playing under the Partisan banner. I'm pretty sure this isn't the first time Partisan have done this. It might not even be the second time. This could be like the third time they've decided, well, we might, change teams or, take a break as an org. I don't know. So there's obviously some question marks hanging over them at the moment. Even the composition of the team is a bit weird because obviously they replaced Emmy with Depression. Depression's an AWPer. It means that Kendo's had to move across the rifle. So there's been a lot of moving parts for Partisan, but they've actually been putting up good results regardless.
All right, let's go right into the veto here, guys, as we're trying to get into the action as soon as possible. We got a pick from Ents on Mirage, Partisan Dust 2, and Decider Ancient. Brandon, quickly, what do you think?
Surprised that Ents don't go for Nuke, because they've been pretty good on Nuke recently. Partisan have been pretty terrible on Nuke, but Mirage D2, this is going to be just complete middle ground for both of these teams. I think both Ents and Partisan are going to be happy where the veto ended up. There you go, TLDR.
Perfect. Yeah, I think you're pretty much correct on that one. Ancient Decider. I feel like we may indeed end up on that map because of how closely matched these two teams are. I think we've got a head-to-head coming in here, perhaps, or we're just going to go into server. I'm not sure which one it's going to be, folks. But
I will say,
yeah. Go ahead.
I just want to jump in and do the thing that Brandon was highlighting. That's my specialty, just cutting people off. So I think Partisan have missed a trick by not picking Overpass here. I feel like Mirage and Dust 2, and then even into Ancients as well, just bode so well for Ents. They've got like a very strong 5-map map pool. Obviously, Inferno, their permaban. As the underdog, you want to try and find maybe a bit of a chink in the armor of your opponents. Having said that, Partisan, it's not like they're going to be too upset with the way the veto's played out here either. 3 maps that they generally enjoy playing as well, so it should be pretty competitive. We could have like all 3 maps here, guys, overtimes, really lengthy affairs within the series between the two of them, so who the hell knows? Let's go.
I don't know where we've seen that before, Hayes, honestly. But let's go right into the action, guys. It is now live in the server.
Thank you very much, John, and we'll catch up with you a little bit later as we do jump into this. And that would not be good for Ents because they're supposed to be playing Star Ladder. So for them, they're hoping that Mirage does too. Puggy map, go, go, go. I wonder how fast they'll play. Like, I actually think Ents are going to play really quick CS.
Yeah, I think it's better for them that they started on the T side, so they can try and dictate the pace of the game here in the first half and inflict a decent chunk of damage. So let's see. It is going to be direct chair in the pistol. A couple players going to be setting themselves up to come through from Palace. There's no utility. There's not going to be any smokes. Jungle, stairs, no flashes for CT. This is dry, and it's going to be pretty difficult, I reckon, to get control for a bomb plant. Okay, never mind. There's no one here for Partisan, so at least they have a post plant.
It's a classic thing where it's like you're completely bang on the money, and yet somehow they're able to get it going. Depression, that's a really important kill on Poddy, because that means that Rigon's going to move forward, and he's not going to be really cognizant of this lurk that's coming through from Dragon. Depression's now trying to clear even further. SDY and Rigon are now chiming in with kills, and this lurk, it needs to get active ASAP, but Rigon's turned around and dealt with Dragon. What a disaster for Partisan, and SDY and Rigon have really bailed Ents out of a tight jam.
Exactly what they needed here to kickstart their campaign as well. SDY, well, the round was basically already guaranteed, but he'll still finish it off in style with a clean headshot. And that is Ents setting off in the right direction. SDY with a clean 3 kill. This guy, in terms of firepower out of an IGL, right up there at the top of tier 2.
Absolutely. Like again, was I with you the other day when I was making this like Monte comparison with the roles?
Yeah, we were casting them versus Monty. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't want to harp on about it too much because it feels like I'm bringing it up now every Ents game. Because as a matter of fact, I'm now Ents' biggest fan because I just keep covering them all the time.
The thing
but
is,
I really like it.
We work a lot together, so we obviously hear each other making you know, points across multiple different series, but then obviously the people who are watching and listening would be hearing it for the first time, so it's important to rehash them occasionally. Especially when they're as good as that one, Brandon. You can't keep that one in the cellar for too long. You gotta uncork that one occasionally.
We'll come back to it in a sec, because this is a round that I think Partisan are thinking about going for. They just got that opening kill. They haven't got a kit, but they're looking to inflict as much damage as possible. Or, it's only a Mac 10. I was going to say, recover the rifle, get out. They're going to play for exits instead. Not invested too much into this, but their rationale is if Ents have got Mac 10s, if they've got more SMGs than just the one that was on Miltzy's body, they don't want to give over $600 per kill. They don't want to give over any dollars per kill. So, unfortunately for them, for Ents that is, they haven't got any SMGs, so maybe that's a good sign. But for Partisan, they're not really negating anything by not going for anything. And Poddy's just killed them all anyway.
Yeah, nice little cleanup job there from him to find all 3 of those kills and get away with his life intact. Clean anti-eco out of Ents as we head into the first gun round. Depression as the AWP. And I'd say Depression is comfortably a better AWPer than Kindo. Kindo was just... It's not that he was volatile, I just don't know how high his ceiling was.
Kindo didn't used to be an AWPer. Like, that's the thing. He was rifling, and then Partisan made this transfer. I can't remember his name, but we're going to have to go back into the archives and look. No, before that. Okay. And then Kindo picked up the AWP. So, like, Kindo was never really an AWPer by trade. He was always an AK player.
Okay, so he's kind of reverting back to his roots at that point. That's fair enough. Him and Danis have been on a pretty interesting trajectory in that regard, quite similar between them. And now they've got Collins is calling, correct? Collins has taken over the reins of IGL this team since Emmy departed. Of course,
Roger.
Emmy now finds himself Roger. He's from Croatia, is that correct? I think so.
Yes.
Take the little flag there. All right, yeah. He had some moments, but yeah, I'd say Depression comfortably the better of the 3 AWPers. Anyway, here we go. Gun round. Taking some shape as Ents have been able to secure an opening kill. Dispatching of Dragon. Getting mid-control here. Bomb being left towards ramp and an A-splits on the cards.
SDY is just so good in these mid positions. They're just creating so much space for his team. never really one to be lurking. You sort of leave that up to nature, who has fallen to the opposing in-game leader of Collins, tucked in behind Ticket, needs support, a little bit of help, but the important thing right now for Collins is that he's alive.
Yeah, and he's got some support coming through here from Depression as well. They're not going to be able to do anything to contest the plant itself, though. So it's going to have to require a retake here for Partisan, and they're down by a man. And Rigon's secured snipers as well. Vladim's found a little bit of an angle there, bit of a gap to dispatch of SDY. Could give them a foothold now in this retake. Well, Poddy able to find a kill now, knows the AWPers in CT as well, and with that surely goes any chance of the retake finding success.
Uh-oh. Well, that's how you die,
Unlucky.
Rigon, you die to your HE. He'll take that. That's a good trade. I end myself. I wasn't going to say the other thing, lol. And, you know, we'll get rid of the AWP and the AK. Very good, positive result. My mum's just messaged me. She said, I can't believe you just said that on the pre-game. Yeah, sorry, mum.
Oh, what about the bowling comment?
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, I love that she's there watching the pregame even. That's,
yeah, of course.
shout out.
I said this the other day on a podcast. I said, I think my mum has watched more Tier 2 Counter-Strike than probably like 80-90% of the CS fan base.
Yeah, she's your #1 fan, which
she is
pretty damn cool in all honesty. It's always cool to see like the parents in support, you know, in chat supporting their children's endeavor. Partisan have got themselves a few pieces to work with in the round here, but really not a huge amount to get excited by.
What are these smokes? Why have they just dropped like another smoke that has achieved nothing? And then they were like, you know what, that one was really good. We're going to put it exactly down again. I guess it's to maybe enable this flank, but I mean, Miltsy's holding for it. Rigon is just taking all this space in CT. Another round, which is just going to be Entz's 4-0, a blistering start.
It is, and it's been a very slow start from Partisan and the contrary, right? We've really yet to see them get going at all here. None of these rounds have been particularly competitive. They've never really found, like, successful opening kills. So Ents have certainly come out the blocks in strong form here to clear your corners. Rigon, good awareness, not going to get caught off guard by Dragon. 4 players remain alive. Their money starting to stack up really nicely. Rigon again will die to an explosion. This time it's the bomb. And it's a clean start for Ents as they go up 4-0.
And I imagine there was probably a lot of players, it's not players, people in the community who are thinking, Rigon? Like, why Rigon? Like, he played on Big and it wasn't amazing, it didn't feel good. Firstly, Big in 2025, that's all that needs to be said. Secondly...
They're the new NIP brand and your time on Big does not count.
Maybe. Honestly, it could be that. Poor Tabson. But for Rigon, I think... he was so good in BNE because obviously his playstyle aggressive, BNE playstyle just really aggressive. SDY is going to mold that definitely in this Ents core because he loves calling aggressive rounds out of himself as well. Miltsy, Poddy, pretty aggressive players too. But I think what's interesting here is think about the amount of officials Rigon didn't really play with Big online. So you give this guy reps. He's going to shine. Like, genuinely, I think we're going to see the resurgence of Rigon in the next, 6 months.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I truly would. It's like a question of, have we seen the best of Rigon yet? And I'd say there's still more juice left to the squeeze. I feel like we've seen immense potential from him. He's had a very good career, excuse me, up until now. But I feel like, thank you. I feel like we could actually see him take things to the next level in this Ents roster.
Free B, Kindo is cleared, but not quite cleared. And he is able to get rid of Poddy. That is going to force the hands, you imagine, out of Ents to either relocate or push B immediately. And SDY in ladder is thinking, can I hear any rotates? I'm still here with Rigon. I think the game plan is going to be exactly the same for Ents. I feel like they're going to go in towards this B bomb. So it's interesting because Kindo got that kill. He's now fallen all the way back towards A. And Collins also vacated because they didn't have info in towards middle. Now with 40 seconds left, Ents are now going to go into B. Unfortunately enough for Partisan, 3 players are here again.
Yeah, they've just fully committed to the stack right now, and they're relying on Kindo's deep position for information. This should be impossible for Ents to breach. And it's a very good lockdown coming through from Partizan. Rigon is able to activate and get a kill back, but now it's only him left alive. He's 8-2. He's had a very good time so far, but I don't think that this is going to be possible for him, and Depression will seal the deal. Yeah, good work from Partizan. Ents were hoping that if they could just pause and not show any further presence, that maybe they could lead Partizan into thinking they're doubling back and rotating in towards A. But that wasn't the case. Partizan perfectly set up, and they get themselves on the board.
Yeah, it was a little bit touch and go with that rotate, but they timed it perfectly. I think Ents wanted to slow down to say to Partizan, oh, you think you've got all this information, but actually we're going to work our way back. We're going to potentially reroute to a different direction, but that didn't happen. And now for Depression, this is incredibly aggressive, and he thinks better of it. Sees that no one is pushing mid for Ents, now he's going to fall back into Con.
Yeah, Ents got to make sure that they keep the ship tighter in this round, Brandy, because if they lose this, there's no money going into the next.
Oh, what a
we
flash.
have a one-round game at that point. That is a nice flash indeed. First blood drawn here by Ents as well. They've been really consistent in terms of their opening kills here on Mirage so far.
Lovely little presence of mind. This slight mid-round adjustment, right? Because Ents, they've been going for a little bit of like set plays and towards like, the beginning and middle of the round where they've been taking aggressive map control, but they've been leaving the extremities open. So this time SDY says, we're just going to play a default. We're going to hold, and they're going to walk into us. That's exactly what happens here. Kindo goes searching for info. Nachu's jiggling, has got the responsibility of both ramp and palace. He cracks his head over at palace. In goes Dragon. You imagine straight into the SDY crosshair. They are making mistakes, and Ents are punishing.
It's exactly as you had just postured as well, that Ents are just patiently waiting to punish any moves made by Partizan. They've gotten 2 kills here. They've also spotted out Collins at the top of ramp, and that frag is secured as well. This is looking very good right now for Ents. I mean, this is a done deal. 5-1, straight back to winning ways. Quick question,
Cool.
is
Yeah.
your feed lagging at all? Or is yours smooth
No, we're
sailing
fine.
right now?
Yeah, I'm all good.
I might have to hit a quick router restart because I'm watching a PowerPoint slideshow at the moment. So if you could just hold it down for 30 seconds, I shall be right back.
Yeah, I'll lock it in. No dramas. Depression, Vladen, also trying to lock things in terms of shutting the door on the potential of SDY and the rest of Ents hunting for the guns. But you can see that net is slowly getting closed. Be very, very careful here. And there goes one. Rigon can't get rid of Depression, but Poddy will. So yet again, nothing saved whatsoever here for Partizan. They win one round, they get reset, their money's in shambles. This has been a beautiful game of Counter-Strike from start to finish for Ents. Am I glazing them? Yes. Do they deserve it? Absolutely. And I think what is interesting here is that you've got anyone on this team that can pop up and have a good game. Like Poddy has had a brilliant start to the game, hasn't been having to do that much, has not been going for like X Factor plays. It's been a real high level of team cohesion here for Ents. And they're going to make it even better, you assume. Double stack on A, no problem, because it is just the pistols. Depression, probably in the state of it as well, as he gets overran by Rigon's Mac 10, who's now just farming money for the fun of it. Even lob the money back, the molly back, not to give the CTs anything. He can just go and hunt and hunt and hunt. It was Vladen that invested a fair bit into this round, so it's so important that he doesn't die. And unless he pushes too much further, I don't think he will. This is just breakneck speeds out of Ents. Did say coming into this, we think the rounds might be quite quick. They might just play a faster game against Partizan, who are in a little bit of flux at the moment with what their futures are looking like. That's going to cause a lot of anxiety, but also it means that you're trying to showcase yourself. You're trying to run deep in tournaments. You are trying to advertise yourself as, hey, we are a team where we believe that we deserve an organization. These guys absolutely do, by the way. And if you can, you should pick them up. So a deep run in tournaments like this such as Thunderpick, such as CCT, get into playoffs, get into semi-finals, hell, even winning one of these things, that would look unbelievably good on the CV when it comes to recency bias. But unfortunately, the double-edged sword with that is if things don't go to plan, you start going down rounds like it's 6-1, things can quickly spiral out of control because there's a lot more emotional weight in this game. And the weight of Vladden's head is just taken straight off his shoulders by Rigon. Nature will then just find Dragon on the lurk. He's so good at getting these kills on the extremity. And now in a blink of an eye, Partisan are just down 2 players and Enzo got all the map control. And what do? They just freeze. They just wait. They know a reaction's coming. You've heard that flashbang launch into the sky over at ramp. And SDY says, okay, perfect. I'll have a little investigate over towards the B apartments. Meanwhile, Miltz will actually deal with Kindo. So now you're dragging these rotations even further into 2 options. Number 1, you gamble on B. Or number 2, you just try and save. It's going to be the latter rather than the former. And SDY, again, just lurking on this extremity over towards B. This is going to be very challenging indeed, you feel, for both Collins and Depression to hold on. I doubt you expect SDY on this close corner. Because why on earth would he be there? There's the whole other squads in at A. He'll call the troops over. Rigon already on low HP. Has averted the gaze of Depression. Cancom that he's probably in market window. And this is going to be 7-1. This is going to be incredibly dominant yet again. And once more, this AWP is not saved. Another pause now for Partisan. 30 seconds more to have a little bit of luxury for Collins to have like free space to think about what's going on. Because everything they try is just not working. They have to force in. Kindo could drop Depression and AWP. But what's the rest of the buy looking like? Not amazing, but Vladden's made his mind up. He just wants to invest in and go.
Okay, I'm back. I'm here to stay. It's no longer just a PowerPoint slideshow. I now have nice, smooth images on my screen.
Lovely.
And I see I've clearly missed Ants just continuing to do what they do best. Yeah, they're in complete control, up 7-1 on their map pick. I can't believe how quickly this Ants team has come together after a double roster change and an IGL change as well. Like, that's supposed to take 3 to 4 tournaments before we actually start to have a level of expectation out of a team. And Ants have just immediately been able to hit the ground running.
I want to pose that question to you, but reframe it. And that was, you said, we didn't really have any expectations at events with this new roster in terms of what they're looking to achieve here. Did we have expectations of events and what they were looking to achieve after what we got out of Glaive and like that squad for so many months?
I think the expectation in the bar was just low at that point, right? Like the expectation was not very high. So there was an expectation, but like I said, we had just kind of moved the bar fairly low at that point, I think.
Oh.
And now with this one, it's like, hey, you guys have shown us consistently you're able to do it. It's going to be 2 players in towards right side of middle. That smoke is going to go a long way in aiding the cause. The nades do hit the mark, but they wallbang Collins out. Is that a false sense of security? It seems like SDY still has an inkling there could be a second player there.
I think they saw 2. I think SDY definitely saw one in that corner.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just going to go clear him. It's straight in the window. He's now tucked in the corner. The issue is, you've got, again, is all Partisan do is just try and force issues. And they do it individually. This looks so much like the game I watched yesterday. Whoever HOTU played, I can't remember who they were playing, but pretty much they just slowed down. They played such a slow T side, and then the other team just walked into them again and again and again. It's like deja vu. I was here yesterday, same map. Yes, Arc Red were just pushing the whole time.
And Ants are just so happy to set themselves up with a robust setup across the map. They've almost always got a bit of a buddy system as well. So when Partisan do make these individual plays, even if they get a kill, Ants are right there to get the trade immediately afterwards. SDY not overstepping the mark either. Dragon is going to venture into his crosshair. He spots him out. He's going to be able to collect another kill. Look at how well-rounded this performance is from Ents. Sure, you've got Rigon popping off, but that's not the sole reason that they're up 8-1 now, is it?
No, it's not at all. And I wonder, because obviously a lot of people nowadays, I think in the wider community are saying, oh, roles don't exist anymore in terms of the traditional, like, you know, we always had one guy being the deady entry, one guy being the dedicated lurker. Like, role cells will get up in arms about this, and they'll be like, oh, there is still roles in CS2. Some people will say, well, actually, everyone's got to do everything. I'm not saying that this is role-wise why Ents are doing so well. I just think it's player profiling. Like, they are playing the way they want to play. Like, what are you going to do for Rigon to get the best out of him? You're going to let him go and fight. What are you going to do for Nature?
Yeah, exactly.
You're gonna give him all the space to go and lurk if he wants to. SDY, very cerebral, therefore can lurk, can play really aggro because they've got their aim to back it up. And Poddy, sometimes he wants to go for these aggressive moments, and sometimes he's there to support the riflers. The thing is, you've got flexibility, but you've also got empowerment in these roles as to, well, everyone can do whatever they want to, because we know it's going to work.
And I'd say there's even an element of balance because of the style that Poddy has as an AWPer. You know, he's the guy who does want to feel the round out before he just goes for some sort of a rambunctious play or an opening kill. That gives a bit more space to someone like Rigon to play his natural game. So I think you're bang on the money. I think they've got a really good balance. This round, though, a little bit out of balance because it's a, well, 5v3 turned 4v3. HOTU just jiggle tapping, looking for another, but that will eventually cost him his life there. Collins punishes. This is a half investment from the CT side, and it's one of their best opportunities they've had in a while. Dragon goes straight through the smoke. SDY won't be able to affect the trade, and Partizan finally win another round back.
And that's because Partizan had, for A, good trade spacing, B, the flexibility to get a little bit aggro. You see that Collins was just continuously peeking in from ticket, and you can do that because you've got a player over at ramp that isn't fully committed in. That's the important thing this time for Partizan, is he's playing just on the edge where he can also help. He can turn around and look at connector. Then you've got that deep lying crossfire. He's not exposed to Palace. You've got two players working mid at the same time. Everything's in unison. Everything feels a little bit more comfy. And then the question you start to ask yourself in your mind is, okay, well, they did that so efficiently. Number one, why has it taken us 10 rounds to get there? Number two, why have you decided to play proper, like, default structure, good macro decision making on a half buy? Where's this been in the gun rounds?
Yeah, that is a pretty good question and fair question to pose there. Hopefully that has just reminded them about what the best option is to employ here. I feel like, again, especially against an Ents team or taking their time to build themselves into these rounds, you got to also be quite patient on the CT side and let them kind of come to you. If you go searching, then you might play into them. Nothing passive about this run from Partizan, committing two players towards the top of mid early on. And they've actually been able to post Collins behind the boxes. In the meantime, though, Ents are playing the extremities. Two players hard pressuring in towards the B-bomb site right now, but it's all a fake.
All right, Depression. Oh, I was going to say, you got to hit at least one of these shots, otherwise these players are just going to swarm all over your bomb site. Dragon goes for the same play that he did in the previous, where he pushes a piece of utility and SDY catches out Collins. This is now turned into a disaster.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Dragon's even thinking. I know Dragons breathe fire, but that doesn't mean they're immune to it. And Rigon is just all over the place there, just sliding across the screen. Akindo, he's even doubled down on 8 health. Rigon is a madman. And Ents have done it again. Immediately after losing a round, they'll get themselves back to winning ways and keep Partizan, well, not just on the back foot. They're basically just beating them on the ground right now. This is ground and pound.
This is a cool idea as well, because Ents have also not thrown in any fakes in this first half. Whenever they've been doing something, it's been relatively together. And even here, in this round, it was together. Is he going to go for a ninja?
He has to get on in the next
now.
few seconds. Oh. I was backing it, man. Oh, okay. Well, now I'm just left scratching my head thinking, what are you even doing in the first place? If you're not going to attempt the ninja, and you're not going to be able to save your gun, you've just ended up somewhere in the middle. 9-2. This has been as dominant as it gets, really.
But Parry Vision Fnatic map 3 still going, by the way. That was 12-10 over at Star Ladder.
Ents are just hoping and praying that ends in overtime, but it doesn't look like it's gonna. It's about to be 13-10, Brandon. There could be some pressure on the clock now for Ents as well, with that next series looming over their head.
This has been a real joy to watch, to be honest. I'm really enjoying what we're getting out of Ents.
Yeah,
The
and it's not
Partizan,
because
not
they're
so
winning
much.
rounds, it's the way they're winning these rounds,
Yes,
right? It's
absolutely.
how solid they're looking, it's the decisions they're making. It's not like they've just been abusing one or two strats to win these rounds. They've looked really malleable in these rounds as well, constantly able to just play the situation, keeping their options open. Players are fragging really powerfully at the moment. This combo of SDY and Rigon in middle has been phenomenal.
And this time, look, they haven't found the opening kill, but they've found space instead. They've traded a 5v5 with the fact that, oh, I was going to say SDY's in con, but Rigon is still in ladder, and that could be a little bit annoying for Partizan. They're in a good moment right now because the bomb's moving over towards A. You got this double setup. You don't know about Sandwich. You don't know about Ticket. These are common angles that Partizan have been playing in, but HOTU just rips heads off, and it feels like Dragon's been baited in, needs a multi-kill, and he grabs it. And Rigon's position in ladder, now redundant.
Oh, fantastic work there from Dragon to find the necessary multi, and it's now impossible from Rigon. They know exactly where he's coming through from. He's only got 18 seconds on the clock to work with, and they're just going to triangulate on his position. And Partizan will manage 3 out of the first half, but I don't really conceive any world in which that's going to be enough.
No. Oh, one thing they struggled with as well was just consecutive rounds, right? Like every single time they were able to win a round and shut them down. And you're not only just demotivating Partizan further, you're also just not allowing their bankroll to build. You're not giving them any sort of consistency. Everything feels like you're playing against the curve. Everything that Ents wants to do is working. Every time they have a buy, you don't. It feels really difficult. So a resurgence on this second half obviously is imperative, but it needs to begin with the pistol for Partizan. It's not like they can concede that and then go into the first gun round. It's going to be too late.
Yeah, there's a very long road back here for Partizan, one that requires a pistol, a conversion, a gun round, and even then, they're still heavily chasing the game. Vlad and Kendo, with 3 kills coming out of that first half, going to have to find their footing immediately here on the T side. And they've got quite a healthy amount of utility. It's going to be an instant sniper smoke that's been thrown, I think. They just dropped one on the ground. Okay, never mind. It's the con smoke, and then Vlad scoops up the one on the ground. And it looks like they're going to keep things fairly simple and direct, but Ents have somewhat already preemptively read into this because they've got 3 players over towards B from the get-go.
Yeah, and HOTU has got to be careful. But I mean, Rigon here could do some damage. It all depends on how much SDY can find, and he's come up with absolutely nothing. Rigon, hello. Says, thank you very much. I'll take that kill. He wanted to swing onto Kindo. It was the right idea. Just unfortunately, couldn't land the bullets, and now Ents are in trouble. Miltzy, again, tucks his head out, gets back with Poddy, and I think they're going to save all the bits and bobs that they had. Maybe if you're Miltzy, you just want to go for this now. Or not.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a kit and a smoke. And it kind of looks like he's inclined to save this little utility that he has to work with here. And Partizan do exactly as was required of them, able to emerge out of the apartment successfully, finding those 2 kills. Rigon would have been the last sort of hope there for Ents. I mean, even when he gets the kill on the planter, though, there's still so many players around him. Dragon actually instantly dinked him, and then Kindo was the one to get the kill, so he was never going to be able to find much. Milty getting some consolation kills. He doesn't want to die here, because that then, again, just means he isn't able to carry anything over, and he didn't attempt the retake either.
Yeah, it would have just been a bit pointless, right?
Sure, exactly, yeah.
I think with him saving, though, the reason why they're saving is because they want to force in. So he's got a FAMAS, you've got some MP9s. SDY's Deeg is always dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, going in with Kevlar itself is pretty dangerous, and 4 of the 5 players and Ents are lacking that head armor right now, so could struggle against some of these Galils in the MAC-10 as well. And again, Partizan not going to be changing up the game plan in this next round either. As for Ents, they've realized that they've got to try something out of the ordinary here with the force buy. They've got 2 players middle, or 2 players ladder room rather, 2 on the B bomb side, but Partizan venturing into A already, not going to be finding any resistance or contact. And they're just going to continue to edge their way forward without giving any information away.
The SDY is a goner. And now if you're Ents, you think, okay, well, we probably just save this again. No need to fight. Just gotta tuck yourselves into these corners, hoping players come to you. This is a bit baity by Nature. Like, it's not his fault, but like Rigon is just sticking out, and Nature will not be able to see players coming in from short. He'll be able to see players if they jump in towards the window. Smooth moves by Kindo, but Rigon will punish. And Dragon's now going to have to play Protect the AK, which is his fun little mini-game for the rest of this bomb timer. Oh, he failed.
That didn't take much. They're going to want that gun. Collins is looking to try and make sure that isn't an option, though. 9-5. Partisan gaining some traction now on the T side. Collins is charging into Lava Room. Nature and Rigon got to be careful. And they'll both fall foul. That lack of head armor comes back to bite them.
Lack of head armor, and Nature has jumped on Rigon's head as Collins has come round the corner, so Rigon can't move. Oh dear. And now we go into a technical, I imagine. That's for scheduling.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, the start time... Oh, no, not at all, Brandon. Not at all. The start time for Ents vs Paravision has been pushed back by nearly 2 hours.
Oh, wow, okay.
So Ents will have the time necessary to play this game. So clearly Starlad have been accommodating, which we appreciate. So we will get this full series played out here, which is what we were kind of wondering the entire time.
Yeah, and what we kind of wanted as well, because it would be weird if they had to like play one map and then didn't, and it would have been weird. So I'm glad we're just getting this now. But hopefully Ents's tech pause woes are sorted very shortly. I can't believe that timing of Nature jumping on his head and they go around the corner. That's actually hilarious.
Yeah, far less than ideal. At least for Ents now, they're not going to have the pressure of having to try and finish this game as quickly as possible, because that's just obviously not ideal at all, because you're not just focusing on the match itself. You've now got time constraints as well, which can then affect the way that you go about your business, the style that you play. Quarterfinal here against Partisan. Not a game they would have wanted to have to give up. So at least they can give it their best shot now.
I think Ents are a grand finalist team at this event, to be honest. But when you look at the bracket, you look at who they got to go play, I absolutely think they're making the grand finals.
And I mean, their stiffest competition is either Betclic or 500. So not only are they grand finalists, they could almost be the favorites to win the entire thing from here.
That's true. I think Betclic, I don't want to write Partisan off, but like obviously for the narrative, I'm going to be talking like they're already out. Like the Ents Betclic game, I think it's going to be a really interesting one. I think that's going to be a lot closer than people might think.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, this Betclic team is actually kind of fire. I've been a big fan of Jacob for a while. Obviously, they brought Diha into the mix as well. Hypex has looked pretty damn good on the AWP lately. No, wait, wasn't H for the AWP for the team? Oh no, was it?
No, it was Hypex.
Right? Yeah, H for was rifling. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm a fan of that Betclic team.
H-Ford sounds like a big sneeze, which is why I always liked his name. And I've said that on broadcast before when he was playing.
I think he was pretty damn good, you know.
I think he was good as well.
Unfortunate that he's been cut. It's one of those things where there's just a player from the region who's far more experienced and has more name value.
Well, that's
he
why,
was the least experienced rifler on the team, so he was always probably going to be on the chopping block. But
I mean,
sure
19 years old, right? Like he's playing for Coalesce now. He's on loan, which I think is cool that he's on loan from Apogee. So that's nice. Like they still kept him. He's playing with Closu as well, who used to play on Apogee too. Back in about a year ago now. So yeah, it's nice. He's got experience playing with some of his teammates.
I used to call him Cloku, so I'm not sure if Closu or Cloku. Not that it really matters.
Not sure. Not casting him right now. I'm sure.
Yeah, not casting much right now.
I'm sure the Polish prods team here will correct us when we go off. And speaking of going off, to be honest, I think we have yapped enough. We've done a sufficient amount of yapping. So I'm going to throw it to a break. And when we come back, we're going to get back into the action. We'll see you hopefully in a few secs. Okay, it's been a few seconds, and I baited all of you. Haha, we're still here. I don't know what the issue is. I've been trying to find it, and I can't.
Yeah, I mean, SDY and HOTU yet to buy. Generally, like a bit of an indication for who's having the issue and which team is requiring the technical pause. Ents are going to want to try and get this done as quickly as possible, and not because of the fact that they have a game coming up a bit later, but also that this is their second of 3 BO3s for the day. They were up 9-3 in the half. They're not going to want to have to overexert themselves to get this one across the line. It just needed 4 rounds coming into their CT side, and they're going to want to try and get that done as soon as possible.
It's one of those as well where you haven't really got the momentum in the second half, but you've got a lot of it from the first, and now you're just breaking in play. It's difficult to sort of just immediately pick that back up again and get the ball rolling. Same argument can be made for Partizan though, because finally they've sort of dusted themselves off. They picked themselves back up, and now they're in a break, and they just if I'm Partizan at this moment where we're 9-3, I've won pistol, I've won 4 spy, and I'd be like, right, I want to play now. Go, 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 go. I wouldn't want to sit here.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It really isn't ideal for either team, just in general. Feel like we're just stuck on an island right now, Brandon. Stuck on an island. Just got to enjoy each other's company.
Well, the good news is the lifeboat's here. Yeah, it has. We are going for that breather now. When we come back, we're going to continue on with Ents versus Partizan.
Okay, thankfully technical issues have been resolved and we can now get back into the action between Partizan and Ents here on Mirage. It was Ents who went up 9-3 in the first half. They absolutely dominated, steamrolled their T side. Now looking to polish off the job here on their CT side. Not expecting much out of them here in this round. A couple weapons have been carried over from their 4 spy in the previous. So that means there is a little bit of firepower here, but we're going to be looking forward to that next gun round here for Ents to see if they can finish it off sooner rather than later. Big push in towards the B bomb side. SDY on the platform has now been heard out. Decides to take the first shot available to him. does at least come away with the kill, and support has arrived. The problem is that one of these players only has a USP. Not ideal at all. Nature already dead. Rigon's position made known as well. It's going to be an absolute age before Milty's even able to get on the scene. Rigon does land a clean 1D to actually give Milty a pretty good chance here in the 1v1. Charging his way up catwalk, hoping to catch somebody off guard right now, but that bomb's been activated. Depression's gotten back to Van, and Milty might be further forward than what they expect. I think Depression would have spotted him on the little jiggle. He's going to be forced into the open and taken down. Milty's got armor here, remember, so he has a really good shot in this 1v1, trying to figure out where Collins is positioned. Seems to have a pretty good idea. Taps the defuse, no, sticks the defuse. Collins is going to jiggle and tear Milty's head right off. I think Milty was maybe banky on Collins, not expecting him to have a kit, and therefore thinking, yeah, Collins probably thinks I'm faking this defuse right now, hoping he catches him off guard with the kit. Doesn't happen, but, I mean, Ents will take the 4 frags in the eco every day of the week.
Yeah, of course they will. Like that is a lot of damage being inflicted. I love the idea to call the bluff on Collins, and it nearly works. And as you say, that was minimal investment because that was carried over remnants from the force buy in the second round. So now you've got all the guns, you've got Poddy on the AWP. Limited utility, a little bit of a factor, but otherwise game on. Did Depression see Milty go in this corner? No.
Didn't think so. So at
Thank
least
you,
he's been able to
observers.
tuck himself in up undetected, yeah. This is a key gun round here. Partizan have done what's been required of them to start off this second half. Now we wade into the first full gun round here. If they win this, feels like they've just pried the door entirely open at that point here on the map once again.
Vladden's got to be the battering ram towards A, you feel. Because it's not coming through middle, I can tell you that much. Instead, it's just a push from Rigon.
Oh my, come on.
And just Dragon's attention distracted all but for a moment. And that means that Milty can just hold on towards Palace control. Kindo tries to elevate himself out the ramp, and there it is. Vladden, the battering ram, finds 3 kills. And this is completely turned back into an even steading. Poddy holding, but Vladden not pushing. Instead, it is Depression watching his flank. And with 35 seconds left, they're going to hightail it to B with no info.
I don't know about this. I mean, Vladden does so incredibly well to get 3 kills over on that A bomb site. He does throw a flash over the top, but Poddy, he's having none of it. Poddy is having none of it. He is immediately just shifting across, and he's going to get on the angle. I mean, it's a big gamble from Partizan, and it feels like an unnecessary gamble. Poddy holding the cross. Does Depression jump across, or does he look to contest? He jumps, Poddy misses. Or did he tag? I mean, it's not a frag, and that's ultimately what matters right now. Bomb plant guaranteed. And now Partizan have a very good shot in the 2v2.
Yeah, Depression's got to hold short. Bang on. Literally, as I say it, he does it. And Nature goes around the corner. Nature wanted that element of surprise. Depression 1 step ahead. And now this becomes increasingly more challenging. And to be honest, relatively impossible for Poddy. He needs to back out. I thought Partizan gave the game away there with that flashbang. Because it is so deep. And it is thrown with so little time left. It's so hollow. It's obvious. But yeah, great jump out of Depression. And he's holding for Poddy. Sorry, he's on for Nature, but I mean, what a round from Vladden. Said he had to be that guy to unlock the door, and he did, and then they went to the other site.
Hey, he didn't just unlock the door, he completely bashed the entire door down. Your analogy of being the battering ram was bang on, actually, there with that blistering 3K. Doubles up his kill count in that round alone, does Vlad. Be a big mistake, and you know what? Poddy missed that shot, or he wasn't able to get the kill on the cross. That was a big moment in the round. Now going to be basically a half investment from Ents as they've got max round loss bonus behind them, and Partizan, well, they've closed the gap. It was a gap of 6 at one point. It's now just 2.
Big nades and a big clear results in a 2-on-1 for Partizan. They will take that all day long. Rigon will inflict a little bit of flak damage over towards Kindo, but ultimately, Partizan have got what they wanted. A man advantage and the bomb site.
Yeah, Poddy's going to feel this out from a distance. He's going to wait and see if his teammates get anything going here and give him a reason to actually commit to the retake, but with HOTU going down, this round is done and dusted. And Partizan are going to make it an 8-9 scoreline going into the following gun round. They've been flawless on their T side so far. And I wasn't expecting this just by virtue of how ENCE were winning the rounds in the first half. It's not like there was much of a competition between these two teams.
I think there's a key consideration here. Goes back to what we were saying in the first half about how coordinated Partizan did look on these half buys, and therefore that's proof of concepts. They've got the capacity to play good Counter-Strike, and we know that they do. We just hadn't seen it yet in this map. Secondly, they are dictating a lot more of what's going on. They're taking fights on their terms. More importantly, they're taking fights on their terms and doing it together. Trade spacing has been immaculate so far for Partizan, and as a result, ENCE have now got to reinvent themselves. Maybe a push in towards mids, going in towards underpass. That could be a nice remedy. The issue is if I'm coming up with that solution, Partizan are probably going to be one step ahead, and they know that's going to be the natural sort of fix to this CT side, taking space.
Well, let's see what their response is going to be here. Off the back of a very strong performance in the first half, they have given themselves a lot of runway to get their campaign off the tarmac here on the CT side. Poddy is missing shots, though. Looking a little bit shaky, just with the way that he's going about his shots right now. He's not as calm and composed as he normally is. Looking a bit flicky.
Yes.
Also than what I'm used to seeing out of him.
Oh,
that's big from Rigon. He's just unplayable right now.
Interesting idea here for Partizan, right? So I think that they understood that ENCE are going to be a little bit more aggressive. So what they do instead is they try and fight fire with fire. They put presence in towards mids, and they try and let Kindo lurk out. They know Miltzy's here because Vlad would have heard that step, and Depression is able to catch. Poddy has now seen the jump over for Vlad, and that's 2 confirmed. It should be 2 guaranteed pieces of info that the rest of these players are on this A-bomb site.
Rigon is just the boss of middle. I can't believe it. First half and the second half, he literally rules the roost in middle. Poddy connects. And it'll be Rigon to seal the deal. He is playing like a man possessed right now. 23 kills to his name. We've played just 18 rounds of Counter-Strike here on Mirage. And because of the damage that ENCE have inflicted in these rounds that they're losing, it means that Partizan do have a buy in the bank here. But if they lose this round, 11-8 becomes 12-8, and ENCE are sailing off into the sunset at that point. So there's a lot of weight on this next round for Partizan.
Your main man, Mr. Vladen, we've already spoken about how good he was in that previous round. That's where half of his kills came from. You can't just have these rounds where it's good to win one. He's the point guy. He's the dependable piece of this team more often than not. It's been him and Dragon doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Partizan in recent memory. So the fact that he's absent, yes, he's come up with a round win. Yes, that's impact. That is 1 round out of 8. If he was just giving even 20% more effort, if he was getting like 1 more kill a round compared to 0, like it would be probably seeing Partizan take this. But that's the difference right now. To be honest, it's really impressive. It's really impressive that they're actually 10-8.
All things considered, it is. Yeah, you're right. And it's not to say that Vladen can't find those last few percentiles here while the map is still going to help get his team across the line. Dragon comes through from lowers, he should eventually die, and he does. It's a huge flurry of frags going down in middle right now. Depression misses a key shot. That would have been the frag to get it back into an even numbers game. And ENCE are still hanging around. This is brave.
I know he's here, that's the thing. And they got the player advantage. But you're right, it is incredibly aggressive. Save, Depression, hit that flick, then suddenly you're put into Honor's even, and Rigon is on low HP. So what's the game plan? More often than not, Partizan have been ending B in rounds like this, where they're not really too sure what's going to develop. So a mid-window smoke, a creep, maybe you can get Depression going up Catwalk. Instead it's Vladen going towards Con. Depression to peek into Connector. Maybe Vladen can clear the close corners. But no one's giving anything away. And of course, they don't need to, because Rigon's holding that tight angle and Milty can swing. It's brilliant.
I mean, he's just consistently finding impact here for ENCE, round in and round out, and really important kills. He's the difference maker in that skirmish in towards middle. There's so many kills going down, and he's the one who's constantly racking up frags for ENCE to keep them with their noses in front there in the round. And I highlighted the pitfalls, the consequences for Partizan economically if they lose that round. It means it's an eco here with Ents on 11, should be able to get up to map point with relative ease. I say relative ease with all the ease in the world here. Doesn't get easier than this. It's 5 clocks. There's $0 invested into this round for Partizan.
I'm just thinking it was 9-8, right? So they're on double loss now. There's not going to be an AWP for depression. Even with a bomb plant, which feels unlikely at this point. They're using this last round as a massive tactical timeout because they've already used all 3 of their pauses. So I imagine Collins is having a little group meeting in spawn for probably the next minute.
Fair enough. I mean, a tactical pause is 30 seconds. A round timer is 1:55. So effectively, you can get like 3 tactical pauses in a round. I'm glad we've moved away from calling it French timeout.
Yes.
That and Zonic's law was like 2 of the most overabused concepts and ideas but that we as casters really did just use every opportunity we could. Anytime you saw an 11-4 in MR15, you just wouldn't go without hearing that line.
Right, let's see how many kills Nature you can get. 2, Rigon. You want to get another 3k? It's what, 9 kills
Why
in
not?
3 rounds? Easy.
Yeah, absolutely dealing in multi-kills right now. He's got the whole of Partizan in his pocket. And now 4 opportunities for Ents. It took them a while to get going here on their CT side, Brandon, but they have pitched up. They've arrived. And they're now in complete control. As you highlighted, no AWP for Partizan coming into this round. Rifles across the board. A healthy amount of util, but not as much as they would have liked. Still enough, though. And they're just going to be moving with pace and vigor in towards middle. And they're not pulling any punches here in this round.
Oh, but Poddy is. There's an important kill for Partizan. They got rid of Rigon, and they have no idea that Dragon is in over at the murder hole. Nice shot out of Poddy. My goodness me. That is pretty ridiculous. Miltzy's now got to juggle Connector, Palace, and potentially his spawn. Just slides into a corner. Kindo not clearing just yet, and I love this move out of Nature. He says, okay, you're in our spawn. I'm about to go in towards yours. Miltzy, good luck, mate.
Yeah, Milty's got to just try and stay alive for as long as he can here to enable Nature to get into the round. Time ticking away. That threat of CT is one that Milty is privy to. Oh, Kindo's going to clear him, though. That's so unfortunate for Milty because, like you said, he has to juggle so many different positions and angles and threats. And yeah, eventually he does just get found out. Nature, the last man left alive, 1v3. Going to collect the first kill without taking any damage. Of course, that then puts him on notice, but he's got a chance here.
Especially with Kindo low, the difficulty is getting over to the bomb site because Vladen, I doubt, will peek him by himself. If Vladen gives him this fight, that's the way in, but it's just a little jiggle out of Vladen. It gives him a little bit of leg. And maybe the rope for Nature to cast himself out on. Wide swing, good kill, but there's that trade immediately from Vladen. Nice try from Nature, but Partizan will at least hold on.
Yeah, Vladen thankfully able to get that trade through the smoke because that could have gotten chaotic quite quickly if Milty gets the kill and then rounds the corner. Turns into a game of cat and mouse at that point. Partizan will live to fight for another day. They've survived that first map point. 3 more to be played. We look at the finances for Ents. $2,400 going their way if they lose a round, so probably enough for another buy in the bank. Going to be a long road back here for Partizan to try and see the light of day in overtime. And it's gone. Oh! We got baited there with the way we switched POVs between Depression and SDY. I thought SDY was the one to get the kill. Second AWP has been removed. A vital frag back for the T side. Poddy's been a little bit hard done by there. Looked like that shot should have connected.
I don't like this, Poddy.
He's going for more.
Oh, Poddy. Oh, no, Poddy. He's dead. He's so dead.
How's he missed that as well?
Not sure. And now Nature's on this angle and Depression just removes him. Shows how it's done, but you still got to get rid of this man, don't you? Lovely little flash to push Rigon off the angle. Where's Miltsy? He's in Palace. Is there any way Miltsy can just win this round with the virtue of Rigon staying alive?
I feel like, well, they'll just know he's the A anchor, right? So they're probably going to look to avoid the A sides at all costs at this point. And normally teams are super aware of that threat when you go late into A. And now their suspicions will be confirmed that he is over towards the, say, bomb side. Oh, I thought there might be a little chance for him to catch them as they try and cross cat into B, but not going to happen. He's probably best off just saving the AWP at this point. And Partizan, I mean, they keep leaving this late, but they're not bowing out a Mirage.
That was a 3v5 they just converted as well. Depression at the key helm of it. I think Ents were rushing that. I think Ents get the couple of opening kills and they just think, oh, we're going to win. So perfect. Happy days. It's not quite how it works sometimes, gents. And even if you get the double opening kills, you can't just then throw your lives away for nothing.
Yeah, I think Poddy in particular there was the more egregious of the two out of him and SDY, because SDY was still posted on the angle and just got banged up by Depression, but Poddy really did try and force the issue. Missed a bit of a difficult shot initially, and then he missed a sitter afterwards, which was certainly criminal. He would have always died, but at least if he had gotten that kill before he did, would have left his team in a far better position.
Absolutely.
Here we go. No money in the bank for Ents, Brandon. If they lose this one, 12-11 could very much result in overtime.
From a 9-3 half as well. That'd be pretty horrible for Ents and for Partizan. I mean, they've already had an incredible recovery. Let's see if they can push it over the line here. HOTU is just jumping silently. Seeing if he can spot Vladen. He does get spammed out a little bit. Nade exchange, and HOTU just comes off far worse.
Yeah, look at the setup from Partizan, though. They've got all their eggs in one basket. They're entirely grouped up outside of apartments. Thankfully for them, it's not like Ents are really pushing and poking to try and get any information. Yeah. But they still do have a pretty good inkling of what's going on right now.
I was going to say, it's actually, I don't mind this out of Partizan, because every single time they've been going for executes onto a bomb site, there's always a mid element, there's always a split, it's never been one-dimensional. So what they're doing right now is Collins is going to clear in mid, see if he can spot anything. He doesn't. He drops mollies. He's trying to get Ents to move, and they don't. Poddy falls off the angle. He's here in time, flashes back, counter util in, but a great shot at Kindo. But Poddy, this time he's not missing any of these shots, but Kindo is trying to keep Partizan in the game. That man of Rigon still chimes in for one more between Miltsy and SDY. They've left Dragon in a really tough spot with 20 seconds. And that'll be that. Tucked in the corner, can't do anything, and he was really painted in within it. And between SDY and Miltsy, they are able to close. Ents wipe the sweat off their brow, because that was a 9-3 half, and then it ends 13-10.
Yeah, fantastic work. Rigon in particular will finish the map with 30 kills to his name. It's at least double anybody on his team. What a return coming through from him. In fact, it's at least double anybody on the server. Rigon with a blinder gets the job done for Ents, and we have John to break it all down.
All right, thanks, Hayes. Yeah, that was ridiculous from Rigon. I cannot believe the performance he had. I mean, it was looking like Ents were dominating in that first half, and not just looking, they were dominating. Very patient across the board. Didn't allow Partizan to kind of set the flow of play, or set the pace, I should say. Always waiting for Partizan to make the mistakes essentially, and that's why Ents were so confidently coming through with rounds. Only when Partizan realized that, hey, let's play more default, I think Brandon pointed it out in round number 10 on the anti-eco, did they win a round. And then what do they do immediately afterwards? They push and get aggressive in round number 11. So it's like they didn't learn their lesson, but then finally in that final round of play of the half, they do exactly the same thing they did on their anti-eco, more passive, waiting for Ents to come to them, and that's what led to them getting that final round of the half. And it turned out to be quite a snowball of rounds that occurred for them afterwards. They take the pistol. You know, you had Ents with flares and flashes at the beginning of that second half, but overall it felt like Partizan were starting to take control. Then we go down to 9-8, or get down to 8-9, I should say. And finally, you know, you have ENCE with a response. I think Kindo was just getting caught going up ramp, and Ragon caught Collins trying to sneak into mid. So, yeah, no, I mean, I think Ragon was honestly one of the biggest pieces here for the squad. Unbelievable stuff when he came out with 3Ks in a row between round 18 and round number 20. I mean, round 20, of course, just an anti-eco, but still, to think that he outputted 9 frags in 3 rounds is insane in and of itself. And afterwards, you still saw, I mean, credit to Partisan, right? They were resilient. They continued to come through and try to push back against that flow that ENCE were trying to set the pace there in that second half, but they could not do it. And credit to Potty at the end. I think he hit some pretty crazy shots in the round that he hits the first 2 right into mid, and then goes aggressive again, a little overzealous, let's say, and it kind of cost his team the round. But in the end, he is that shining star for them on that B site until Ragon is called on to take over. But I mean, he got those 2 frags. He kept things at bay. And afterwards, you know, Dragon just couldn't do anything. It was a very tough spot trying to plant that bomb in the far corner. And when you're doing that, you're exposing yourself to market window. And then also you don't have much visibility on the player that might be coming out for market entrance. So very well done from ENCE. You know, I think it took longer than they themselves expected it to take, but still, you know, a map win's a map win, and they go 13-10 to take this first one. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have map number 2 for you guys.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right through the smoke. Look at him go.
All right, we're back and getting ready for Dust 2 here as our second map. I mean, we saw a ridiculous performance from Rigon on that first map. 30 frags coming through, and now he goes on to Dust 2 here, Brandon, which is, you know, a fragger's paradise. Is where you can just pop off and go crazy. So I don't think he's going to slow down at all.
I don't think he will, but the problem for Ents might not be him. It might be Poddy and how sort of inconsistent he was being a little bit, right? Like Matt mentioned it quite a few times. He was missing a lot of shots. He was overextending a fair amount, and Depression was playing really well, right? So I think that's the key consideration.
All right, well, we're live. Let's find out how it goes for Poddy.
Here we go. Dust 2 is live. Partizan have to win here on their map pick to force a third. Otherwise, they'll be eliminated in the quarterfinals and Ents will progress through. Partizan need a stronger start here, Brandon, compared to what we got out of them on Mirage.
Absolutely. Let's see what they've got and whether Ents are going to be dynamic on this CT side. Initially, nade towards long, a backup, no push in towards tunnels, which means that they're devoid of info a little bit. You see that Miltsy is juggling his attention between, do I hold mid, do I come up and help Rigon? It's a very, very slow round for Partizan, but by slowing things down, I was going to say, you're not going to walk into the long contact, well, you absolutely do, and splash themselves back in, but there's no kills. Yeah, okay.
Wow, I can't believe how they've been shut down. They go all in. They fully commit there to the retake of long. Fladden looking to mop it up. It's not the cleanest, but getting one kill should be more than enough to seal the deal. Ents just pushed all their chips into the middle of the table as they look to re-emerge back into long, and it costs them everything. As
soon as the dual Berettas sort of chime out with a few shots and you see the guys boosted, I don't know why you commit to that fight.
You
that
pull
feels
the plug, right? Yeah.
Incredibly unnecessary, but they go for it. It doesn't work. That's a nice shot out of Collins. He grabs 2 in the round. Partizan, you said they wanted to have a better start? Well, here you go. And the T side was way kinder to them on Mirage. So for Dust 2, they're hoping it's exactly in the same vein.
Yeah, good way for them to open up here on this T side. Looking forward to the AWP battle between Depression and Poddy. Not something that we saw a huge amount of in that previous map, but here on Dust 2 should certainly be a prevalent factor in the outcome of the map. Ents have gone for the force buy. A couple scouts, upgraded pistols, and an MP9. And it's more of a similar style from Partizan with what we got on Mirage. They play a lot of 4-1s, don't they? Compared to Ents, it was a contrast where you just got a lot more defaults from them. So there's quite a difference in the style of approach between these two teams on their T sides.
Yeah, Partizan are also like 4-1 and then like really slow, trying to drag out these rounds to get a reaction or to guarantee that they're on the same page when they go for this space. Rigon, can he find anything with this scout? Oh, he's seen a lot of info and he's just tagged up Dragon. Nade tries to connect with him, but Dragon goes the other way and then into the other scout of Poddy. Partizan are now aware of both of these pieces, and Collins just rips Poddy's head off.
That's round over. That one kill there is immediately round over. Ents are going to have to head for the hills, accept their fate. Good kill from Collins. Scouts were able to rattle off a couple shots there, just unfortunately not really connecting in any fatal fashion. Force buy will prove to be unsuccessful. Dragon already looking to make sure that they aren't able to save their guns, but HOTU will still come out on top of that one. Consolation kill at least. Even though this is Partizan's pick, I feel like Ents will still be more than happy that this has ended up on Dust 2. In fact, if you look at the pick percentage rate for Ents, they picked Dust 2 on 35% of the occasions they have it available to them. So this could almost just be their pick, right?
Yeah, it can be. I'm obviously like Mirage being picked by Ents, fine. I am surprised it wasn't Nuke just based on how they match up against each other. But going back to this point, yeah, no, I do think Ents will be more than comfortable with D2. This was a really good map when Glaive was playing in the squad.
Yes, probably their first very good map that they had in the pool.
Yeah, was that an ancient, if I recall correctly? And I think for Dust 2, what was interesting is that Ents were always dynamically pretty aggressive, but it was the T side that I remember being the most sort of like specialized. I think CT for them sometimes has a lot of gaps just created by HOTU. Like right here, like SDY just dropped a smoke on that molly to peek behind it so that Poddy isn't sort of exposed, but it's one of those where we're taking a very long time. Miltzy will drop his, but it can't be the direct lineup, and that's going to create a gap. Flashbang over the top, and I feel like this still favors Partisan.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the fact that there's nobody on the bomb site itself and this one smoke grenade just locks Ents out entirely means there isn't going to be a huge issue for Partisan to actually on the bomb site. They'll continue to pepper the smoke as well. And they're just chipping away at these CTs. Ents would like some damage here. They've only gotten 3 kills in the past 2 rounds. They want to try and chip away at this money, but doesn't look like it's going to happen here.
Maybe HOTU can get a kill. That'll be an extra 600.
Could get one here.
There we go. Not too bad. Any more? No. So Partisan have, I think they've been playing some slow rounds. You spoke about 4-1s, and I think what's interesting here is that they're really sort of saying to Ents, we are taking this map control off you. We are taking this map control off you. And then they completely slow down for like 30 seconds, reevaluate the situation, almost expect a reaction. Ents haven't really given them that yet. I'm waiting for Ents. Maybe it will come on this first gun round where they actually just start to push middle a little bit more. I love this idea. If this is a fast B, I love it.
Yeah, in the first gun round, when you already have a 3-0 lead, you've got the liberty, you've got the luxury of going for something like this, a pocket rocket strat, and they are going to go all in. Nade doesn't do a whole lot. Depression at range will take down Rigon. Nade, you only good for 1, that's round over. That is a fantastic way for Partisan to breach the B bomb site.
Yeah, really good call as well, because look, you know that this is going to be the first buy from Ents. You know that they're going to be setting up to either try something or just play a default, a fast-paced play in towards B, and it's the small micro. It's the rushing towards the tunnels, and it's the immediate screech on the brakes just for 5 seconds. But it doesn't give away any audio. It doesn't incentivize Ents to start reinforcing the B bomb site. They say, Partisan, well, if we get one swing, we'll post, and then we'll react immediately. It's actually very much like A ramp on Mirage, where the AWP is posted on the angle. If he gets the kill, you just explode in towards A. That was pretty much the design of that round, except it's on B, and it's on Dust too.
It's your go signal, right? As soon as he fires off a shot, he gets a kill, he gets a tag, you know that that's your moment to pounce. And they were just all over Ents like a rash there on that B bomb site as they continue their strong start here on Dust 2 going up 4-0. And I'm right there with you. I think that it's kind of similar to going fast into A on Ancient as well. If you start 3-0 on your T side of Ancient, that first gun round where you also can kind of condition your opponents a little bit, because now it's going to be in the back of Ents' mind pretty early on in the half that that's a threat they have to be aware of.
And that forces you to actually go for mid-aggression, whether that's in through lowers, or whether that's Poddy, for example, peeking in from short to look top mid. But by doing this, as you're saying, it manipulates where the sniper is potentially going to be. And if you're Partisan, you can work around it. Like, I would not be surprised if Partisan either go for, again, a similar run back, or a call in towards long pretty early. We've not really seen them take direct map control early outside of that B rush just then. So it really would not surprise me if they sort of go to take long now, because you imagine Poddy's either going to be floating towards B, or he's going to be short, or he's going to be lower. Like those are the 2 options. I doubt he's ever in long. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Some sort of a Harlem Shake re-envisioned. I don't know.
It's just how he thinks. He's trying to call the
Just
strat.
to get the cogs turning. Yeah. All right, well, Neurons firing off for SDY. Shots are really firing off here for Ents so far. Not so convincing in the early stages of Dust 2 compared to what we got out of them on Mirage. But they have got a full arsenal of weapons here, despite losing that gun round previously, able to drop a couple guns. And here's Poddy making the play you're kind of referencing, and he's decided he wants to get out of there. He doesn't actually want to hang around. He's being chased, but Rigon's there to support.
Really important, but now you got to worry about short. Poddy's going to make it there in time, but space on the catwalk can be generated. If Rigon pushes this smoke, I don't think he will, but that would be absurd. decides against it. SDY now on the corner, flashbang good to get Poddy off the angle, and he can stand here appropriately because Miltzy's got the space in long. This feels a lot better out of ends. And Partisan, I just described the setup they were going to do, and you just walk straight into it.
Clairvoyant, Brandon. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, surely from here, you're not going to drop the ball if you're Ents by far and away your best position that you've been in on the map so far. As for Partisan, it's going to be a group up with 3 players. Not giving any information away, but
Nice
Rigon off the
flash.
back of the flash will still be able to peek up and collect 2 kills in the process.
Really clever flash, because it's the way it lands, you're not blinding any of your teammates in window and door. You're also throwing it forward on that trajectory, so it might hit a player, and then you can get the audio that way. And it just also means they directly have to turn around and spam the smoke, potentially in CT, because it's either you look at the CT angle, and you're not going to get blinded by that flashbang, but that means the B-doors players can kill you, or you're going to get blindsided by that flashbang, and then the B-doors players can kill you. And either which way, it works. So awesome little flash by SDY. Very creative, and it puts Partisan in a little bit of a bind.
Yeah, it was well worked there from Ents, not taking unnecessary risks, covering their bases. This duo of SDY and Rigon is looking tasty, Brandon. I know it's very early days, but they worked incredibly well together in middle on Mirage. Rigon already in on the action. Poddy nearly gets caught off by their 4 positions. He can't fall back, he has to fight, and he does that. He does exactly that. It's the best of his ability.
Yeah, I tell you what's brilliant about Poddy, and I think you mentioned this, and you say about how he likes to feel out the round, but also I think his decision-making is very instinctual, and it's more often than not the right result in the situation he's put in, because it looks bonkers him to refight and reface that, but ultimately he's got the element of surprise by going for that fight. Secondly, he's going to get caught probably if he runs away. He's going to get run down by an AK, so it's absolutely the correct decision. You don't want to give Kindo chances here because this is going to give Vladen space up long. However, the nade of SDY will finish the job, and now Vladen is in a precarious position. 2 AWPs on different elevations, bowing down at him, and it's a great shot on the first, but SDY will trade. What a round from SDY. Primary AWPer, who is it?
Yeah, good question, man. He's owning that role right now. I was surprised that both AWPs were just holding that long line there, waiting for Vladen to come through from long. I don't know if he threw some utility or something, so they knew he was there, and then maybe the mid player could cover top mid. Guaranteed short being cleared. Probably had to be something along those lines as N start to come alive here on their CT side. And just to go back to the point you're making about Poddy, I completely agree with you. I feel like his game sense is probably like one of the core fundamental aspects of his game that makes him such a good player. And he's also evolved to a degree, you know. He used to be very passive. He used to be super micromanaged, I feel like, until Glaive came into the team. I think Glaive massively accelerated Poddy's career and actually just gave him a huge boost. And I've just seen Poddy calling his own shots a lot more in the past sort of 6 months.
Gotta remember, look, we're giving all the praise on Ents because these are a brilliant couple of rounds, and now they're changing the dimension again with the aggression. But it is still Partisan, 2 rounds to the good. You don't want to keep pushing here if you're Miltzy. Kindo holding for this directly, and Miltzy's going to use the shadow to his best advantage. Flashbang, it's good.
It's always such a gamble because when you get blinded, you don't know, should I spam? Do I hope they don't clear me? Do I hope they don't push? And unfortunately, he's just good for some damage. You're right, Poddy departed the scene. He's now the only player on this half of the map. They have at least taken control of upper tunnels. So they're getting information, but it's going to be a while before they can actually do anything about the info they've got. And Vladen's still controlling lower tunnels here. Rigon's going to be the one to cross paths, and he's gone down.
I love the fact that Poddy's come over, though, to sort of take attention away, potentially into catwalk, into top middle, then lower play can also work. Like, they are still doing things in tandem. Nader has been dropped in spawn for SDY to crack open this smoke, and now they can confirm no one's directly on this A bomb site. It means we can all get in position here. SDY just on the wisps of the smoke. Someone's going to walk through. That's brilliant. Someone just walks through the smoke. It is Dragon, and that allows the space to be created. Nature will trade him out. 3v2. No disruptive utility here for Ents, and Partizan can put the bomb down.
There's going to have to be some sort of a massive moment from either Poddy or Nature, and Nature's now been dropped. Partizan on the money here. Again, keeping things very simple, but super effective. That one extra little trick thrown into the mix there by phasing through the smoke catches SDY off. I just felt super uncomfortable watching SDY, but he just didn't really have anything going for him there. No great options available. Kind of painted into a corner, had to push forward. Smoke was too late. He went down, and there wasn't really much chance in the round thereafter.
Good accountability as well from Partizan, because we've never seen Poddy that aggressive over towards the long doors. The fact he fired off a shot as well. Normally, when the AWP's completely solo, firstly, he's not really going to be completely solo holding that long line at the double doors. But secondly, if he ever was in that situation, he's never going to pull the trigger unless he's got that guaranteed kill. So I love the fact that they go back through. Depression's like, right, let me just flash just in case there is a guy on the doorway, and Miltzy, who's had a little bit of a rocky start to Dust 2. I love the fact that they've got that presence of mind to consider that. Gens are trying to get tricky with it, and Partizan say, hold on a second. You can't get away with everything.
And they're also just very good at playing with an advantage. You rarely see Partizan drop the ball when they've got a 5v3. I feel like they're super good at converting those sorts of rounds, covering their bases, trading effectively. It's going to be Miltzy to draw first blood through the smoke, and Dragon's also particularly low right now. So the focus is going to shift over towards the B-bomb site where Rigon's been dropped. He's now wielding that second AWP, and it's cost him his life. Hang on, though. Nachu, how's he not gotten a kill there on anybody progressing forward? Oh, man. Ents off the back of that opening kill have just had nothing else going for them in the round.
Yo, two dinks, and I can't believe, firstly, Dragon's alive, and he potentially could still be a menace in towards the long doors, holding for these exits. But secondly, and I guess thirdly, like how Rigon on this angle he's holding the entire time, and he's not able to catch the pressure. Then you've got Nature with a sublime flash, and that doesn't do any damage. It's baffling, but Partizan will take that all day long.
Yeah, there's two key moments in the round there for Ents where they actually looked like they had the advantage, right? Rigon's AWP and Nature catching them as they try and come out of the tunnels. Neither of those players were able to take advantage of that opportunity. And you're right, Partizan all day long, baby. They're in control. Looking very comfortable on their T side right now in terms of how they're going through their motions and processes. Again, quick adaptations in the round here from Partizan when they kind of figure out what's going on. They're not wasting any time to activate.
That's better. That's the first time. Actually, it's not. I was going to say the first time we've seen an entry kill in a while for Ents. They got one in the last round. This is the first time we've seen Poddy start to be influential here. About time, because that AWP has been really hit and miss.
Yeah, it needs to be more where that came from for sure, but it's going to be Miltzy who's called into action here in pit right now, and then SDY on the bomb site itself. Ents don't know exactly what's coming their way, so they're still kind of covering all their bases. Poddy is gravitating back into the, say, bomb site. This is a nice angle from Miltzy, but he's still kind of been jiggled out, so they now know that he's here. He's still about buying time for as long as he possibly can. There's so much util barreling in his position, and he's actually been able to seek refuge in the smoke. Eventually, inevitably, he does get spammed down, though.
Yeah, at that point, when you don't see him as you all jump in towards pit with about 8 mollies and 9 nades, like, of course, he's not going to be there. Poddy, again, flicky over towards long. We'll find one and the second. Gets a snapshot onto Dragon just before he's completely exposed by that flashbang, and he's even able to get out a dodge. This is immaculate, and then it baits in the long player. Rigon is able to get both. And between the two of them, Ents hold down A successfully.
Yeah, that is a very big round coming through from Ents, and Poddy in particular looking a lot more solid with the AWP there, landing some vital shots. And now Partizan have to dig quite deep into their coffers to afford an investment here. It means it's a round where they don't have as much utility as they would normally, but still enough to piece it together. Lose this, though, 6-4 becomes 6-5. And then some of that Good work early on becomes somewhat negated. Miltsy, quite lucky to get out with his life intact. Partisan normally try and chase these players down and spam them through the smoke as they retreat, but no fatal blood spilled yet in the round. Look at this angle from Vladden. Oh, this is hard to clear.
I think they're going to, though. The way that they're approaching it, yeah. Vladden gets a nice shot. He's ready for the second player. Rigon's also... I don't think he's made a step, but he's given over a little jiggle, and Depression is still half blind when Poddy peeks over the top. Rigon now lets Partisan know, hey, by the way, I'm in all the tunnels. I know you don't have it. Stay outside.
Yeah, and he's also scooped up an Incendiary, so he can kind of try and hold on for that control, or hold on to that control for a little bit longer. Problem is there's still so much time left in the round here. And there are 3 players on the opposite side of that choke point. Oh, this is a big moment in the round. SDY, I think he's been spotted by Collins. No, maybe not. Gun barrel now seen by SDY. That guarantees the frag. Such a fine margin. And Rigon has smartly fallen back into the B bomb site. No need to continue to hold on to this forward position with the man advantage in play. Problem is, he's not going to have any support, mate.
No, he's not.
At least one. At least one. And he's now been spotted, damage found, and actually it's a team kill, and Kindo's low as well.
Look at this from SDY. Look, we're gonna come back to this setup in a sec, because I think it's absolutely brilliant. Was that a tag through the wall as well? This is a complete disaster. Nade doesn't quite land on default. It gets blocked by the box. Miltsy now chucks another nade in. They know these players are low. They're so hungry to try and get rid of them, but walking into this crossfire might be a little bit tricky, but it's made all too easy when Miltsy gets rid of Kindo. Vladden finds one, but that's all he's going to be able to successfully do on this bomb site. ENCE will defuse. And let's talk a little bit about this setup between Rigon and SDY, because the way SDY is standing on short, he is very, very tucked in. So even though it looks like he's playing individually on the map, guys, he's not, because he's gaining all this space in towards middle, and more importantly, the information. Rigon, therefore, can do 2 things. He can either be in tandem, can come back in towards lowers with SDY, they can swing together in mid, or SDY can say, mate, do not worry whatsoever about lower tunnels. You can fall back in towards B. You are not going to get flanked if you want to stay in upper tunnels just for a little bit longer. As soon as SDY takes that contact, that's when Rigon moves back. So they are playing together. Even though on the map it looks incredibly disjointed, it isn't, and it's a thing of beauty.
And think about how much ground that they're covering with that setup as well, between the 2 of them. And as you highlight, they might not be playing alongside one another on the sides or in the map, but they're still absolutely covering one another and key components that enables each other to maintain the position that they were in.
Miltsy, sorry, I'll just cut you off. Miltsy is on the angle that I always play in my Dust 2 pug, because I think, yeah, I'm going to get a multi-kill here, and I get 1 digged. Every time I just get 1 digged. So I'm excited to see what he can do in this off angle.
Well, you're not going to get to see much outside of what happens in the kill feed, and, well, he's managed to...
Oh, he's done better than I have.
Yeah, he's avoided the 1 dig initially at least. He's at least been able to spill some blood. Normally you see people sitting on the ledge and then after you take contact you try and fall into pit, but he'll just stand and bang and ENCE will draw within 1.
It's really surprising that the pro player does better than me. But yeah.
Who would have thunk it, Brandon?
Can't believe it. I think we mentioned this when we first got the new animation update and stuff, but I think this is a very underrated, beautiful quality of life change. The size of the U2 on the floor. It makes our lives a bit easier, but also I think it is, it's just good.
Yeah, I mean, you and I already have a handicap in life, having to just wear glasses 24/7. So I feel like we're no longer being...
Oh, gee. Should I give a little bit of lore? Should I give a little bit of lore to me right now live?
Okay. Yeah.
So I wear glasses, obviously, because I can't see properly, but also I've got quite a lot of double vision in one of my eyes. Okay. So when I am casting Counter-Strike, guys, if you look at the mini map, it's always sort of semi-doubled when I'm watching.
You're watching 10v10 at that point.
So I'm putting in a lot of effort.
You've always got to kind of second guess exactly where the player is. Look
Absolutely.
At that from Rigon. He's just charged straight through. He's dead. Miltsy might look to try and make up for it. Don't know if Dragon's going to be exposed on the angle. My goodness. Both players exchanging glances, neither spotting each other.
Glass. Don't swap
Yeah.
glasses, guys.
Oh, that never works. It is never a
Oh,
good
nice
idea.
shot.
SDY, though, doesn't need his vision to get that kill, Brandon.
No, he doesn't. And now you're sort of stuck, because if you're Partisan, you feel like Ents have got sort of 2020 information of where everyone is and what's going on. Miltsy, again, just locked in the corner. Dragon's really aware that there could be players here, because Rigon was here just a few rounds ago. That's been the premonition set into his mind. The danger is that not only has he been spotted, but this is quite individual. He'll still win out the gunfight 1-for-1. And this now drags the rotates. If you're Partisan, you end A here.
Dragon was so good in terms of methodically clearing out his angles as he makes his way forward, not taking anything for granted, not making any assumptions. As soon as he spots out Miltsy, he swings with confidence and conviction to get the kill, levels it back into a 3v3. And it's going to be an A finish here from Partisan. It's SDY, it's a big moment in the round, and that's info. Watching Dragon transition from tunnels in towards the Xbox means they're probably going to try and finish A.
They have got a smoke for the cross, so at least SDY will be blocked. I think this is really interesting, actually, out of nature. I was going to say he's maybe going to go in towards the smoke just to play with his team. Instead, look at this. Collins gets singed. He's then looking for CT players, but that is not SDY. SDY's got his Tech 9 out running through the smoke and completely offsetting Collins and making it uncomfortable. 4 on the bounce for Ents. They made a 6-2 start into a 6-6 finish.
Yeah, 4-0 for Partisan at one point, as you highlight, 6-2 as well. That's a scoreline Ents will be very happy to see here at the half. 6-all. Some quick lore, if we can continue the conversation about glasses for me, Brandon, is that I only got glasses at like 19, I think, for the first time in my life. And I just thought it was normal for people to have to squint to see the board at the front of the class.
That happened to me, yeah. I was like 16 or 17, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I guess everybody kind of struggles to see things at mid to long range and maybe have to squint a little bit, sit a bit closer to the front of the class. And then eventually, I think I had to get my license renewed for my drivers. And they were like, you should get your eyes tested. And then I went and got my eyes tested. And they were like, do you not wear glasses? I'm like, no, I've never worn glasses. I don't need glasses, mate. And they're like, no, you really do. They made me glasses. I tried them on, and I couldn't believe what I was looking at. Life was just all of a sudden displayed in 4K.
I need an operation on my eyes to be able to see properly, so that's going to be fun. But right now,
so does
I would rather watch the operation of Ents going in towards B, because again, SDY is just leading the charge to the depression. He's trying to take space in towards tunnels, but I love this out of nature. Look at how cringe this is, because he's being all the way in the corner. I don't think Kindo's going to be ready for him.
No.
Bye-bye.
Hang on. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Nate, you're right. This is cringe, but he can now be bypassed. Depression doesn't want to waste time here. I thought he would just immediately try and activate. The problem is his teammates aren't in any position to try and pressure up ramp at the same time. So Nate just crunches in on him.
And I want to be clear. Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say, this pistol round was immediately lost as soon as Ents got that kill on the play on the B-bomb side, because everybody else was so far away and they never had a kit.
Yeah, that was a way better point than what I was going to say. I was going to say, to be clear, I was using cringe as a positive adjective. Like, I love the way you played it.
It's the same as when we have those post plants on, like, Ancient, where they just cycle the mollies on the B-bomb side to deny the defuse. It's cringe, but it wins you the round. It's great in that regard.
Yeah, that's a Valorant.
Yeah, Valorant and cringe. It's just synonyms, aren't they?
It just works, yeah. 13 and 3 for SDY. I didn't notice he only had 3 deaths.
Yeah, that's actually crazy, considering they were down 6-2 at one point. SDY also only had 1 kill in the first 4 rounds, by the way. So...
Damn, okay.
Gotten 12 in the past 9 since then. Come alive in a big way. One of the big contributing factors to their successes in their fight back on their CT side. And they've now got a lead for the first time on the map as they come up against the 4 spy.
Wait, if he only got a kill in the first 4 rounds of play, was he like 0-3 or like 1-3?
It was in the pistol, so he was... Let's see, actually, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
1-1, 1-1, 1-2. He was 1-2 by the 4th round.
So he's 1-2. That means he's 12-1 since then.
Yeah, that's wild.
I'd be worried a little bit if I was Ents. Never mind, Rigon accounts for it. I'm glad that they're holding just in case there are players close on the corner. HOTU will also drop a molly to upset Kindo. And the nade banks off. Poddy's then in the perfect position to capitalize. Missed scout shot out of depression. They're trying to make sure that they don't save any guns.
Yeah, this is damaging right now coming through from Ents, because not only are they going to be winning against the Force Buy, they're going to ensure that that next round is made so much easier without having to play against any of these weapons. I say that. Depression making a bit of a nuisance of himself with that scout, as he is able to fall back into the safety of the B bomb site, try and get this long line with the scope, and well, he has got SDY on the opposite side, and that's not a man you want to go up against right now. He is a man possessed. He hasn't died in 7 rounds. I've just checked the numbers. He is 7 rounds on the trot here, been able to keep himself alive while finding kills.
Absurdity. I think, look, the one thing I will say, and there again, I guess most people won't really be thinking too much into it, but this was a feature piece on Mirage at Events' T side, is they were always hunting. They were never allowing Partisan to save anything. There was so many instances where the AWP was just denied by Depression, and it just goes a long way. Oh dear. That was a chance there for College. You're right, this was looking a little bit scary. Maybe it still can be. Depression up and over, but Rigon and Miltzy are completely annihilating all of these players. And then Rigon could just come over the top with a flying MAC-10 kill. What a shame. And again, straight back to business, straight back in towards the hunt. I've been tagged, guys. He's in mid. Go get him.
I was grimacing for about 10 to 15 seconds while holding my breath for Ents there as they're trying to breach into that B bomb side. And actually just really good awareness, good presence of mind for them to even clear towards car, because they'd already gotten a kill on the player boosted. Then they got taken contact through the doors. Then they also found a player in the back of the bomb site, but they didn't tunnel vision. They still cleared out car. And that was a big moment in the round. Getting that kill without losing any players in the process allowed them to breathe so much easier. And they've now built their lead to 3. What's that now? 7 rounds in a row for Ents. Yeah, I don't expect Kindo to keep the MAC-10 here, right? There's no world in which they're going to keep the MAC-10 in this round, right, Brandon? Not when you're down 9-6 in the quarterfinal and it's CT side Dust 2. Nah, he's still going to drop it and sell util to get it from us or a scout, right? Dragon.
No.
Oh, how do you feel about that? Because I'm not a fan at all, but let's see.
I mean, he was probably going to be on MP9 util anyway, so I'm not the biggest like
hater. Like
yeah,
I am. Okay,
like, it's one of them, you know. Not to put you on blast, but
no,
it's whatever.
This is part of it. Counterpoints are important, and you probably are right that he would have been on an SMG anyway. I just thought I'd rather have a scout over a MAC-10 on Dust 2 at the bare minimum.
I don't mind it because it means he can then go push in. He can then be like the information gatherer for
Problem is
Partisan.
He isn't.
No, he's not. Instead, he just got flashed in mid. Depression on an off angle here. Rigon and SDY needs to be careful, but in the same breath, so does Depression because he's about to get smoked off. SDY is not dead. That's a shot. That is incredibly lucky.
And Depression will feel hard done by. He's done the hard work there to get that angle, get the opportunity, and now Dragon is going searching. This is what you were talking about a bit earlier. Flash forward. He spotted out Nature. It's going to be tough for Nature to track this MAC-10, but he's going to be able to find the success. And look at the crunch now on this B bomb side. Flatten has the world on his shoulders. He's blinded up. He will still stand tall for 1, but gets overrun by SDY. Run and gun. Exemplified.
Oh, wow. I just love the responsiveness at events. Like I tell you what, I was looking at the map, I was so transfixed on this little Nature fight with Dragon. Like, yeah, Partisan, they've pushed it in towards upper tunnels, that makes a lot of sense. And then bang, they're just straight out mid to B. Like ridiculous. Nice nade. But unfortunately, that's going to be the only positive adjective to describe this round number 16 for Partisan, because yet again they're saving. Rigon is already in at car, so Partisan can't go long. And Ents are 3 rounds away from knocking them out the tournament.
Off the back of being down 2-6 at one point. And I feel like it's been a very rapid rate at which they've just soared ahead here on Dust 2 as well. When things click with this Ents team, they're such a joy to watch, aren't they?
Yeah, I love watching them. Like it's been actually such a privilege being able to follow them for the last, I don't know, like 3 or 4 BO3s.
Yeah, it's true. You've actually seen quite a bit of them.
Like Entz's socials, if you want me to come and community watch them on your channel when I'm not working, I'd absolutely love to do that because this team is just brilliant. I'd happily just sit there and watch Ents games all day long.
King. Yeah.
Absolutely. Hit me up.
All right, well, here we go. 10-6. Must-win round for Partizan. No two ways about it. They have run out of time. The clock's on the 11th hour. And this is going to be straight out long coming through from the T side as well. Kindo's been forced back by the util. SDY is chasing him though. Fantastic support utility. They're just chaining those flashes out long and Kindo never stood a chance. And they're not stopping either.
I was going to say, first time they've done this as well. And they just keep going with the aggression. SDY knows he can throw himself into the guillotine if it means they can take space. And look at this. You can't go for this if you're Partizan. You got to save.
I just love the confidence from Milty, the least experienced player on the server. Look at how much space he's been given, Brandon, to make these sorts of plays. The trust that they're putting in him right now. And he's delivering. And they're not even going to be able to save. It's just Dragon left remaining, and he's stuck now in short.
He's dead. Oh, no, he's not.
Yeah, Party is, you're right.
Oh, yeah, go. Ninja defuse. Just kidding, he's got no kit.
You little rascal.
Run away.
It was a little bit preemptive from Ents to run as far away as they have. I guess Milty is keeping tabs on things. Dragon, you do not extend out here, surely, right? There's no need to swing. Good discipline. Problem is, that's not even a silver lining saving an M4 at this point. It's like a gray lining. 11-6. 9 rounds in a row now for Ents as we keep that tally ticking over.
SDY's cooled off just a little bit. Now 17-5. It's still just absolute absurdity. But what's nice is he's done all the heavy lifting. And now suddenly Nature's having rounds. Poddy's coming into his element. As you say,
yes,
Milksy in that previous. And now again, Partizan trying to adjust. Brilliant from Dragon. Sinks his teeth into this long fight. And he's just able to remove both. Poddy has a chance to extract him through the smoke, but that doesn't happen. Ents need to relocate, and they're going to try and do that through short.
Here's what I will say, is the flash that they threw over the top was never going to be blinding Dragon because he was so far forward. They needed a pop flash through the door as well. I like the plan there from Ents. They're really trying to play on the front foot and continue to suffocate Partizan, but finally they've been stopped in their tracks. A 5v3 here for Partizan to finally get back to winning ways.
Instant denial of this smoke, and Nature has just spammed out Collins. What on earth is that? Dragon's now full blind, and the thing is, you will not know about this player in towards Goose. So Kindo will at least be able to grab one, but Poddy's got rid of Dragon. So now suddenly you know all the info. A fake plant trying to entice further defenders. That flashbang now confirms that one's in towards CT. And in fact, it's 2 of them. This starts to get a little bit precarious, to be honest, for both teams.
Yeah, but it should never have been precarious for Partizan, so Ents won't mind that it's gotten a little bit edgy here. Great shot from Poddy, but surely they're never going to expect Kindo in towards Goose right now. SDY is the one that could find himself in a spot to bother. Oh, he actually had a chance in the fight, and now Poddy out in the open will tap down one, but USP for Depression will prevail to hold on by a thread for Partizan as they do win the round.
Yes, you bang on. Like, they just don't expect Kindo there because as soon as he's revealed himself, the last thing you expect him to do is just to remain in that corner, especially when contact's been taken in CT, especially when Depression's now swinging wide. You expect there to be a ramp fight. You expect there to be something here for SDY to sort of wrestle with. And instead, Kindo, he's just living because he knows if he just lives the entire time, Ents can't plant the bomb. Ents are going to feel constricted and pressured. So it's the right idea for him to obviously be a little bit baity.
Yeah, it was so incredibly close there for Ents, and now it's going to be Dragon who finds contact in middle. He was the guy who opened up the previous round, floating around the map, but they found the trade this time. Good shot from Depression to shut Rigon down there. Rigon maybe just getting a little bit ahead of the game.
Go away. But you know the AWP's B now. Just why on earth would you not just transition towards a short play? And that's exactly what they're doing. They're grouping up. They might overcook this, and they might go mid to B. They might put Poddy on the line and try and he'll try and hit the jump spot kill. And they're overcooking it and doing exactly that. I'm scared for depression, but this is really brave. Like, last thing you do is expect an AWP right there.
Yeah, exactly. So it works out for him. And now it's onto the A players to uphold their end of the bargain, and they're not going to have any problem in making that happen. At this point, HOTU, probably best he could do is save the AK. No way to win the round from here. And, I mean, AK armor, they're going to be buying in the next round anyway, so I think is probably a little bit unnecessary, and I think he's kind of realized that best option is to keep the gun in play. We'll find a frag on one. Just if he had 5 or 6 extra seconds, then who knows what could have happened, but he will just drop down to his death, and Partizan keep themselves alive as they continue to fight back on Dust 2.
As you say, they can buy into this, but they're going to save a little bit of money in reserve. Looks like Miltzy's going to be prioritizing potential AWP piggy bank money for Poddy. I really liked the injection of pace, the aggression we're getting out of Ents in a number of these rounds, but it does really feel like in moments they are forcing things when they don't need to.
Yeah, that's what I also felt like from Rigon in the previous, where he just swings through middle where his teammates aren't in any position to even activate, regardless of whether he gets the kill or not. And now a half-buy coming through here from the T side. Key chance here for Partizan to close the gap to 2.
They've read into this perfectly as well. It looks really fakey that they want to go mid to B, but actually the main hit is going to come through tunnels, and where they've been re-smoked, hence are now going to rethink their approach. I don't know how you get in towards short though, and Kindo says, well, I'll tell you how.
Maybe
You're not going to.
Oh,
no.
Okay, I was thinking maybe they could push forward and not expect SDY there. It's a good flash. Never mind, Collins barely gets blinded. I guess it went slightly too deep. And Poddy eventually gets a kill back, but that's just the first kill in the round. And Partizan have actually looked super convincing in these past 3 rounds they've been able to piece together here on their CT side. This is looking like a team who are destined to push this game the whole way. They're not going to roll over.
I agree with that.
We still have a whole nother series after this, Brandon. HOTU against Sinners waiting in the wings.
Yeah, we do. It's exciting. We get to see the new look Sinners. I haven't covered them yet, but the first time Sinners has gone international, it's going to be really interesting to watch.
Everyone's just going international these days. Launders is in shambles. Wait, what? They've got another half-buy? Huh?
Yeah, well, some bought, some saved. It's now Miltzy, who saved previously, has now got enough money for a Galil with this half-buy. I'm not sure.
Feels like maybe a little bit of economic mismanagement here. I'm going to try and breach into the bomb site. Dragon has them lined up dead to right. Mouse button 1 is all that's required here from him. So much damage inflicted. SDY! Oh my god, he did need both those kills though. Such low health between Miltzy and Poddy. Both down to 17 health. It's an easy cleanup for Collins, the first responder. And it is just a 1-round game.
I'd like to see a little bit of a default now from Ents.
What works so well for them on Mirage?
I was going to say, like, that Partizan were pushing into them, and I think that this pause is obviously to reflect. Firstly, does Poddy want to do anything with his set play? Hasn't really got a good spawn. He's in towards the middle of the map. Okay, does he want to get boosted? Do we want to commit 2 players into this fight? Poddy's been going for this mid shot a number of times, hasn't really had too much success with it. Do you maybe want to put him over towards B tunnels? He can hold a really deep line in case players are going to walk in late. Dragon's been doing that a number of times for Partizan. You can get the cogs turning, but SDY has to come up with a call that's going to be appropriate to the situation, so potentially a little bit more defaulty. but also there has to be a design of where they want to end in mind. The rest of it can be a little bit jumbled, but as long as they've got a clear start point and a clear end point, they can probably figure it out along the way. Shout out end point one time. Damn. R.I.P.
Yeah, Mr. Boys. Max, I saw, made a post talking about how he was looking for an opportunity. SDY, though, will create an opportunity. Boldly going through the smoke. Wait, what? I didn't ever expect that kill to come through. I thought he would have certainly gotten out with his life intact. That's a very good, strong kill back coming through from Kendo.
This is tense. Really tense. And they just go dry. Ends just go dry in towards short. And I suppose it's sort of works, but not really. 2v2. You now know that both these players are over here. Vladin gets out of dodge. Look at HOTU. HOTU's flank. 1 HP. It doesn't matter. And Kindo is now left all out to dry. You think you know where both these players are, but HOTU was always on the move, and he might have just put Ents onto series point.
It was such quick decision-making there from HOTU to shift into the B bomb site and recognize what was going on in the round. They're going to trade guns. HOTU has found 2 kills on 1 point of health, but do not count Kindo out of this. A molly into the back plat there immediately kills HOTU. 1 tick is all that's required. A molly into Poddy's position forces him out into the open. Then he has a 1v1 with the low health player. There's many different avenues here for Kindo to win this.
Oh no.
But his incendiary doesn't go in either direction, and HOTU takes the initiative. He gets all 3 of his kills on a single point of health.
I think that's one of HOTU's best rounds in an Ents jersey I've seen out of him. Not in terms of the mechanical ability, but the cerebral approach to this. The decision to immediately go back. Yeah, phenomenal.
Like where it's a 11-10 round where you're about to get broken economically. Second map in the quarterfinal adds so much more gravitas to that play that you're referencing. So I'm right there with you.
Fast again, because look, SDY was able to get the opener. This time, Poddy doesn't strike true. But at least Ents have got further information, right? Partisan are contesting middle. Sorry, not middle, long.
At least Partisan do have a full arsenal of weapons here coming into the round to try and fight. Keep the fight going, and there's the smoke break. Poddy is the one who pays the price. Very good opening kill for Partisan. You have to string 2 rounds together. This is going to be the easiest of the lot as well, but this time the smoke break will cost Depression his life.
Oh, Miltzy's going to be so careful here. Because you have got Dragon just by mid-doors, but he's not going to go around the corner. It's all about containing for Partisan. And I'm a bit shocked that Collins has moved over here to jump over at B. That 1 grenade put forward by HOTU has drawn so much attention from Partisan. Look at how much noise he's making.
Oh my goodness. Ents are going to thread the needle here. They have created this window of opportunity with some good decision making. There's going to be a quick flank from Dragon, but he has to deal with HOTU, who's deep in towards lowers right now. Does he at all peek out? He's not gonna. And this could be costly for Ents because they may not expect somebody on short this early. And there we go. Miltzy's the one who pays the price. HOTU now goes searching, but Collins is there for him. My goodness. Partisan now with the 4v2 and the retake have every chance they need to keep this game alive.
Let's hear from Dragon, but Rigon in the corner. They might not expect him now. Oh!
Perfect.
You bang on the money. The fact that... No, don't do this now, microphone. We're at 12-11. the fact that HOTU doesn't see Dragon and then Collins is holding because Dragon's been able to get the contact, and normally there's the lurking from HOTU in lower. It's that anti-strap. It's that awareness from Partisan. And they can force OT.
Well, they've done incredibly well to get to this point in the first place, and this is now going to be one of the easiest rounds they've had to contest to try and get the game across the line into overtime. There's Galil's, there's a MAC-10, there's limited utility as well. All signs point in the direction of OT. Ents have one last shot here. Was it 11-6, I think, at one point? And they're just going all in on this B bomb site. Vladin is going to be the player to try and lock it down. He has got some support, but the support's isolated. The MAC-10's charging, the MAC-10's fragging.
No way.
As is the Galil. Partisan, is this really how it falls apart?
And it's sweet, almost trauma, to be honest with Partisan, 'cause it was their first gun round. They did this to Ents. How poetic is this? This could be the way it all ends. 5v3. They've got a couple of flashbangs that they've got to go off them, and they've got to move now.
Yeah, they do. They've got a couple of kits. They're trying to get cute with their retake. They're trying to find some sort of a favorable angle. You still have HOTU deep in towards T-spawn, so he knows there's no pressure from tunnels. Partisan leaving this incredibly late. They now smoke off tunnels. Util starts to barrel on in. It's going to be one-dimensional on the retake as they now start to commit forward, but they're being fragged, cut down at the choke points, and Ents have done it. In the 11th hour, at their last chance, they win the quarterfinal.
Yeah, they do. I mean, immaculate result from Ents. Partisan are going to be feeling a little bit hard done by because it's back-to-back, almost comebacks, to be honest, on both Mirage and Dust 2. We go to John to break this down before we regroup with all of us to close things out.
All right, thanks, Brendan. Yeah, that was a wild ride on Dust 2. And I mean, very back and forth strings of round victories for both teams. It starts with Partisan at the beginning looking fairly solid. You're like, okay, I understand why you made this map pick. A pistol round taken, the follow-up strong. Even when Ents were challenging on their first gun round, nothing could really come to fruition. Partisan looking very solid on their approaches towards the B site. You're seeing it right there as they wiped out Rigon and HOTU and forced the three other members from Ents to go on to that save. And, you know, finally Ents strike true. And once they do, I mean, look, they only get those 2 rounds there. But after things settle down once more and a couple of round victories come through in round 7, round 8, it's round 9 that really shone for Ents, and it really carried them forward for a crazy round, a string of rounds that they got in a row. I think it was 9 that they finished with before, you know, Partisan started their comeback trail. But I mean, round number 9, Depression gets caught by Pody in dark, and then Miltsy. This is the craziest part to me. Miltsy somehow survives in the smokes after a util barrage, and they're spending so much time hunting him down that it gives Pody another chance to dip in for a couple of frags, and he finds 2 more. It's crazy what he's able to do. Rigon comes in on the flank to get the last 2, and that's that key round. I really wanted to focus on it because after that point, Ents start winning round after round after round. A 4K for SDY in round number 12 afterwards to get that score line from 6-2 to 6-6, and then it's all Ents at the beginning of the half. Finally, Partisan managed to make their way back into it, but it's so much fantastic play, honestly, from both sides, and little details. I think it was in round number 23 where Collins has no reason to clear HOTU and lower, only out of instinct. He's like, okay, he's usually in this spot. I'm going to have a look. And if he doesn't do that, they lose the round. There's just no way. HOTU's able to strike for 1, probably 2. But because he gets that, they push to round number 24, and then Ents, what do? They rush B. Just rush B, that's the answer. And they win it, guys. It was a really fantastic series, though.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was brilliant from start to finish, and I'm impressed with Partisan, to be honest, because I expected Ents to win this. I expected this to be maybe a little bit more comfortable than it was, so maybe we've got to start giving a little bit more respect to Partisan as well.
Yeah, I think they'll be a bit bleak that they fell short on both maps, weren't able to make the comeback happen. There was just that middle portion of Dust 2 where we really just didn't get much out of them. They were 6-2 up at one point, and then they won, 5 of the last 6 rounds of the map as well. So that accounted for 11 of the rounds that they were able to win, right? But unfortunately, they just disappeared for too long in the middle of the map, and that cost them at the end of the day.
Well, that's going to wrap up our first quarterfinal, yes. The third one of the day. We've got our last one coming up, and we've got to take a quick break because they're waiting to play our Sinners and HOTU guys. We're going to hit that break. When we come back, we'll have that for you.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. He's going to force the kill in the last second. Urge right to the smoke. Look at him go.
All right, we're back, gearing up for our last quarterfinal of the day. It's going to be HOTU up against Sinners. This HOTU team is a little odd to me because I looked at it and I'm like, oh, okay, your analyst became a player? Sure, why not? Maybe that's going to work out. It's more than worked out. He is their top fragger on the squad. I don't know what is going on the HOTU side there, Brandon, but it's looking pretty strong.
Yeah, let's just. I think it's probably best we bring up the graphic and take a look at it rather than me looking at my, audio level all the time. But
we'll get that graphic up.
For HOTU,
I'll take over for now if you want.
Yeah, I was gonna say for HOTU, it's literally just like they play really simple CS. They just hit hard. Like it's actually bonkers. Like the way that they play. Like I don't get it.
The one guy that I actually am really happy to see in action once again is actually Duke Fisherer. I remember when I was coming into casting International Counter-Strike in 2021, basically the only Kazakhstan roster, this was before anyone knew who Molodoi was or Icy, it was 100 ping gods, appropriately named because they always had high ping, and Duke Fisherer was one of the players in that team. There was like Iceman or there was somebody like that. I can't remember who else was in that team, but he was actually one of the most enterprising players on that team. And it's just cool to see him back. I mean, this HOTU team's had good results. KDO, another one of those names people would be familiar with. Lampada, I've seen around. Is Mizu the guy who was the analyst before, John? I wasn't even
No, it was Duke Fisherer. It was Duke Fisherer.
Yes.
Wow, okay.
Okay. That's such a weird thing that he was in the analyst role, but it's good to see him playing once again.
Yeah, no, he was the analyst and he was the coach for GR Gaming before that. It's his first stint as a player in Counter-Strike 2, in fact. He hadn't played before for any team officially listed anyway. So yeah, I mean, he's been a revelation for them, without a doubt. As I mentioned, sitting at the top of the team at a 1.28 rating. We're going to see maybe the head-to-head afterwards, not sure. But yeah, he's been very good, Mizu behind him. Let's switch gears now and talk about Sinners, who've also made a couple of changes, right? Kisarek and Stressor have been brought onto the roster to replace Marisco and Zedko. Marisco's had been around anyway for quite a long time, since mid-2024, and now has found his way onto the bench here. How are you guys feeling about that?
Yeah, to be honest, look, this is Sinners' first sort of hurrah into international waters. They're very unknown players, to be honest. Like Kisarek for me is more known than Stressen, but Stressen has been like one of the best players on this team recently. It's been surprising, but it's been a positive surprise. It's probably the best way to frame it. I didn't expect it a lot, but they're doing a good job, and I've always got a little affinity for Sinners. I don't know why. I always hold them near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, I have been a big fan of Sinners for a while, and you know what? I guess I can just save the point for when we jump into the map, because John, we're bidding farewell to you now, mate.
All right, bye guys. Vito's there. You saw it.
Bye.
Have fun.
Let's jump into the action. The fact that it is going to be Sinners who have gone international, Brandon, is just a really, I'm sure it was a massive decision for them to make, because they've always been that regional team. It's the first time that Kisarek has gone international as well. And it looks like they've really hit the ground running. I'm excited by this project, and they've got a big opportunity here against HOTU to get themselves into the semis.
The only thing that's weird for me is, like, you've got Kisarek and Stressen that are playing really well, and then the rest of the guys in the core aren't playing amazing Counter-Strike right now individually. So I wonder if that's just teething issues, but we'll have to see. I've not watched them personally. And look at this. Straight down into B, into Lampada. And Lampada is still finding the kills. KDO will get traded. B-Stick has now heard them drop down vents, and he can say to his team, if we can get this bomb, is there any chance we could go A? Or maybe he can flank vents. Okay, well that works out perfectly, doesn't it? B-Stick just gets two kills immediately. Then you've still got the smoking kit. Lampada's also dealt with. B-Stick is a beast.
I can't believe how he's been able to navigate all three of those frags. I mean, the first one was free when Mizu was busy reloading. Then he finds a favorable angle on the second, and then, well, he's not done just yet either. You were highlighting Stresserin and Kisarek, but this run's all about the IGL.
Can Mr. Duke for Zero do anything? The answer is no. As you got this nice little double setup, B-Stick is the one that takes first contact. Stress on low HP. It's just going to swing back in. A good double out of Lamparda, and yet it's all in vain because the in-game leader, he's got 500 IQ in the pistol, and HOTU are left a little bit shell-shocked.
I wonder what it's like for B-Stick calling now in English. It's obviously the first time that he has played in a non-native team. Of course, he's from the Czech Republic. Had a long career as B-Stick. I almost see him as like a Tabson of Tier 2 kind of thing. Just fully committed to one team for a very long time, looking to build up the region. And it's almost like his hand has been forced to go international. How many times did they try and change the roster, right? Bringing in new talent, fresh blood, bringing back players. Oscar. It happened with... Who was the other guy who constantly was coming in and out of the roster? Let's have a quick look here. Jog my memory. Neofrag was one of them, but I'm thinking of... come on, man. Let's have a look here. Zedko. That was the one who's had a couple stints with Sinners as well. And it's almost like their hand has finally been forced to actually go international now. You were talking about how Kisarek and Stresserin have been the two strongest fraggers. I think that is okay because they still have B-Stick and Shock who will do like the engine work of the team, and then Peppo on the Yorp can also have big pop-off moments.
Two things. Firstly, that moustache on the skin is hilarious. Shock, nice. And that's the nice positive thing to say. Second one, I'm actually really surprised Shock's still in the lineup because he wasn't playing that well for like 6-7 months. I thought it'd be Zedko maintaining, but I suppose for the way this team's set up and the roles that B-Stick wanted, he's got a lot of trust in Shock. He's been playing with Shock for an awfully long time, so it's probably that dimension of it. But yeah, that was a little bit of a surprise to me.
I can understand why. I feel like he's been underwhelming for a long time. I feel like potential's always there, but that has to eventually just be realized and fulfilled. He's got some incredible first bullet accuracy. I've always felt like he has sort of like star player potential in him, but just don't really get the numbers consistently enough. That's a nice kill.
All right.
Gets out of dodge. Links back through the smoke, no problem.
Kisarek will trade. There's a massive spam going on to help the secret player maybe find something, but Sinners aren't there. And this is classic Sinners. You're going to see this a lot out of them. Really slow, really deliberate in where they want to go. They try to extract value out of almost every second in the round.
Classic B-Stick, right?
Yeah.
I feel like he's one of those IGLs who still has quite a tactical element about his game and the teams that he calls for, but he also does still have that ability to just flip through the gears rapidly when he needs to. These are the sorts of rounds they're generally very good against as well, because they cover all their bases, like you say, against these lighter pistols. They're not taking any unnecessary risks, not leaving anything to chance.
Misu is on a angle here. That's the... These kills are so good that they've just cut me off completely. That's actually just insane. Like, ridiculous. 5-7. Deagle comes over the top from Frontales. Bombs drops. It gets really difficult. It's a 2v2. But that is a ridiculous shot out of Duke. So remember, he's started here over in Squeaky, pushing the smoke. And now Kisrek is on 3 HP, and they know exactly where he is. With 10 seconds, he's got to commit to the plant.
Oh, it's impossible for him. Even if he is able to activate the bomb, he's not going to be able to do much outside of that. But no, Frontales, in style, will match Duke Fisher's double. Deegs doing the damage, and HOTU are on the board as a result. Just as we're waxing lyrical about how good Sinners are generally against these sorts of buys and how they're going through the motions and processes so impressively, they've fallen flat on their face.
Well, it was always going to happen, wasn't it, the moment we say things like that. Naturally. So that's our fault, Sinners. I'm sorry. And now Shock has got a Tech 9 and no util. They prioritized all the weaponry here. So we need to see some headshots, gents, instead of B-Stick being a magnet for grenades.
Yeah, fights breaking out towards outside right now. KDO goes one and done. That gives some space for Sinners to transition into Secret if they so choose. But HOTU have already made moves of their own, committing 2 players down the vents.
Yeah, this is a nice little setup. Duke for Zero just waiting. As soon as contact comes from the single door, you imagine he's going to go. It's just a patience game. There's the contact. There's the kill, but Peppo, you imagine is going to trade him out, and he does brilliantly. And Beastic is also actually able to catch out Frontales. So for Lampada, it's a difficult 1v3, but he's given himself a little bit of space, and he's picked up a smoke grenade.
Yeah, he's certainly going to give this one a little looky-loo here. Utility and the kit in play, AK at his disposal as well. Nothing on offer for him, though. Doors closed, and I think the windows are intact as well. No reason for them not to be. Oh, there is one opened up, actually. But he's got to get a move on now. He's starting to just scurry his way forward, and Shock might just try and take the initiative. Oh, he's dinked him. At least that will give him a big advantage now. Lampada desperately looking for the bomb to try and drop that smoke. With limited health, though, it's going to be very difficult to try and avoid all of the bullets that will be coming his way. And Shock might now start to panic. He's tapping, and ironically, while he's completely blinded, he'll actually get the kill.
That's scary, though. That's a 1v3 for Lampada. He's able to find the gap, the pre-fire onto the guy top rafters, threads the needle against Shock. Impressive round. But for Sinners, a really good result. They're able to win that one. They don't really stumble after losing that low buy. And now Frontales has got an AWP, but we've got MP9s, 5.7s. This does not feel great if you're HOTU. Sinners can just keep applying the pressure.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on this round for HOTU right now as they've actually gone all in. Frontales with the AWP going to be one of the most important aspects of the round. If they lose this, they fall behind the pace of the game by some distance.
The MP9 going for a swing out heaven is something I didn't have on the bingo card for round 5, but we do get to see it. Another one of these slow measured approaches here for Sinners, and a lot of prioritization. Now over towards heaven. And has there been a time in here? Yeah, there has been on Shock, but he now starts to see the player ascending. He needs to get a kill. He's got 4 bullets left, and he has to swap to the Tech 9. Oh my gosh, he has done it, but there's been kills elsewhere. Sinners have just collapsed.
Yeah, I think the bomb is now in full control of the CT side. 40 seconds on the clock for Shock and Beastic to try and recover this right now. Long-time teammates. But I don't even know if they're going to attempt this, Brandon. I mean, they're not in any position to consider. Duke Fisherer, again, has gone through the smoke at the perfect timing.
Beastic will able to at least alleviate a little bit of pressure, and now he knows that Frontales is here. He's also been able to scoop up the bomb. No, he commits to it. Wow, I did not think he was committing to that plant. I thought he was going to fake it, get Duke for Zero out in the open, but Duke for Zero on low HP swings, takes the kill. HOTU, they get another round, and there's a tech pause because KDO has just DC'd.
I'm also surprised he doesn't fake the plant there to try and draw the player out.
That's what I'm saying,
enough time on the clock, and also he knew Duke Fisherer was in lobby moments before that. And that's a very costly round for Sinners to lose. They've got absolutely no money, and that was a golden opportunity for them to go up 4-1, anti-eco 5-1, kind of sail off into the sunset early on here on their T side of Nuke, but HOTU have now kept them within arm's reach, and Sinners are inclined to force buy.
This is now back-to-back rounds where HOTU have only won on the low buy. Sinners are at a point where they definitely could have started to run away with the T side, but now it's a very even contention point for HOTU. Like, they can even just go into the lead and they can start generating momentum, which would be very bad for Sinners, because remember, this is Sinners' map pick. Yes, it's still very early into this map, but you give HOTU a little bit of momentum, they're just going to charge forward on it. Well, Kado's mouse is lagging.
Interesting.
Maybe give it
What
some
does that
water.
even mean?
Give it a little bit of food.
Yeah. Can't say I've heard of that one before. At least he's back in the server. We're hearing some ticks in chat, so hopefully that means he's going to be back soon enough.
Yeah, if your mouse is lethargic and is lagging a little bit, remember to check in on it. Pet care is key, even if you are playing Counter-Strike all day.
Yeah, make sure that that wheel is still there in the corner. Can
That
keep
powers my
itself fit and
PC, I
healthy.
think.
Yeah. I've got... Never mind. That's actually
Okay,
best
no.
kept to myself.
All right, no worries. That's really weird, for sure.
Yeah, no, I know. It's one of those things that you just don't really think it through the entire way before you decide to head in that direction, and then before I committed. Anyway, we're back in the game. Perfect timing to just shift the conversation across here.
You reeled yourself back in.
Yeah, I had to. I like my job. And
Okay,
HOTU,
yep.
But they've now got a moment where they can kind of get some control here on Nuke, and they've gotten themselves an opening kill.
Is that just a spam through the smoke? Did Frontalis break it? Yeah, I imagine they did break it. Another one, didn't see anything. It's just going to be an A-pop. Trying to get something extracted out of this round. Our Sinners. Through Hut they go. Straight in to Duke Fishura. And Lampada. Misu's also there, so Sinners think, oh, let's see if we can get the bomb down ramp. JK, Kado's here. Mouse no longer lagging.
HOTU have not taken a single point of damage here in the round, let alone been at any risk of losing a player in the process, and eventually Peppo will rip off ahead, but he'll go down immediately afterwards. HOTU just on the scene. They're so quick to make these moves. Not holding back, not playing too conservatively. Just suffocating Sinners, who are now going to have to eco.
Yeah, that's the thing for HOTU is when you watch them, look at how quick they are to react to things. Like suddenly there's like 4 people there. The over rotates go crazy on this team. Like genuinely, like they're ridiculous.
Yeah, very active, as far as I can tell in the pretty early stages here of Nuke. Mizu makes light work of the players emerging through from the doors. He's gotten himself a quad kill. Easy cleanup for him. Actually, the one name I haven't seen before is Mizu. Up some very good numbers lately, so I'm looking forward to seeing him get his job done here in the series and see what he's all about.
So yesterday, Zola was saying that this roster, this HOTU roster, was built around Mizu.
Okay.
So
They've got Mo as the coach, which is interesting.
yeah, Mr. Major winner.
Mm-hmm. With Gambit in 2017, I think.
Yes, sounds right. They beat Immortals in that final. The final no one expected.
Yeah, it was certainly an interesting game. I'll just never forget that Hobbit.
Oh, there was
perfect
a
from
hole. There was a
him.
hole in the door. Sorry,
Yes.
I didn't realize there was a hole in the door. I just thought that was insane. But it
I
was
still
insane.
think it's one of the craziest teams to win a major, like Mo, Adren, Dozier, Zeus, and Hobbit.
It doesn't,
And they
just
didn't
doesn't
get
sound
much
real,
done
does
afterwards. Yeah, Zeus then left the team. He went back to Navi. Kane was the coach. It does sound like a fever dream. All right, big moment here for Sinners in the follow-up gun round. AWP in play for Frontales on the front lines. Clues in the name there for him. Misses his shot, misses the follow-up. Kisserek punishes, and Sinners on the
Whoa.
front foot as he's doubled down through the smoke.
Will be traded by Lampada, and Duke Fissura is still here, just in garage. As I say, look at all the rotates already. There's like 3 players outside now, and they just swing. They just swing and take kills. Shock's thinking, okay, well, you're all here. Sure, I'll just be on the A-bomb site. Duke Fissura, a little bit aware that this could be a possibility. Kado should have no idea that Shock is in towards heaven. Yep. Walk straight into that one. Immediate trade out of Duke Fishura. That's my analyst. He's 9-4.
Yeah, he's having a great time of it right now. Some really clean shots out of him. And it's going to be Peppo left alone in the 1 versus 2. He's going to have free reign of the speed bomb site. And he could get off the site here as well. He can do it discreetly. Lots of steps being made in towards Vent right now, but I don't think he's going to expect both players. It's a well-timed molly as he closes the door. Duke Fisher just charges straight through. My goodness, they both fully commit, and Peppo says, don't mind if I do.
That's a really silly thing to do if you're HOTU. Like, you understand it, right? Because they're accelerating, they're trying to catch him off guard completely, but you're giving away so much audio. You're also just burning in the fire. Peppo holds his nerve. He's been so good in clutch situations when he first joined the Sinners squad. Get to see another example of it there. Shout out Kisarek, because those are 2 beautiful openers. He gets outside. Finally, Sinners are back. And they've done already good work. 4 rounds on the T side, hoping just for a couple more. That would be more than enough.
Yeah, 4 out of 8 is already a decent return for them. If they could get 1 or even 2 more, 2 probably leave them feeling the happier of the 2 teams. Mizo goes searching. Thankfully for him, Frontales is in tow to trade.
He's gone down the vent. He's gone down the vent immediately to try and cut these players off. Duke Fishura's first bullet accuracy is crazy.
Quite something, yeah.
And now for Frontales, he can just hold for the secret push. Peppo is going to go and greet him in just a sec with Kisarek. And Sinners have to commit down B. They've got no other control.
Oh, Lamparda's in an absolutely power position right now. Oh no, the gun model's actually covered Stressor, and we'll get that frag for free. That is a kill that certainly does change the context of the round all of a sudden. It's forced Frontales back up the ladder to try and clear lobby.
This is so aggressive out of Frontales, but he has to go and do this. Missed shot. And that should create the space to maybe get the bomb down. They're being loud about it. Maybe Frontales can start to hear this. There's no rotate still, but that molly will give over the indication. It's a 2v2, and Frontales has let them know he's also down here.
Wait, hang on. No one's really looking for the single door right now. That's criminal. He's going to get a kill. Kisarek trades and then goes straight back into the site. He's not expecting KDO to have immediately taken back control and HOTU make the retake theirs.
I can't. I'm in disbelief, but to be fair to Sinners, if I'm trying to think about why they did that, you don't imagine the AWP by himself is going to drop down vents, then walk through the molly and be loud about it, then open the single door all by himself. There is no cover, there is no opportunity for anyone to trade him, but it's his individual play. It gets Kato on the line. Kisarek just assumes they're going to be playing together. They don't.
Yeah, I think what's the most impressive about HOTU's successes on the CT side so far is it's not only like they're winning the rounds off of strong starts, they've even been able to make a couple impressive retakes happen here as well. And now it's painted Sinners into this awkward position where they've actually had to save their money. I mean, forced here in the round because a save wouldn't have gotten them a buy in the next. Couple AKs, Tech-9s in the mix as well. Lose this though, then 8-4 starts to become a fairly plausible halftime scoreline. KDO can't get out of dodge. He's going to get chased down. Great opening kill here for Sinners, and they're going to try and ride that all the way into the B-bomb side.
Nice little ding as well onto front side.
Oh, Mizu's in the corner. Mizu's not going to get cleared, although Peppo does glance in that direction. Okay, 3 versus 5 now, and it's going to be a plethora of frags. Sinners just making this force buy look easy.
Yes, they are. Oh dear. There we go.
I'm just glad you're back there. I feared the worst for a second.
I always fear the worst. Oh no, now it's just
Okay, so sorry, that was all on me. That was all on me, Brandon. That's I take full responsibility. My humblest apologies. As Sinners level it up at 5 apiece, Frontales will remain alive. I don't think we're going to see the CT side invest yet. It'd make more sense that they save and get a full buy in the next, but doesn't look like they're having any of it. Frontales immediately drops the M4 across to Duke Fisher. And now it's actually Sinners who have got a golden opportunity to pursue 7-5 on the half in their favor, which would be a massive return on their T side.
Yes, yeah, it would. I'm just gonna speak in really small. Oh, never mind. Oh, we're back. Oh, dearie me. I need to hit this microphone.
The one time where beating up your devices actually is advisable. Either way, I said that HOTU were going to full force. They decided against it smartly. I'm glad they didn't go all in here, because they have got a full buy coming into the next round had they saved their money, which they have. It now all hinges on Frontales as they're looking to try and get themselves in towards lobby. In the meantime, Sinners are making moves. They're already so deep in towards Secret, and there's only 2 USPs for them to contest just. There's not really much of a problem or a risk in the round here for this T side.
Right, I'm now eating my microphone, so it should be fine.
How does it taste?
Broken. Frontales? Oh, can he do anything here with this AWP? It's going to be difficult if the doors all swing open all at once. They're in the right spot here. In fact, like, everyone is down B. I think now you know that this has to be the B stack. And yeah, Kisarek, I love that little bait to get Kato to open the door, and Mizu follows through. Stressen, in the meanwhile, has taken all the space, and Beastick says, never mind, I'm just going to kill you.
Man, there's been some really sharp moments in this half so far from Sinners where the individuals have just looked really good. Kisarek and Beastick, I think, in particular. I mean, I know Peppo also has 9 kills, but just in terms of sheer raw mechanical firepower and how crisp they've looked, Beastick and Kisarek, for me, have been on top, kind of alongside Duke Fisher. And Sinners have a lead now.
A very deserved lead as well, because they were winning so many of these rounds early. But Frontales just keeps going. The fact he's ready for shock, hoping to grab another kill. It doesn't happen this time. So Frontales, his glass cannon will at least get 1.
Yeah, then Kisarek and Peppo answer back immediately afterwards, so to tip the scales in their team's favor. 2 kills in the blink of an eye. HOTU, I mean, if they end 7-5, they're going to feel like they've certainly left rounds on the table in this first half, man.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Considering that they won, what, 2 low-buy rounds and then weren't really able to get the ball rolling, I think Sinners had an incredible resurgence, considering that they're in the lead, and they were the ones that could have had their economy reset like multiple times in this first half. Is there any way this gets scary? Well, yes, because Peppo's got the bomb, and KDO's dealt with Stressen.
Okay, so back into even keel now here in the round. How do Sinners navigate their way into a bomb site from here? Because all 3 of their players are actually particularly isolated. KDO's timed. Oh my goodness, a 3v3 into a 3v1. Frontales on the A side, though. Is this where they're going to look to finish the round? I mean, it almost feels fair that he does deserve a shot with KDO having timed out. There we go. He's dropped the bomb carrier. This is no longer about looking for the plants. It's about looking for the kills. Frontales dropped down to 37 health, but he's still alive and kicking. Kisarek looking to try and desperately force this fight. Frontales is looking to stay alive, but Kisarek will round the site and get the kill, and that's 7-5 locked in.
That's such a shame, really, for like KDO to time out, and then Frontales is in the right place at the right time. He does everything in the round. He gets the opening kill. He nearly closes, but I love the little movement out of Kisarek. He makes noise on that left-hand side, then just immediately cuts it. Frontales has got to make a decision. His gamble is completely wrong.
And that's a huge return for Sinners, winning 4 of the last 5 rounds in the half there to give themselves a lead now going into their CT side. I mean, you look at their stats on Nuke. They played the map 12 times in the past 3 months. And they've had some really good results lately, beating Alliance 13-1, Metasport 13-8, Ruby 13-7. Those are some convincing victories. Looking to add another one to that tally.
Yeah, this would be a lovely result for Sinners. I think as well, like, especially when you've just made this change, especially where you've gone international, you want to have one deep run in the tournament early, just to give, I guess, proof of concept of the roster. I think for Beastic as well, that would feel really good for his morale and just his confidence, like, okay, this was the right decision. And I think what's interesting here is the fact that everyone's actually playing to a very similar level. You've got Beastic, Kisarek, and Peppo all within just one kill of each other. Stressen, I know, is very good on the CT side, so I imagine he's going to step up a little bit. Everything's going quite well right now for Sinners.
Absolutely. Sitting pretty and winning a pistol round would go a long way in pushing them towards that finish line here on Nuke. That's a very good shot from Beastic, I must say. This is one of the most impressive maps I've seen from Beastic in a while. I mean, in terms of the volume of kills, but how clean he's looking in these gunfights.
As soon as you say that.
Classic.
Hey, he got the kill. It's fine.
That's
Nice
all that
shot out of
matters.
Frontales. That was sickening. He tries to clear Stressen, but Stressen just deletes. I said he was good on the CT side, but that is a little bit dramatic, Stressen. You didn't need to do him quite like that. 2 1-taps instantaneously.
Yeah, first time I'm actually having the pleasure of casting both Kisarek and Stressen. I mean, I might have seen Kisarek somewhere in one of the Polish teams before. I don't necessarily remember it, but you can just see how strong these guys are mechanically and why Beastic has decided to pick them both up. A lot of people will be looking at this and thinking, Sinners, you've gone international for Stresserin and Kisarek, really? But clearly they've got the vision, and I'm always one that's going to back Beastic's decision-making. Shock here, smartly falling back. Eventually can't fall back any further. Has to stand and fight. This is against the Force by the way. He gets 3 kills and an assist.
Frontales is trying to go through the smoke, but he can't figure it out. He's now just elected just to sit in the corner. And will eventually get removed. Stressen back-to-back rounds has now just sat in the corner and has got Sinners the round win.
All right, well, double digits now on the table for Sinners. Ripe for the taking. Just the Deagles to contend, and I mean, these Deagles have been plucky already. We've seen how deadly HOTU have been with these hand cannons in the first half. Duke Fischer and Frontales in particular. Lampada also had a important double kill, I think. This is a nice angle from Beastic. You're not really clearing this as you... Oh. Okay.
He got cleared.
I have so much more power than I realize, man.
Try it one more time.
Stresserin absolutely doesn't get any kills from this position. There's no way HOTU win this round.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, you've done enough now.
Well, I just jinxed on both sides to actually see what ends up happening.
Shock's going to kill them all, is what's happening here.
Okay, alright. Let's see KD tear his head off 1D. Alright. You know what? It's one of those things where if you look at it, then it disappears, right? If you actually try. It's like, you know what it's like? Do you have any of those floaters in your eyes, Brandon, where it looks like it's just a little blurry? But whenever you try and look at it, it moves away. Gets a little shy.
Yeah.
You know?
It's a little shy.
Yeah, man. It's like, ooh.
Ooh, woo. I float away.
And then you try and look over. Oh, I'm over here now. Just going off in this direction. Can't catch me, but I am there. 10-5. And this next gun round is everything for HOTU.
I think this is fun, and I'm going to do it behind the scenes. And one of the things I love working about with JRT is that obviously he has to listen to us just bang on about stuff. And obviously we get a little bit silly sometimes, but I get immense satisfaction when he just types lol in the chat. That's how I know we've done a good job.
Little dopamine hit there for you, like a pat on the back. Yeah, fair enough, man. Oh, Kisaric peppering the smoke there actually ends up exposing KDO. And they both trade damage. Mizu didn't actually expect him to stop there. The counter strafe out in the open is enough to best B-Stick. And look at this, they're not letting go of W, they're just charging all the way into this B-bomb side.
Mizu's now holding for this vent rotate. Shock's in a really good spot. Just to maybe be this late round closer. And Stressen can just replenish this smoke on Squeaky. Pressure's going to be applied to Shock here. If he can just deny the bomb, if he can just waste it enough time, that's going to be enough because Peppo can be in quick pursuit. But I am worried about this angle because he's so deep that control room window can just see him instantaneously.
Yeah, Shock has just no room to maneuver right now. Himself and Peppo have to find some sort of a way to lock this bomb site down between the two of them. And Shock has been able to find a kill, but yeah, he was always going to go down immediately afterwards. And Shock is now, oh, excuse me, Peppo's so worried about a play through ramp, but that play doesn't exist. In fact, the point of contact's going to shift into the A bomb side. Stresser in Squeaky's good for one. There's a player in heaven as well. Peppo now has to shift to try and join up with his teammates, and HOTU will get a bomb plant in the meantime.
This is actually really difficult for Sinners on this retake because you've only got an AWP and that's lurking through lobby. Mizu knows that the rotations maybe would have come from that direction, but Peppo hits the shot immediately and it's up to Kato, who was this first player lurking lobby the whole time. Kisarek fired off at him over towards heaven, so now he knows that Peppo has to be coming from this direction, but who cares whether he's got an AWP or whether he's got a rifle because Peppo hit both shots anyway. Sinners are 11-5 up.
You can't even fault KDO for how he plays that, just standing out in the open. He even advances forward, and you can see that Peppo was clearing slightly deeper when he rounds the corner than when KDO was positioned, but he's just able to adjust anyway with some gnarly flicks there. He gets both of those kills. Maybe not even necessary flicks, but just really quick shots out of him, and it's those shots where if you miss them, you just immediately die, right? But he connects.
Okay, time to be critical now. Major winning coach. Yeah, absolutely. Why is the first pause at 11-5?
Yeah, I mean, they were even falling apart at one point in the first half, right? They lost 4 of the last 5 rounds. Probably should have been looking to call a pause there at one point. Game almost entirely out of control, almost too far gone. Brandon, look at the kill distribution here on Sinners. There's, what, a 3-kill difference between the top and the bottom of the scoreboard. Everybody's positive.
What do you even say at 11-5 down when you haven't taken a pause all game? Just go, well, boys, it's not gone great, has it? Yeah.
Just hit the lol, man.
B-Stick thinking about getting aggressive outside just a little bit. Lampada up and over, hoping to find it. They don't. And instead, everything's going to be a little bit of just a stalemate.
Yeah, for now, you can look to start to try and cross outside. And as we'll realize that there is a chance that they may have been able to get across here, so someone's going to have to respond soon enough. All the pressure on HOTU. They haven't won a round yet here in the second half. In fact, were they not leading like 5-4 at one point, I think, or something like that? I'll have to check back on HLTV, but certainly has fallen apart almost entirely for them. Kisarek draws first blood. At least there is still space being afforded them in towards Secret, but surely Sinners are going to start to respond soon enough and shift somebody down. There's just nobody in position right now.
They're going down Secret now, literally, as you say. You're going to have this double layering in towards Secret. B-Stick now walking forward first. And Kisarek's right behind him. Good trade space in here, and he's just seen the bomb. So B-Stick's going to give chase.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult for HOTU. They're still focused on trying to deal with ramp and trying to lock down this bomb plant. That is a major kill onto Kisarek. B-Stick will activate. He's now dropped that bomb carrier. And with only 13 seconds left on the clock, this starts to get awkward. B-Stick continues to frag. Duke Fisher will scoop up the bomb. And KDO will provide the cover necessary in the meantime. Stresser now left in the 1v2. Opens up the doors, but then gets dropped by KDO, and HOTU will survive.
I have no idea how they survived that, because with Beestick dropping that bomb, Peppo overextends, right? Peppo doesn't need to go around the corner at ramp, but he's just trying to see for Beestick if there's anyone really close to him. And then just KDO hits some bangers. But yeah, they did play it a little bit individual there, Sinners. HOTU able to weave their way back in, but an awesome round out of KDO.
Absolutely. Hit some really clean and important shots. He's had a pretty quiet map so far, so good to see him coming to the table when they need him the most. And now, despite the fact that they lost 4 rounds to start off the second half, not a huge amount of money here for Sinners coming into the following. There's a 5-7 and an MP9 to plug the gaps. And a big part of the success for HOTU in that previous round was how they were able to get into secret without much of a contest. This time, Peppo's responded by taking the AWP down there.
Yeah, look, I mean, that makes sense that you've had so many instances for Sinners where they've not rotated quickly enough. So they remedy it by saying, look, start down there, don't move, good luck. And of course, it's the round that HOTU are going to slow it down. Kisarek goes 1 for 1, but again, that's still further information. Shock in the corner, maybe hoping that someone overextends. No one is.
Yeah, KDO now looking to make a move to try and bypass these players in lobby, and then start to crunch in towards the A bomb site. Stressen's chasing him down, and he actually will come out on top of that fight. It's a key kill, but then Stressen, that almost looked a bit lackadaisical from him. Beestick will be rewarded for his patience and his passive position. Man advantage now for Sinners, but I don't think they can do much to actually contest this bomb plant. So HOTU still have a pretty good chance despite the fact they're down by a man.
Yeah, I thought Peppo might come up the vent, but he can't really because he's got the AWP. They should know about Shock because obviously he fired off shots from ramp, and Beestick's in spawn. So you got a pretty good idea of where these players are. Sinners just need to go together.
Yeah, and Peppo has to try and find a way to get up the ladder. Beestick is just going to charge forward with some assertiveness. It's now Frontales in the corner, misses the shot on Shock, and then gets taken down immediately afterwards. And Sinners make light work there with their force buy. They go up 12-6, and they've got 6 chances to finish off the job.
The money as well just isn't brilliant for HOTU. Like, they've got 3,500 each, so maybe you can get some AKs. It's going to be Galil's. Utility's going to be lacking. One of the best chances that Sinners are going to have to close this game, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely. This will be their best chance, right? Because as HOTU start to string rounds together, they'll make sure they've got AKs and util, but it's not an awful investment for HOTU to try and keep themselves alive. The problem is they've only won 1 out of the past, I think, like 6 rounds we've had here in the second half. And now they have to win 6 in a row. They really have dropped off massively. I mean, it feels like a team that are really good at riding their momentum when they have it behind them, but once they've lost that momentum, it has been fairly abysmal, I'm afraid.
Well, the thing is their CS isn't structured, and like it's really one-dimensional. So as soon as you put a stop to that, and it'll be funny, like an in-game leader like Beestick will eat this alive, like more often than not. It's going to be really difficult, and it has to be the individuals doing the damage, where Lamparda's had a rough one. KDO's got 3 of his kills just in 1 round. Duke Fishura hasn't been the same Duke Fishura of the first half.
Not at all.
It's just been lacking.
And they need somebody to be the spark that can ignite the fight back. Someone to have a big multi-kill round. Spur everybody else on. I thought that might have been KD a couple rounds ago, but didn't really get a huge amount done afterwards. So here we go, 12-6. Again, it's a very similar look from HOTU, and pretty much all of these rounds, Brandon, very slow, grindy, working outside, working secret, not getting a huge amount done throughout this portion of the round, and then hoping they've shifted the pieces enough to find a gap for an execute.
It looks like finally Peppo's going to be tested and rewarded after 2 rounds of not being able to do anything. But Kisarek gets removed, and wow. Duke Fishura has just walked into Garage and has just dropped the bomb. Beestick and Shock now combine. Oh, but Peppo pushes. I said he was being patient. He's anything but. Beestick is now all alone. At least he's got the C4.
Yeah, he has, and an AK here to aid his cause as well. 40 seconds on the clock. This is no longer about getting the bomb. It's about just looking for the kill. And I thought Beestick had that frag dead to right, but Mizu just crouches in the middle of the fight. And I think that Mizu kind of baited Peppo, can't really fault Peppo for pushing. He's thinking, okay, B-Sticks dropped the bomb in Garage. So that means HOTU's attention is going to turn to actually trying to recover the C4. And he's thinking if there's anybody in secret, they've probably turned their back. And I think Mizu may even have sold a little audio cue footstep that he's shifting away from secret stairs. I didn't catch it, but it looked like he did step. And that's what drew Peppo forward, thinking he'd fallen back.
All right, well then, correct me, because I was surprised he pushed. I understand it, obviously, because the bombs dropped, as you say, but having no direct info about outside because you've played such a passive line, obviously your main player in Kisserek's been removed early, it's still such a risk to just go there by yourself, you know?
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I can get behind the play.
Oh no, of course.
I think it was unnecessary. Certainly a big moment in the round. Mizu with the multi-kill there to get his team across the line, and now this is a ghastly force buy for Sinners. My goodness.
Yeah.
Doesn't get easier than this for HOTU when, as far as an investment is concerned.
So if they win this, 12-8, Eco, 12-9, 3-round game. That's if they win this, though.
Surely, right? Surely this is a round that they have in the bag before we've even begun.
It's a nice little setup down here. B-stick. Oh. Why did I say anything? He was in the corner and then I say something and he moves.
Mizu just seems to be the boss of Secret right now as well. He's just winning every gunfight in that part of the map. And again, it's the exact same opening from HOTU that we've seen every single round here on their T side so far. Numbers towards outside, looking for fights, getting control.
Shock's heard
and
them
then
drop,
working aside
right?
from there. Yeah.
So Peppo has to be recalled back in. I don't really like how forward facing he is, but there is a smoke there, I suppose. 45 seconds, again, just such a slow burn here from HOTU that they're really waiting for Sinners to react.
Shock's Deeg is certainly one of my favorite aspects to watch of his game. I was talking about his first bullet accuracy earlier. He's connected a shot. He had 20 seconds on the clock, Brandon. This could start to get quite scary. Peppo will connect on one of his own. I'm surprised he's kind of exposed himself as much as he has. It's now all on Stresserin. Good for the first, but he can't double down. If he gets both those kills, immediately just wins around for his team. Kisserek, though, is going to look to charge forward with the MP9, and he will be able to get the first frag, but then the kill at range is never going to work out. MP9 against the Galil. He comes off second best. And HOTU indeed make it 12-8.
Just about. But Lampada goes from outside killing Shocking Garage to then running down and bailing out his team. Pretty ridiculous, but my goodness me, that's about as close as it gets for the buy that we both grimaced at for Sinners. A lot of damage being inflicted. Now this one has to be the force of the hand, has to be the eco. And for HOTU, they will, in fact, as we say, make this a 3-round game. Unless they get eco'd, which they shouldn't.
Nah, surely not. I mean, the one thing that is quite interesting is that Sinners have got 3 players behind default. But this MAC-10 should just chew them up and spit them out, man. Put them in some body bags, right, guys? Yeah, there we go. Lampada will be the one to seal the deal. Some neat kills in the round, but not much to celebrate here for Sinners. 12-9, the imminent scoreline. Lose that, 12-10, Eco 12-11, so Sinners have got effectively 2 gun rounds between here and overtime.
No warp either, unless Peppo goes glass cannon, but to be honest, with the position he's playing, he's being told to go secret more often than not. I'd prefer him on a M4, so I don't actually think this is a really big detriment here to Sinners.
Yeah, probably not. He feels like a pretty good hybrid player in general. Look at this from HOTU. We're actually seeing a stark contrast in these past 2 rounds in terms of how they're approaching these rounds. KDO just charges straight through. Kisserek's completely blind. Stresserin keeps him alive for a little bit longer. He has to double down, let alone triple down. Fantastic return out of Stresserin. The question is it enough?
Love this out of B-Stick. B-Stick just says, okay, Well, I'm going to go all the way around in towards lobby. I'm going to prevent you from going back. And they've just dropped Vent. Frontales has got his knife out. And he's already opened up the door. Hits the shot on shock. Shouldn't be ready for Peppo, and he isn't. That's the bomb dropped. The issue for Peppo and B-Stick is that they're really far away from each other. Peppo should not peek.
Give it up, right? Yeah, give up the bomb plant. And just try and join up with your captain to affect the 1 versus 2 retake. No need to isolate any jewels. B-Stick will make his way down the vent, and Peppo's going to do everything he can to keep the attention focused on him. Does B-Stick go through the flames here? Maybe. As Duke Fisher looks to get off the site, he will be able to slide across into double doors. But Peppo will cut his head right off, and Sinners have got the job done.
Yeah, really important moment there. Stressen at the back of A bomb site said he was really good on CT sides, and he's worth his weight in gold. He actually bails out Kisrek for that first frag, and then just finds 3 more. A nervy end to that game, but Sinners are able to get it over the line, and now we go to John for a full breakdown.
Thank you, Brandon. Yeah, we're going to go right into this analysis segment. And really, Sinners got off to a great start. 3 out of the first 4 rounds on your T side is already nice, but we saw that recovery from HOTU attempt to come through. It was a force buy in round number 5 that I think both teams kind of playing with fire on with their economies, but, you know, it ends up working out for HOTU at least in that 5th round. B-Stick was trying to clutch a 1v3, and he almost gets it done, but it ends up dying on the plant attempt. Chose not to fake it, and I think it was being questioned by Hayes. I kind of agree. You know, just the micro details maybe a little bit off in that round for Sinners, and then that leads to a 3-round run from HOTU, and Mizu also gets the ace on the anti-eco, but that's not the main point. I think it's round number 9 where I felt like HOTU were about to run away with things, just because individually they looked impressive. Frontales, by himself with the AWP, gets 3 ridiculous frags, goes aggressive into Squeaky, which you don't see very often, but he's trying to take that fight, wins it, even though he misses the first shot, and then falls back himself to go back to that B site and also get a ridiculous peek out of Decon in towards the site. So, I mean, look, individually, I think that's where it starts and finishes, unfortunately, though, for HOTU. And Brandon said it best, right? This is a team that doesn't really have much structure. They rely on the individual plays, and you could feel it, right? You could feel them kind of stumbling at the starting gate in a lot of these rounds because of the way B-Stick was calling the rounds, because of how patient he was playing them, and they just never really had an opportunity to crack through in that second half until like a brief spurt between round number 19 and round number 21. But after that, you know, Stressor in 3K settles things down completely, and Peppo ends it with that last frag to make it 13-9 in favor of Sinners. Another round I wanted to highlight, though, is round number 16, right? HOTU go for a quick play into the B site, and I feel like they made a mistake here because they had Sinners on the ropes. They were going into B, 2 players kind of isolated. They didn't recognize that, though, and then they get a trade, but they're not confident, so they go back up to A, and because of that, they had a man advantage going back up to A. But then as soon as they go in, they don't have the information, and then they get caught off, and it ends up being an even numbers 2v2. After that, it still looked rough, right, for Sinners, because you have Peppo on the op going to lobby. You're like, this isn't going to be possible. Even Brandon's like, I don't think this is going to happen. I didn't either, but he hits 2 rippers, right? The first one to make it a 2v1, then he ends up in the 1v1, doesn't care about the rifles. There's rifles available. No, don't need that. Swings with the op and hits another ridiculous shot. I mean, that's just on point for Peppo. And yes, you know, the follow-up round still goes to HOTU, but I mean, that was the critical one to give them that 11th round on the board. And then once you have that big of a lead, it's always going to be an attempted comeback on the other side. And while HOTU somehow in the most chaotic round I think we saw in round number 17 managed to go back and forth and take it to get a 6th, it just wasn't enough. It was too little too late from a HOTU squad that needs a little more of a second layer to their attacks. You know, there's not much after those first opening salvos are thrown, and if the individuals don't pop off, you don't get much afterwards. So anyway, look, we're going to go on to that second map. Sinners have the 1-0 lead. We'll break that one down for you after this break.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke.
All right, we're jumping back into things here, getting ready for Dust 2. This is going to be HOTU's map pick, and I think for a team that enjoys, playing individually, a little unstructured CS, I think Dust 2 is the perfect playground, and it has been great for them. 3 wins, only 1 loss. Last win against Trick, 13-10. Before that against Matisse Sport, 13-9. And Sinners, this is a map that they're trying to work their way back into. It used to be their permaban, really, that they didn't really want to play, but I guess with these 2 new additions, they're moving into it now.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what it's going to look like for Sinners here on Dust 2. I think it's a map that they will eventually be able to integrate into their wheelhouse. It's just about how much work they've been able to do on the map, and I think that they're just going to be really happy that they got the win on Nukes. They've got that 1-0 insurance policy behind them now going into Dust. They don't have the pressure of having to win here on Dust to keep themselves alive. So, I mean, that probably also means that they can play a bit more freely, just kind of test the waters a bit more, and I'm expecting them to be competitive at the bare minimum.
Yeah, I think Stressor and Kisserek actually looked pretty good on the previous map for Sinners, though. Fitting it right into place on Nuke. HOTU, yes, they had their flashes and spurts and starts, but Sinners put them down pretty handily. I feel like, we could still get a good look from Sinners here on Dust 2 if those players continue to pop off for them.
Yeah,
I guess.
I think so too. Brandon doesn't, though. Brandon thinks Sinners stand no chance and they're going to get absolutely rinsed. But you are right. We saw some big moments from the individuals, and that could be enough to carry them across the line here on Dust. I mean, let's not forget the way that HOTU kind of just disappeared, towards the end of the first half and throughout the start of the second as well, which just does leave me slightly concerned for their cause. I will say Lampada with the AWP had some moments. Was a Frontales rather with the AWP had some moments, so he's going to have to deliver in that fashion again here on Dust.
Yeah, no question. I don't know if Brandon can talk at this point. I don't know if the
We can try.
Gonna allow... Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, what are your thoughts, Brandon? Go ahead.
I think, look, the fact that B-Stick's playing so well, I think sets a really good baseline for Sinners, and that's actually where I get a little bit scared for HOTU, because their individuals, they were there and then they weren't. For Sinners, it was consistent.
All right, well, we're going to jump right into the action right now, guys. Take it away.
Grazie mille, John.
Yes, thank you.
Go. Brandon's favorite time of the broadcast is over, and now we can cast some Counter-Strike.
Lovely. Now I can recline. You should see the casting position I'm in right now. It is horrific.
Would I not be too impressed with your posture?
I don't. You would not like it whatsoever, and it's still not really helping it, but we'll keep going. Lampada takes space in towards lower tunnels. In fact, the whole gang's here, and Stressen's trying to block with a smoke.
Yeah, HOTU have left a lot of space open towards long, and I reckon... Oh, excuse me, it's Sinners on the CT side. Flip that. Sinners have left quite a lot of space, and that's why Peppo is now rotating back onto the site itself to cover it. But they're actually, if they don't start making any moves, they're very well set up to deal with what's coming their way, because even though Kisserek will be smoked off, he can still be a bit of a menace and try and draw the attention away from his teammates on the B site itself. And he's actually been boosted up. That's a nice clean tap on the first, trying to chip away at the other. And he does bring Frontales low. That enables B-Stick, and it's almost a flawless pistol round from Sinners to open up.
Brilliant. Like, that was a lovely little bait and switch there. The smoke isn't thrown properly, so it doesn't cover the boost. And as a result, Kisserek is just able to take enough attention for the players out B to all swing immediately. Only, what, 1 kill out of Duke for Zero. Not the ideal start here. And it was Sinners doing their their best work on the CT side, so I really expect it to continue here, especially with how flat some of those rounds look for HOTU. If I'm HOTU, I just want them to be really aggressive. I want them to really flex their individuals. That's what's got them here so far.
Yeah, and you're not going to beat Sinners at the game of trying to be tactical and methodical. That is not where you're going to find success. Play into your strengths, as you kind of highlight there. It's going to be an eco round from HOTU here. Frontales has got that hero scout. Become a very popular option on the T side of Dust if you save in the second round, and then essentially just get a scout in the gun round as well. And he is going to go searching here. If he can find this head of Peppo, there's a big chance in the round. Peppo smartly not offering up anything though, enabling B-Stick, who just mops them up. Scout gets in on the axe, but just for 1 kill, traded immediately afterwards, and Sinners are off to a good start.
4-1 for Mr. Beastick again. I know that was 3 kills just there on an eco, but the fact he ends Nuke on 17, like, really is important to talk about, and that's why I wanted to bring it up for map 2, because the fact that he is able to be and just sort of like generating this amount of consistency is really going to help sort of give Stressan, give Kisarek the flexibility to move, and it also means that Peppo doesn't have to be sort of rooted in. When Peppo first joined this roster, he was getting really aggressive peaks, he was doing whatever he wants. It feels like he's calmed down a little bit now, and it has been sometimes figured out in the tier 2, tier 3 space. So I hope now with Beastick raising his individual level, Peppo can go back to reinventing himself.
I mean, the potential is just mega with Peppo, right? Undeniable. Had a number of very good AWPers to work with. Has Beastick, Oscar, Forsey, Oscar again, Peppo now. And it's going to be Shock, who's just standing out in the open. He's got Stressor in behind him, and they're both holding the line, waiting for somebody to peek. This just goes immediately one of two ways. There'll be nothing in between. Although, Shock could get caught with Util up. They drop that smoke grenade. They're going to chase him down. Stressor in there to try and alleviate some of the pressure. But Shock's gone down. It's all on Stressor's shoulders. And unfortunately, he'll follow suit.
I was about to say, look, Stressan's really good for just getting these kills and bailing out his teammates. Did it with Kisarek on Nuke floor. And then I was sure he was about to get a multi-kill there. But unfortunately, he isn't. I can't believe Shock gets so close there just to start jiggling with the smoke when he's not actually directly had a look in towards tunnels before he starts making that play. That feels like a little bit of an oversight.
Yeah, it was just, they were completely caught off guard there. Decided to try and change the setup at the worst possible moment. And as I was saying, the round lives and dies with how those fights go down in the B bomb side, because rotations were so far away. They were iced out by the utility as well. HOTU trading 2 for 1 was basically always just going to guarantee them the round there as they get themselves on the board.
And guess what it was? Just fast, direct, flexing their individuals, good trade spacing. Really, really important round for HOTU, and just sort of, for them, it's about remembering their identity and remembering, hey, look, this actually does work. Duke Fissura, as the analyst, is trying to remember which little bit on the roof to throw that smoke. He does get it done. And now for HOTU, they can just regulate themselves into a bit more of a default.
Yeah, good chance here for HOTU to pile the pressure on, because if they can win this 2-all, anti-eco to follow 3-2, they could already start to exploit Sinner's deficiencies here on Dust, a map that we know that they haven't had much success on. And again, it is just going to be the split here. 4 players through tunnels, 1 going to come through from mid. Well-timed smoke, but they're not going to respect it. They're just charging straight through the smoke of the back of the flash. Oh my goodness.
Huge. Oh, but Jufisora has been picked up, and yet again, Stressan is consistently able to find one of these kills. 3v3, Lampada low, and whoa! He's got through, but he hasn't. At the same time, Beastick will catch him. It doesn't take a lick of damage in the process. Remember, Lampada, 1 HP.
Yeah, that's going to make it so difficult now for HOTU in the post plants as they continue to barrel Util in. Kisarek, but be careful, he himself is also down particularly low. Peppo starts to search now through tunnels, edging his way forward while his teammates start to pressure door, but Lampada, that's a fantastic swing out of him. And now he's just going to try and duck down and hope that his teammate can get in on the act as well. Beastick's run out of ammo! Beastick has run out of ammunition, and KDO will get the kill as a result. Lampada gets a multi, and Sinner's probably kicking themselves if they drop the ball in the retake.
That is such a ridiculous wide swing out of Lampada. He times it to perfection, and he just completely annihilates the tunnels player. And yeah, Beastick, probably less said about that one, the better, mate. Cannot believe that he's run out of ammo there. He's going to be kicking himself.
Because he definitely gets the kill if he doesn't, and then has a good chance in the 1v1 against the low health Lampada.
Oh, absolutely.
And now it is just the eco here for the CT side. Beastick completely blind, would never stood a chance there against Mizu. And HOTU have the red carpet rolled out here to get themselves a lead for what would be the first time in the series, I think.
Nice flash.
Maybe no, they did have a moment in the first half of Nuke. Regardless, it's a good showing from them early on.
Boost up for Mr. Kisarek.
Oh.
And he falls quite quickly. Nothing gained here for Sinners, as you'd expect on an eco like this. And as you say, HOTU get themselves into the lead.
In convincing fashion as well. I mean, I know that it was that one round in the post plant where it did get fairly close, but they're consistently finding opening kills and numerical advantage and putting Sinners in some of these awkward positions. Peppo's now going to have his AWP. First time here on the CT side.
Alright, what we got, Peppo? Because HOTU just want to keep going B. They just want to keep smashing their face into this bomb site because, hey, it's been working. B-Stick is going to boost up Kisarek. But the intent for HOTU right now is nowhere near long whatsoever. So Kisarek might be in for a bit of a boring one.
Yeah, that's the life of a long player. It's either, oh my god, they're all coming long at the start of the round, oh, nope, there's nobody here, and a minute's gone by.
Let me just dismount. Oh, he's here. That's
the
life of a long player.
That's true. All right, well, HOTU have been given up quite a lot of space here. Not much of a contest anywhere on the map from Sinners. And they'll take the space that's been afforded to them as they set themselves up to fake over at A.
Oh, good news for Sinners is they got 2 on B. Peppo can potentially be watching out for this mid lurk. Oh, dearie me. He's managed to somehow deal with Frontales in terms of giving him a little bit of a leg. Is this tunnel player going to come through? Yeah, he is. Stresson acutely aware of the possibility, and he's holding for him and Trust Shock. These two have been absolutely fantastic in locking down B in this round. And even with the USP, Stresson will just keep pushing forward. All 5 kills belongs to the B players.
Yeah, that is insane. It's such good awareness there from Stresser and not to get tunnel vision and focus too much on the players that are coming through from middle, but also be privy to the looming threat there in tunnels. Because if that guy lurking through tunnels goes unchecked, he just gets both those kills immediately on the B players and it's round over. You highlighted Stresserin's proficiencies on the CT side. We got it out of him on Nuke, and he's delivering it here on Dust as well.
Important one for Sinners to win, really, because, again, if you look at the break points in these rounds, like Frontales can have an AWP, sure, but you lose this if you HOTU, you're back to square one. You spoke about the limiting factors for HOTU and the fact that they've not really been able to get a good grasp on this series and really had an extensive lead in this series. If they go down again, if they're unable to really run away with this now, after sort of, again, continuously allowing Sinners back into the game, that they can't afford for that to happen. If they let this happen right now, I look at Dust 2 and I think, do you know what? I don't actually think you're going to win this at all.
I agree. I mean, they've already struggled to try and get back into the game once the momentum's gone against them. They almost just like completely froze out of the server on Nuke. Didn't really have many ideas. They ran the same strat like 6 or 7 rounds in a row, and then they changed strats once where they just started going through lobby into A, and that's how they finished the map with those 2 hits in a row. So we haven't seen much innovation, much adaptation. And I'm left wondering, well, Mo's your coach, guys. He's done it all.
Yeah,
doesn't just have the
right?
t-shirt, he's got the whole wardrobe.
That's why I was annoyed in Nuke, where it's like, okay, let's call a pause for the first time as we're down 11-5. Like, what? Surely not. There has to be a pause. There has to be something here for HOTU.
This is one of those key moments in the game we're highlighting where it might look a little bit weird because it's still 3-all, but it's because of what we know HOTU have struggled with in the past. And
yeah.
I mean, we're not saying this is a make or break point for HOTU, but it is one of those key moments in the early stages of the map. Either way, not sure how long we're going to have to wait here for B-Stick to reconnect to the server. Sometimes these issues do tend to just lag on a little bit. I think we're better off just throwing this one across to a break if our producer is on the scene. Entertain the people with some music, and once everybody's back, once B-Sticks return to the server, then I reckon we can get back into the action. What do you think, Brandon? What do you think?
Do it. Please do it. Please put us in the break production. We don't have anything more to say. It's free on Dust 2 production.
Well, I mean, we certainly can ramble on if we absolutely have to, just switch into podcast mode, but...
Okay, let's do it.
Alright, Tania to
It's better than
Spirit.
song mode, isn't it?
I was going to say, Tania to Spirit rated out of 10.
I don't know, you know.
Oh, mate, come on. You got to be super high on the move, surely. That's a banger move right there. Giga banger.
Yeah, I like it, but at the same time, I like Zontix, so it's one of those.
What do you like about Zontix? Please elaborate.
I just think he's a good player. There you go.
Okay, fair
The
enough.
podcast
Yeah,
over.
That is good enough. I mean, it is ultimately what matters at the end of the day is what you contribute in the serve, and we can put that one back on ice. I rate a 10 out of 10. I am super excited about that move to Nia going to Spirit, but I'm also super excited because the game is live once again. B-Stick's back in the server, and we're underway.
Bang! Pepper gets his first kill. Immediately forces HOTU just out of that B-bomb site. He'll send them scrambling, and Kissarex boost this time. We'll get a little bit of action. And now we can't do it for the rest of the half.
Yeah, but it's okay, because if you just find impact that can give you a big edge in the round once from that position, then you've gotten its worth. The worst is when you use that position and then you die and you didn't get anything out of that little gimmick. V3. How do HOTU get themselves back in from here? Duke Fisher is just being peppered. He's trying to get back to safety. And he will successfully at least keep himself alive. I mean, is there any way for HOTU to get back in this round? Or do they just accept their fate?
Oh, is he timed out?
Reluctantly? Must have, right?
I think so.
Nope. He's back. We're good.
Oh, okay.
But they're definitely saving.
He just went AFK. If there was 20 seconds more, I could pose an argument where they go in long, they get the kill, they get the AWP on the angle, etc., etc. But yeah, it just took too long to formulate that. So instead, they are going to be saving.
Yeah. And the risk reward's just not worth it, because if they lose these guns, it's a full eco in the next. If they keep all three of these guns in play, sure, it sucks that you give up the round, but you're still going to have a full buy in the next. Frontales can afford AK armor, Mizu will go Galil, and they'll have basically a resemblance of a full buy there. But Sinners have gotten their noses in front again. And remember, our expectations, the bar's basically on the floor for Sinners right now.
Yes.
And
yeah.
as I was saying in the pregame, the fact that they're 1-0 up just takes off so much pressure here on Dust 2 right now to kind of test the waters and see where they're at with this new team on the map. Okay, well, here's the variation for Kisarek. This time he's taken space through the smoke.
Okay. I don't hate that directly. I like if he just tucks in. I wouldn't be a fan of it if he pushes, but actually he's just going to get out of dodge. Smart approach by Mr. Kisarek, especially when everyone's taking short right in towards CT. He can't die. That's the one thing. He cannot die.
And he would have had he stayed tucked in, because it was a perfect flash clear coming through the combo from HOTU to clear the doors. And he wasn't there. Moments ago, he had just fallen back, and he's going to remain in control here by dropping that deep smoke. Does feel like there's just far too many moments from HOTU on their T sides where they stall out and they're just not getting anything done, though. It happened on Nuke as well.
You know, like the resident sleeper emoji? Well, that's
yes.
kind of what this T side is for me.
Feels like it.
I'm
Which is
really,
just shocking
I'm
when you
really...
have players like Mizu and Duke Fisher.
I'm really trying to lock in on this, and it's just, oh, I'm so bored. Like, what are we doing here, HOTU? 35
It's
seconds.
gonna be a late long take.
Yeah, we're going to fake mid to B. To be fair, Shock's thinking, you're going to come through short, aren't you? And they are, kind of. But also at the same time, they are going to come through long. Kato has to clear Kisarek, and he's... Oh,
my.
okay. That's insane. I was going to say, he's caught looking the wrong way. 20 seconds. And now B-Stick has to deal with all these angles, and he can't manage it. This is insane. Fair enough. Sinners are caught sleeping at the wheel. The bomb's not dropped despite all these kills. And Peppo has still got rid of Jufizura. Now trades over to the M4. This would be an insane clutch for Peppo as he tries to elevate himself on the boxes. Kato thinks he's gone through the smoke, but Peppo has completely changed this angle of approach. But with Kato backing off, maybe he can put himself in a good position, but Peppo has absolutely destroyed them.
My goodness gracious, what a fantastic round out of Peppo. 1 kill with Yorp, 1 with the USP if I'm not mistaken, and then he scoops up the M4. There were also only 5 bullets in the clip there for Peppo. I was concerned that was never going to be enough, but KDO does not expect Peppo to scale up the boxes. I think he thought he had him locked in CT or elevator, but it's that very quick decision making from Peppo that gets him ahead of the clutch.
The fact he's able just to go to the USP and just pre-fire the guy, maybe a shadow spotted there, but he's just like, nope, you're not killing me. Info was low. He'll swap to the pistol. He'll do the damage. Unbelievable rounds from Peppo. And that's 1 clutch in Nuke, 1 clutch in Dust 2, and look what it does to the money. Look what it does to the momentum of this game. That 1 round that has just been secured by Peppo could guarantee Sinners like 3 or 4.
Yeah, it's a good point because of what a key round it is to win and the implications that there are for HOTU as a result. I mean, there's even a world in which I think some players pull their knife out, jump back to CT and try and save their AWP. Don't even give the clutch a look in. Not Peppo though, mate.
Oh. Stressen's like, oh, me and Kisarek have seen this one before. We've been on the boost. Stressen just pushes the smoke. It just gets domed by Jufizura. And now it is all up to Misu. But he can't get by this AWP of Peppo, who, since that clutch, has now just started to come alive in his own way. And that's a scary sign for HOTU, because Frontales has been... Well, where is he?
Nowhere to be found, I'm afraid. 6-3. And now it's almost make or break for HOTU to keep themselves in contention. Feels like they've got to win this gun round. Maybe not for the map at large, but just in this first half to make sure that Sinners don't start to snowball out of control. And there's Frontales. Shock tries to jump across, and that's going to cost him his life. Kill.
Look at this out of Peppo. Now, I said last Dust 2 game that the AWPs don't really do this. They don't really take an aggressive line when they're on their own. But that has happened. He's been given all the room in the world to work with now. Break on this for Kisarek doesn't really reveal, but he's just trying to get a little bit of damage in, and he does get a little bit of damage. He does 3 to Mizu.
And Kisarek just holding a very tight angle, more just for information. And HOTU are going to fake the B split because they've gotten a kill on the player crossing. They're hoping that Sinners have stacked up the defense on the B bomb site, but Sinners are gambling. They're basically just going all in on Stressor and on that B bomb site. Peppo now spots them towards long. That's so much key information. Incendiary may even force it back, and they're going to have to reassess.
It's an unbelievable jump across the long doors just in case there is an AWP there. Flashbang. Is that going to be dodged by B-Stick? A little bit. He's going to get flashback in, but it doesn't really work out. So now between him and Peppo, they've got to stand their ground. 35 seconds left, and Jufizura is making his way up short. Kisarek has to kill him.
And he does, instantly. My goodness. And you're right, he had to kill him, because if Duke Fisher gets the frag, it's so difficult to reach the A bomb site. Look at the time, 22 seconds on the clock. Sure, Lampada kills the B rotator, but he can't get to the B bomb site. Lampada's doubled down. 15 seconds now as they start to push that bomb in towards the site. Kisarek goes searching, finally does drop Lampada. 10 seconds. He thinks it's an enemy scaling up short. No, it's just his teammate Peppo now left alone in another clutch. Wait, where's
He
the
dropped the
bomb?
bomb.
Where's
He dropped
the
the
bomb?
bomb.
There's no time. He's killed him, and he's won it again. Back-to-back clutches for Peppo.
Oh, Peppo banged him through the box. He banged him through default, and there was no time, which is why he runs away. And then he gets another kill after time. That is absurdity. How many rounds is that in a row for Peppo? 3, where he's had gigantic impact. And Sinners are now 7 rounds to the good on this CT side, very much like they did on Nuke. They're able to weather the early storm, and now they've just completely flipped it on HOTU's head.
These rounds have been very competitive, though. Some huge individual moments. I mean, that kill from Kisarek initially, he even gets the frag on Lampada as well. And Peppo says, I've got the rest done from here, mate. You've done your bit. Cheers. Watch this. And HOTU have gone for the force buy here, Brandon. At least on 2 of the 3 players. Normally you'll see one guy go all in. Maybe the hero AK for KDO. Frontales is also... Oh, he's the one who died after time. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That sucks. So he didn't really have much of an option, I suppose.
He lost his AWP.
Hmm. Kisarek has got a lot of players coming in his direction. And he doesn't have any support, and he doesn't have a head either. Okay, this just gets exponentially scary now for Sinners.
You just don't need to peek it if you're HOTU. You've got all as short. And now you can just set up here, because you know the Sinners are going to have to react. Shock's just on the CT box. Beastick is stuck over at long on an island. This is a difficult task, especially with Kado dealing with Stressen. They are still going to give this a look in Sinners. Flashbang to get Beastick on the angle, but he can't get by Kado. Kado is a man alive on an insane mission right now to push HOTU back into this. He does it with 3 massive kills. And maybe HOTU can get a little bit of something on this T side.
Yes, Sinners were just expecting a big burst into the B bomb site there. They set up with 3 players on B. They give up so much space in middle. They have no idea what's going on the map. And it just feels like probably an unnecessary gamble against the eco going all in like that. Double AWP being invested into MP9 for Shock, and HOTU looking to try and make this 5-7. Again, Shock's been dropped on the cross, but I'm not sure if they're aware that there's 2 players in tunnels here. This could catch them off guard. Does it even matter though? The bomb's still towards T-spawn.
He's the first one that picks up the AWP. Beastick isn't able to get the second one, but you're still not going to know about Stressen. And now Frontales. Frontales has got his knife out. What are you doing?
My brother in Christ.
What on earth are you doing?
Yeah, speechless. And we talk for a living. Stresserin against KDO. 1v1. Stresserin searching. KDO adjusts. What a huge couple rounds coming through from KDO here to put his team on his back and give them a competitive halftime scoreline.
How do they win that? How on earth do they win that round? Yeah, but what?
That's all I have to say. KDO, 1 word. 2 syllables.
KDO and Peppo.
Well, 3, I guess. Hey, KDO.
Sorry, Kado, Peppo. There we go. That's better.
Got to fit the narrative. Peppo had a chance though, because he had the AWP posted on mid. KDO just destroyed him with the headshot there. You still got to... You take 7 every day of the week as Sinners in the first half, though. That's absolutely for sure.
It's almost like Frontales was, I don't know, just like listening to Spotify or something. Like Unwritten by Atelaine Brullier.
He definitely...
Oh, I've died. That's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's the bomb.
I had no idea what was going on. Look at this. Mizu just immediately drops the smoke in tunnels before he's actually found any contact. That's unorthodox. In the meantime, HOTU have got 3 players ready to fight long off the back of a flash. Sinners respecting the smoke. The longer they take, the more info the CT side are going to get here, though.
Rotates are still so far away, though. Like, I'm not stressed right now. But for Sinners, it looks like they are going to go into this now. So Mizu, how many can he get?
3.
None. 0. Zilch. Nada.
Nix.
Complexity.
And now it's going to be such a difficult retake here, man. I mean, complexity?
He said Nyx.
Oh, right. Yeah, fair enough.
Or
Here we go.
MIBR.
Here we go. We've got the kit. We've got the utility. There's going to be 3 players coming through from tunnels right now. Peppo just tapped down 1. Going to continue to just toy with them like a jack in the box. And it's going to be Sinners who get themselves up to 8 without much of an issue.
I mean, I'm really surprised that they had that much invested in towards long, and then as soon as they don't see anyone long, their rotates are just a year and a half away, like 4 business days. Like, it's actually just ridiculous how slow they are. They're just dilly-dallying. HOTU, you've got all the info. What's going on?
Yeah, it's a good question, actually. I mean, as you mentioned, with the rotations also just being so massively long on the CT side of Dust, it was a huge gamble to even go for that setup in the first place and not really force the issue all that much. They're going to try and force the issue here with the pistols, but just feeding the MAC-10. A B-stick shock is lucky that it was just a USP around the corner. Doesn't clear the corner, but it's not going to cost him.
Tales is dead. Tried to get tricky with it. Shock was having none of it. Sinner's up to 9-5 now, and look at this buyout of HOTU. Utility really limited. Lampada, the only one, actually buying more than like 2 pieces of util. In fact, he's just dropping them over to his teammates. They're going to struggle here. I would love to see the thing we saw last game. I can't remember who did it, but like the immediate fast B round.
Oh,
it was Partisan. Yeah, it was Partisan. Yeah.
Yeah, correct. Not going to be what Sinners go for here, though. Default-esque approach coming through from them. They realize if we win this round, game should be as good as done at that point. That's the opportunity they have presented to them right now. Simple as that. And this is where Beastie can really cook up a storm. E-side, team in a good place, morale high, players hitting their shots again across the board. Everyone's contributing for Sinners. That was a key factor in their success on Nuke, and it's carried on here on Dust 2 as well.
Like we've had all this praise for Duke for Zero, who's been dropping like 1.24 over the past 3 months, and he's now been dropping stinkers in back-to-back maps.
Yeah.
Like they really need like their talisman, HOTU, and it's just not worked out. Mizu has been really underwhelming. And I spoke about Frontales, like he's got 1 opening kill since I said, where's Frontales? So, individual-wise, we need drastic improvements here for HOTU.
Yeah, certainly. Alright, well, Sinner's going to start to turn up the wick now as they look to charge into the same bomb site. Frontales on the front lines has been dropped by the MAC-10. Duke Fisher follows suit. And that is round over as quickly as that hit came through. 2 quick fire frags found, and HOTU surely with no other option other than saving their guns.
Yeah, they got to save. I don't mind the hunt here from Sinners, because you've got a little bit of money, and if you upgrade the Galil, is it an upgrade if you get an M4? Probably.
Definitely, yeah. Your boy Zontex loves an M4 on the T side, even over the AK. Saw Milty doing it earlier as well.
God, so
I'm surprised that
sensitive.
they
I just said he was good.
I can't believe you think that, Brandon. What a ridiculous opinion. A major winner, 1 Cologne the other day. I just can't get behind you, man. You just say the most. You utter the most ridiculous things.
I do have some interesting takes.
Good lord. We've just had a hell of a stat drop here by John. And I hadn't even clocked that. HOTU have not gotten a single kill in the past 3 rounds to start off the second half.
Oh.
Chat, Grok, at Grok, is this real?
At Grok.
Don't lie, you see it all day.
I do. I hate it, to be honest.
Prav literally has muted the term at Grok, so he doesn't have to come across it anymore. Look at this. so far forward, so advanced from HOTU, and the info's now there for Sinners. They know they've pushed up middle, they know that they've
Go
wrapped
B.
around long,
Yeah,
so
yeah, go
they will
B.
immediately push B, but they have lost 2 players to get the info.
They
Hell
have,
of a
but
price.
this is, to be honest with you, though, this is still like a really difficult one for HOTU, like
How are
even in the
HOTU not
3v5.
responding?
Oh, I don't know. That's the thing. Like, it's just so ridiculously slow, and there's no. Well, there's one defuse kit. You got 2 smokes. I don't know about this one.
Well, they're going to have to
Actually,
be flawless on the retake. Yeah, look at how much util this still is for the T side. They got 2
Oh, I
mollies in the
know.
smoke. They've just replenished the smoke doors.
They can't do anything. They can't go. They got to extinguish, and they got to start taking fights. They got to do something. You got to move. HOTU, you're running out of time, and Peppo is just deleting them.
No.
Beastic will find one more. This is it. Like, there's no way. They've just lost a 3v5 because they stood still.
And it's so weird that they stood still because it was such an obvious read what was going on there. They'd wrapped through middle, around long, gotten the kill on the long player, and then the guy who started long for HOTU just hangs around. It's not like he's got knife out thinking, okay, well, obviously they're going B here. They were so slow to react, and it was so obvious what was going on. HOTU asleep at the wheel, and they're crashing out.
It's done. Like, this game is just over. Like,
It has to be.
I'm so.
No reason to believe otherwise.
There's been so many instances in like the last 4 rounds where I'm just so confused about what they're doing. I don't understand how you can be so proactive and then you can just be so negligent of the fact that there's going to be this B bomb site breach. Like, that's the most obvious loophole in the book, and then they don't go in. Really good work by Sinners to hold all their utility.
Yeah.
But to be honest, they didn't really need to drop it all. They didn't need to dispense it quite freely because they recognized, hey, like 3 have pushed top mid, 1's already in towards long. Let's just go.
True. Yeah, good point. And it made the big difference in the post plant there for them. At least HOTU are able to carry 2 weapons into the following round. Yeah, enables them for a full buy, but Frontales has already been dropped by Beastic. And now you've got 4 players left alive for HOTU, with all of them kind of left to their own devices.
I like the idea of the mid to be if there's a flash. Is there a nade to break open the CT smoke? There is. But Sinners just drop another molly, another nade. Beastic doesn't quite go around the corner. Is there a flashbang here for Sinners? No, there's not.
even need one.
But Mizu's playing anti-flash. He still gets 2 kills. The pathway to the B bomb site is open, but there's a lot of resistance through Lampada and his spray.
Oh, Kisaric is so worried about trying to push up the ramp to join his teammates on the B-bomb side right now. Molly's going to
Good
do a lot
Molly.
of damage, actually. Yeah, very good. Molly is enough to create the space and get him onto the side. Duke Fisher continues to burn. He took a good 40 damage to that Molly. Most of it could have been negated if he had moved a bit quicker. And HOTU, well, they got a chance in the retake here. They finally have to make one work.
They've got so much util for this. You just put a molly in towards Car, but Shock's playing up close. Where's the flashbangs, guys? You got to put a flashbang down, surely. Kisarek holding, nade lands nowhere near, and they're just going in dry. They are just going in dry and not clearing anything. And that is so free for Sinners. And you're right, they had 3 flashes. That was a free pathway to go for that retake, and instead they just keep their guns out. And look, we say in after plant situations, sometimes we're like, why are you pulling your utility out? You don't need to pull your utility out. You do in that situation. Just drop one over the fence and run in together. Do something. Like, this is a complete collapse.
Yeah, that is the word I had in my mind as well. It certainly is a collapse of the highest order. They were up 3-2 a long, long time ago. And we said at that point, we did actually call it. We said, this is one of those key moments for HOTU where if they let this next round slip, then we've seen how they struggle to fight back when the momentum's going against them. And it's absolutely proven to be the case. From 3-2 up, they're down 12-5, and there are 7 opportunities now for Sinners to seal the deal.
Like, Sinners has been brilliant, don't get me wrong, but I'm really
Gobsmacked.
surprised at some of this
Flabbergasted.
decision making.
Shocked. Stressed.
And
Kiss erect. Yeah, I know.
yeah, I know you were doing.
Veteran's found an opening. Mizu looking to try and get one back, and he will. But Shock affects the trade immediately afterwards. Man advantage now for Sinners. Dispatched off by KDO.
KDO is always good at just sort of recovering around and just rescuing it from the depths. So it's nice that he grabs this kill here. He also just backs out. No one's on A. 0 are on A. Miss shot, or was it a tag? Okay, well, it doesn't matter because he just hits the follow-up with a bomb. B-Stick wanted to try and grab that space at B, gets denied by KDO, and Lamparda's able to follow through. Double AWP, they say. That has to be the remedy.
Okay, 6 rounds in a row required from here. That is the equation. Doesn't read all that easy. Odds on OT, Brandon?
No. None. 0.
0? A
0.
hard 0. Have you not learned the power that you possess?
0.
All right.
B-Rush.
He's gone all in.
At Grok, called a
Gonzalez.
BOT.
Grok
Shout out
says
JRT.
it's highly unlikely that this game will go across into overtime. Statistically speaking, HOTU actually don't favor the CT side of Dust, but there have been games in the past where ridiculous comebacks have been made.
Did you ask
And
him
if you
that, or did you
believe
just
in
make that
magic-
up?
No, I'm just making this up on the fly.
I was going to say, that sounds like Grok.
I know, I was actually trying to
Frontales.
emulate him.
I'm worried you are just in the open and you've just died. At Grok, how do we retake B?
Well, there's quite a lot of utility for HOTU to work with, and we all know how important utility is in the case of a retake. Starting off with an opening kill certainly would go a long way. Gets wrecked in, drops. Stresser wants to force the issue, rounds the corner, collects 2 in the process. It's just Mizu left remaining. Mission impossible for him. And it's going to be Sinners who get the job done. In stylish fashion on Dust, they secure the quarterfinal 2-0.
Yeah, they look incredibly good on Nuke, and they look even better on Dust too. And as JRT said, that's a map they're bringing right into their pool. At JRT, what did Sinners do well in this series?
Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, look, Sinners did honestly, I felt like they were solid in that first half. Peppo was ridiculous. A lot of individual efforts come through, but it's not just about that. You know, there's always a structure about them. There's always a plan set into motion, even on their defensive sides, right? Even when Peppo's getting those clutches, because they're coming in at the right spots. They're setting him up for those, you know, final plays to come through. And, I mean, he makes some fantastic decisions. In particular, I think it was round number 8, right? The bomb is planted. Peppo gets 2 in the 1v3, one with the op and one with the USP, then jumps up on the cap boxes. Like, that actually is a perfect example of what the cap boxes have changed towards that A site when they were added. I think it's one of the best changes that was made to Dust 2, because previously to that, you'd have to go up ramp and that's it. Like, that's your only option, right? Or wrap all the way around to get back up to cap. But because there's that other avenue of approach, it really does help. And I mean, look, the highlights are already through and done with, but I still feel like Peppo deserves a big shout out for his efforts in that first half, and really to give them that 7-5 lead, because without that, it could have been even a lead for HOTU. The second half gives me pause. And the reason it does is because I don't know what HOTU were doing half the time on their CT side. It felt like there was a plan to just make a decision to go for a play, but without realizing what the flaws of it would be. Like, let's push up mid, let's get aggressive, let's get frags. Great, but what about the B site that you left completely unguarded, and now you've given all the information away to your opponents, you're just going to charge in and get it for free. And then afterwards, not using their util to go for the retake in round number 17 in a 2v2, where, like, giving away your positioning doesn't really matter. Like, that's the only reason you wouldn't use your util. So they go for 2 dry fights and they lose it again. I honestly could echo your frustrations, Brandon, when you were talking about those rounds. It was just bad Counter-Strike, quite simply.
It was, and then you've also just got Frontales who's got his knife out. Like, why has he got his knife out with the bomb? Like, what are you, like... Really, what are you doing? I mean, Sinners played well, don't get me wrong. Like, I really do think they did, but that was not the HOTU I saw yesterday. And I think Zola was saying this as well. Like, he said, unfortunately for him, he's somehow been roped into like every HOTU game over the last like 7 days.
Lucky him.
He was like me with Permitter last year when I had 11 Permitter games in 9 days. But he was saying, look, sometimes they're really good, and then other times they're like clueless. He said the adjective was clueless that he used. And today it looks like we've got a clueless day.
Yeah, it sucks because I feel like there were lots of good moments. Okay, lots is probably too strong of a word to use, but there were moments there from HOTU. It looked like, hey, we're going to have a banger here on our hands. And actually, Sinner's kind of destroyed HOTU when we think about it. Even on Dust 2, a map that they've historically really struggled on, the fact they get such a convincing win,
Yeah.
it sucks for HOTU that this is how their campaign ends, man.
I think what's also impressive for Sinners, it's not like, yes, Peppo had those huge plays, but it was a win by committee on both maps. Like there were some standout performances, but everyone does their job in the system that B-Stick is bringing to the table, which I think is the most important thing and the most positive thing to bring through for this roster. It's quite good for Sinners. So we're going to look here at what the matchups are going to be tomorrow. ENCE versus BetClick, 500 versus Sinners. I think both those are going to be ones to watch.
Yeah, I said coming into this in the round of 16, I think when we first watched ENCE, I said that ENCE, the expectations was the question I got asked fans. I said grand finals at a bare minimum, and I really do think they can get there now. And to be honest, looking at the whole bracket, sorry everyone that isn't ENCE, but I think ENCE are going to win the whole thing, and it would be a really good step in the right direction for them, wouldn't it?
It feels like ENCE versus BetClick is the real final in a way, because whoever wins that, I back to actually go on and win the entire tournament at that point.
Okay. No faith in Sinners now after what you saw, guys. I don't know. I think
500 are a really slept-on team at the moment, I will say. I think 500 again gives Sinners a real challenge. The fact they're able to come back in that Passion UA game as well, after having to force OT, after being up so much, and then being able to win it outright. Volt's clutching has been unbelievable in the small little games he's played with them. It's a weird mishmash of European players, but hey, it's currently on a good honeymoon period.
You could say the same thing for Sinners, though, right? It is quite peculiar to see both 500 and Sinners just having these weird international rosters. First time both orgs have gone international. And it is, I guess, just a sign of the times kind of thing. And I'm right there with you. 500 are looking good. But I still think whoever wins between BetClick and ENCE should be able to win the final.
I agree.
International rosters are the future, guys. I'm telling you, that's what it's going to be.
It's sad.
Almost every team.
Launders is in shambles, mate.
Cool, but I was always calling this, honestly. Look at every major league, right? In MLB, NHL, NFL, it all goes international eventually, right? That's how it is. You get the best players from the whole world on your team. Whoever's going to be the best, grab them and bring them in. Anyway, whatever. I can go on talking about this for a long time, but that will wrap things up here today, folks. I think we got a lot of stuff going on tomorrow that should be very interesting. I'm with you guys. I was just playing devil's advocate. I agree. ENCE is the team to take this all. I think they will win in the grand finals, but it would be cool to see an upset as well. Anyway, hope you guys have an amazing evening. We'll be back again tomorrow for some more Thunderpick.
He's going to force the kill in the last second.
make it better. But I'm only human. Some days it's hard to move on. I'm only human.
about it. I'm on my way, so you better keep it moving. We on the chase, adrenaline in my veins, yeah. I'm coming through. I give a whiplash, and he ain't gonna bounce back. Won't get no flashbacks, and never gonna look back. Oh, I'm done with the drama. Go and get your karma. I'm a I'll be good either way. I give him whiplash, and he ain't gonna bounce back.